Chapter 196. Slap. With a slap, he cut off the mouth of the bottle and muttered, "No matter what, this is still a wine from 1 meter higher sky. Just this point alone is enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. I can't waste it." He looked up, and the bottle of wine started to gurgle. "What kind of wine is this? It's so fucking disgusting." Wu Taijiang wiped his mouth and muttered to himself after finishing a bottle of wine in one go. "Forget it. I have to hurry up and work. These two swords are about to take shape." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others returned to second high like a whirlwind. Qin Fangyang was already waiting at the school gate. "What's the hurry? It's a big matter. We're at our wits' end. We can only rely on you, Teacher Qin." Zhou Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang and told him everything. "I can only ask you to tear down Long Yuxing's old house tonight, the kind that doesn't leave anything behind. Not only do you have to tear down everything on the ground, even the basement can't be spared." Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Zhou Xiaoduo, am I your teacher or your hired thug? Can't you find someone else to do this dirty and tiring work?" As a form teacher, he was going to tear down a student's house? Qin Fangyang felt that he might be the first form teacher in history. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would also be the end of the line. He didn't know whether to call him a legendary form teacher or a weirdo. "Teacher Qin, you have to understand that you're not tearing down a house. You're saving a life," Zhou Xiaoduo advised with a sincere face. With a thud, Long Yuxing knelt down. "Teacher Qin, please help me. Please go and tear down my house." Sigh. Qin Fangyang was speechless. "Child, you're begging me to tear down your house, and even kneeling in front of me. This is too strange, isn't it? You really saw through it? You're not joking?" Qin Fangyang frowned and looked serious. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you can't joke about this. Teacher Qin, just tell me if you believe in my physiognomy." Zhou Xiaoduo looked hurt. "Please believe in your students. In the future, if you really become famous, I reckon that with a student like you, the name Qin Fangyang will definitely go down in history." Qin Fangyang sighed. "I can already imagine what the history books will say about me. What about you? Have students all over the world the best and only one?" Zhou Xiaoduo's interest was aroused. Best and only one person? He was indeed the only one. The history books must have recorded it like this. Back then, Zhou Xiaoduo, a heretical demon whose name shook the world, was known for cheating, stealing food, drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and committing all kinds of crimes. His first teacher was said to be Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang observed a moment of silence for his foreseeable future and shook his head with a sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. "Puaha, the sole person, the sole person." Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio laughed out loud. After receiving Qin Fangyang's promise, Zhou Xiaoduo could finally go home and have dinner in peace. However, Teacher Qin actually looked down on me and slandered my clean and righteous name. This is simply unbearable. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. It was probably because of this grievance that she ate an extra bucket of rice in the evening and was ridiculed by Mother Zhou again. During his cultivation at night, Zhou Xiaoduo suppressed his innate qi several times that well. It had only been one day, and he had already suppressed it more than 10 times. How many times did he have to suppress it before it would stop? Zhou Xiaoduo was also quite melancholy about this. Teacher Qin only said that the more times he suppressed it, the better. However, he didn't say how many times he had to suppress it. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know that Qin Fangyang didn't expect this at all. For an ordinary person, it was already quite rare to be able to suppress it 3 to 5 times before breaking through to the innate realm. Those who could suppress it 8 to 10 times could be considered as geniuses with a bright future in the whole continent. When these people suppressed their breakthrough, they didn't have to suppress it several times a day. After all, suppressing a breakthrough was equivalent to temporarily cutting off the road ahead. They had to reaccumulate spiritual energy, absorb it, cultivate, and consume it that no matter what, it would only happen once every 10 days or half a month, right? At the very least, in the most ideal situation, it would happen once a week. Who would have thought that a freak like Zhou Xiaoduo would be able to suppress the opportunity to break through more than 10 times in a single day. If Qin Fanyang knew about this, he would probably tell Zhou Xiaoduo that it was time for him to break through and stop causing trouble. However, Qin Fanyang didn't know it all. How could such a terrifying thing happen that what he could think of that he would ask this kid if he felt like breaking through again after a week? Then, he would analyze the specific situation that this was a more normal situation. 10 times a day. Not to mention 10 times a day, even if it was 10 times a week, it would still be shocking. It was that very night, in the Qinyu building. For figures appeared here as if they had appeared out of thin air. Each of them was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves and had an immortal aura. 4 middle-aged men flew in through the window without asking. Junior sister. The 2 men in the lead smiled and greeted her. Hello, senior sister. The other 2 saluted respectfully. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, 7th junior brother, 5th junior brother, you are all here. Mu Yinyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw them. She only felt that the burden on her shoulders had been lifted a lot. You all came together? That's really great. Senior sister Mu, you greeted eldest senior brother and second senior brother first. That's fine, but when you greeted us, why is 7th junior brother in front of me? 5th junior brother? 5th junior brother was a thin middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked dissatisfied. Do you have a problem with me? 5th monkey. Mu Yinyan laughed and scolded. You really don't have a single moment of honesty. If you continue to speak nonsense, see if I don't beat you up. 7th junior brother chuckled. What kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Mu? 5th senior brother, you are far too lacking. Eldest senior brother had a square face with 3 strands of black beard. Smiling, he said, Old 5th, old 7th, don't cause trouble. If your senior sister didn't have a big matter, how could she have called us all here? Second senior brother looked much more serious. His face was almost devoid of flesh, and he even looked a little wooden. Clearly, he was normally a very serious person. Junior sister Mu, what exactly is the matter? Mu Yinyan smiled and said, Let me first hold a welcoming dinner for senior and junior brothers. Let's go. I've already booked a restaurant. I will let you all have a taste of this world. The 4 disciples looked at each other, their hearts filled with suspicion. Junior sister Mu immediately spoke of welcoming them and did not mention anything important. Clearly, she had some misgivings. Could it be that in this place they could not even speak? The door opened. Meng Qinyu bounced in. Master, are you going out? Let me send you out. Seeing that there were so many people in the room, she immediately let out a cry of surprise, saying, These. Mu Yinyan smiled. Then her face sank and scolded with a smile. Naughty. These are your martial uncles and martial uncles. This is eldest martial uncle. This is second martial uncle. This is 5th martial uncle. And this is 7th martial uncle. Quickly greet them. Meng Chanyu was given a fright and quickly saluted them one by one. This is the female disciple you accepted in Phoenix City? Sure enough, she is very clever. This is our first meeting. Eldest senior brother laughed and reached into his pocket. Everyone, eat first. If there is anything, we can talk after eating. Mu Yinyan smiled and said, Qinyu, you go practice first. I have not seen your martial uncles and martial uncle for a long time, so we need to properly chat. Don't be naughty. There will be a greeting gift for you. When your senior sister Nian arrives tomorrow, you too can ask your martial uncles for it. Otherwise, your martial uncles and martial uncles will be embarrassed tomorrow. I will tell you, little girl, your martial uncles and martial uncles all have plenty of good things. Let's see how much you two can pull out tomorrow. Eldest senior brother helplessly smiled and said, Looking at this situation, I fear that a large amount of blood will be shed tomorrow. Meng Qinyu leapt up and said, I will immediately tell my senior sister Nian. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, martial uncles. Goodbye, martial uncles. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Clearly, she was going to make a call to Zhou Xiaoyan. Second senior brother's thin face revealed a trace of doubt. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at Mu Yinyan and said, Junior sister, have you prepared some good wine to entertain us? Just follow me, Yi Zichen said. Mu Yin led the way, her face full of joy. Just as they were walking, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang out. A message from Zhuo Xiaoyan had arrived. Mu Yin took out her handphone and looked. Master, I have prepared a new handphone for you. Do you like it? Seeing such an ordinary message, Mu Yin's expression changed. She put away her phone and furrowed her brows. Along the way to the hotel, Mu Yin asked her senior and junior brothers to order, and then said, I have to make a call. I will be back soon. Junior sister, you are so busy. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, Go, don't tell me. You are in love? Mu Yin blushed and said, Senior brother, you are really shameless. She hurried out. High in the sky, Mu Yin dialed a new number on her new handphone. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan also had a new number on her new handphone, so she picked it up. What's the matter? Mu Yin asked. Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice sounded very hurried. Master, just now, Xiao Duo read my fortune. He said that my luck has changed again. There is a white tiger coming to my soul. It should be in the southeast. And you're the first to bear the brunt of this disaster, which is a big variable. He himself doesn't know the reason, so he asked me to remind you to be careful. Mu Yin's delicate body shook when she heard this, and she almost fell from the clouds. At this moment, she really felt that her mind was blank, and it was hard for her to control herself. After a long time, she said, I know, I will be careful. Then she hung up the phone. Chapter 197. Mu Yin stayed in the clouds high in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he hid his figure in the thicker clouds and mist. He covered his face with his hands and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the great grandmaster who had reached the peak of nascent soul and was half a step into the cloud transformation realm looked like a pitiful and helpless little girl. Because of the arrival of her senior and junior brothers, the joy suddenly turned into infinite fear. The white tiger evil spirit was coming from the southeast. After a long time, Mu Yin stood up and turned to look in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction, Kunlun's secret land, Kunlun Taoist mountain, Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yin's face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. A sigh resounded through the sky. This night, Mu Yin showed unprecedented joy and frequently raised her cup to invite the senior and junior brothers who she had not seen for many years. It seemed that she had endless things to say. However, about Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Feng Shui, Phoenix Vein Soul, she did not mention a single word. Junior sister, didn't you say that one of your disciples is about to break through, and during this period of time, you hoped that we would come here to help protect her? Eldest senior brother's square face flashed a trace of doubt. Tell us about the situation. If it is not a serious situation, why do you need so many of us to protect her? Also, junior sister, you value this disciple very much. Mu Yin smiled. This child's aptitude is indeed excellent, and she is the successor I have chosen. She deliberated for a moment in her heart and slowly said, but this time, her breakthrough can't be taken lightly. Why? I now suspect that my successor is born with a phoenix body. And in Phoenix City, there have always been rumors about the phoenix vein. What's more coincidental is that the scheduled time of her breakthrough is almost the same as the legendary day of the phoenix vein soul cleansing. Mu Yin's face was heavy, and her voice was heavy, and as far as I know, the 3 sects of the Umno Alliance have already come to Phoenix City. Well, we have already fought many times. In other words, a lot of Umno Alliance elites have gathered in this small town. I suspect that they are here for the Phoenix Pulse Soul. Mu Yin looked worried. If I'm alone, I'm not sure at all. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 senior and junior brothers suddenly became heavy. There's actually such a thing. Yes. Mu Yin began to explain the situation here in detail. She was neither too optimistic nor too exaggerated. In short, she told him everything that had happened during this period of time without leaving out any details. However, the only thing she didn't mention was the feng shui situation a few days earlier, as was Xiaoduo's physiognomy supernatural power. Even He Yuanhua only mentioned a few words and didn't say anything else. The faces of eldest senior brother and the other three became more and more solemn, gradually becoming as gloomy as water. If there really is such a thing, then the Umno Alliance will definitely not allow someone like Spiritual Sense to successfully break through, let alone the matter of the Phoenix Pole spirit. Eldest senior brother sighed softly. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle. Yes, definitely a tough battle. Spiritual Sense's breakthrough this time is already like a bow on the string. It has to be released, but there's no way to counter it. And we naturally can't act rashly and can only passively defend. Mu Yin showed a mentally and physically exhausted expression. If you didn't come to help, I really don't know what to do this time. Junior sister, don't worry. Since we're here, we definitely won't let the Umno Alliance succeed, eldest senior brother said in a low voice. Moreover, Phoenix City is after all a small border city, a small place. Even if the Umno Alliance comes, there won't be too many people, and their overall strength won't be too strong. As long as the city's strength cooperates, there's still a high chance of protecting a little girl to successfully break through. I hope so. Mu Yin raised her cup. Today is to wash the dust of senior brother and junior brother. I toast to senior brother and junior brother. Yin, thanks you here. But it was also on this night. Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue met again in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Meng Group's headquarters. This time, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's faces were heavy, no longer as calm and elegant as before. And in front of them, someone was unfolding the map of Phoenix City. The map in front of them was a projection of the huge Phoenix City, not missing a single detail. Sometimes it was near and far, and sometimes it was near and far. Meng Chintian stood in front of the projection, looking at it in a trance. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. Among them, the 4 people who had stopped Zhuoshaoduo the other day were among them. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them had an ancient face and a faint aura of Tao. Most of them were wearing long robes, and a few of them were holding compasses, rulers, and other things in their hands. Everyone was carefully watching the projection. Everyone, please take a look. Meng Chintian said slowly. Probably in one night, the mountains on both sides have been secretly moved by someone. The original Wenshui East, with a ribbon around the waist, has now become the Wenshui West. Everyone, please take a look. Is there any explanation behind this? Meng Chintian's handsome face was still calm and elegant, calm and unhurried. More than 10 Shi watchers, each of them put in a serious attitude. Some of them even began to use their hands to draw in the void and began to calculate. Some of them drew lines in the void, their lips moving as they muttered. Meng Tianyue said, Everyone, please pay more attention because this Wenshui is related to the Feng Shui lake of our Ning and Meng families. If the water suddenly flows in the opposite direction, will it break the original intention of the Feng Shui? More than a dozen Feng Shui masters stared at the projection. After a long time, someone finally shook his head with a puzzled expression and said, The flow of water is against the trend and changed direction. According to Feng Shui common sense, it is indeed an ominous sign. However, after repeated observation, there is no difference from before. Also, there is no sign of Feng Shui related to this. As soon as this person spoke, the others followed suit. Indeed, I do not feel any influence. The two sides are originally balanced. Going east and going west, the result is the same. There is no difference. That's right, I also do not feel any mysterious changes in the inside. It doesn't matter. Everyone spoke in unison and said that it did not matter. Meng Chintian's face finally turned gloomy and said, Everyone, please take a good look again. Just last night, I felt unusually uncomfortable. And the source of this discomfort, I feel that there is a change in the two mountains. It is also because of this that I can quickly detect that the water flow has changed. The group of Qi watchers looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Brother Feng smiled and said, Young Master Meng, do not worry. Young Master Meng, you feel that there is something strange. It is probably difficult for us to see through the projection. After all, the projection is just a projection. There is no luck or momentum to speak of. We still need to do a detailed investigation to make a conclusion. He paused and said, however, in fact, young Master Meng's discomfort may not necessarily be related to the water flow. No matter who it is inevitable that they will feel uncomfortable when they wake up and find that the environment they are used to has changed. Meng Chintian thought and said, could it be that they put in so much effort just to do something useless? This question made the dozens of Qi watchers look at each other again. They did not know whether to agree or disagree. Yes, to put in so much effort to form such a big change, at least a few nascent soul powerhouses had to be mobilized to change the mountains and rivers and change the flow to the reverse. Only then could such a change be made in one night. And such a change was actually useless. It really couldn't be justified. Ning Suifeng said, let's go over and do a detailed investigation first. Meng Tanyue frowned and said, Chintian, go on behalf of me. Yes, father. Meng Chintian agreed and went out with a few Qi watchers and Ning Suifeng. Before Ning Suifeng went out, he suddenly thought of something and stopped at the door. He turned his head and said, Brother Meng, don't you want to go and see for yourself? Meng Tianyue smiled and said, it is enough to have you go. I'm just taking a break. Besides, ever since I was robbed in the sky last time, I have never gone up to the sky. Ning Suifeng shook his head and laughed. You. He jumped and left. Several invisible and traceless auras followed him like a few gusts of cool breeze. For a moment, more than 20 people stood in the sky and looked down. Meng Chintian felt that this place was too close to the headquarters of the Meng's group, so he retreated a bit and moved up another 100 feet. More than a dozen Qi watchers steadied themselves and started to move at the same time. After a long time, Brother Feng was the first to speak. It was obvious that he had the highest status among these people. It is really strange, but there is no effect. Brother Feng pointed to the front and said, look, the building of the Meng's group is located on the line of the earth veins. It is connected to the heavens above and the earth veins below. Fortune comes from all directions and wind blows from all directions. It can be said to be the best feng shui layout. Whether it is gathering wealth, power, or strength, it is easy and successful. It is also where the ancestral tomb of the Ning family is located, forming a yin and a yang. They complement each other. One high and one low, one yin and one yang. It is precisely the gathering of all the fortune of a local area here. As for the mountains in the distance, whether it changes or not, I feel that it has nothing to do with the feng shui layout here. Brother Feng pointed out with an imposing manner, look, the surroundings of Phoenix City is actually a huge feng shui formation. It has already formed its own system. Whether it is to the east or the west, there is a lot of flowing water. It is endless. As for the Wenshui River, whether it is to the east or the west, it is still a cycle formed by this feng shui formation. The power of feng shui in the entire Phoenix City area has not decreased at all. The rest of the Qi watchers said in unison and nodded their heads. Brother Feng is right. That's what we think too. Chapter 198. Meng Chintian's face darkened as he looked at them one by one. Slowly, he asked, is there really no effect? No change at all? Yes. Brother Feng said seriously. Young Master Meng, I can guarantee it with my career. A few of the more experienced ones looked around and said, at least on the surface, there really isn't any effect. Brother Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, yes, on the surface, there is no harm. On a deeper level, the Meng conglomerates and the Ning family's fortunes could be said to be the two central points of the entire Phoenix City. No matter where the luck comes from, it will be attracted to these two families. As long as there is no change in the earth vein, the feng shui of the two families will be as stable as a rock. Then, he nodded and said, young Master Meng, the one who looked at the feng shui of your two families back then was a great master. The other Qi diviners did not have any doubts about this. They said, yes, The one who set up the feng shui for you is a great master of feng shui. There is no doubt about this. In the entire Central Plains, there are not many people who can set up such an excellent and almost indestructible feng shui. That's right. With the heaven and earth as the layout, the mountains and rivers as the foundation, and the earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the foundation. It's amazing, really amazing. We have always thought highly of ourselves, but after seeing this layout today, we know that there's always someone better than us. We are far inferior. Meng Qintian's eyes relaxed a little, but for some reason, he still felt that his heart was heavy, and his heart was not at ease. Ning Suifeng, on the other hand, was relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. Meng Qintian said, "If we want to break our feng shui, how do we do it? This feng shui has reached perfection. It is not impossible to break this feng shui, but it is too difficult." A chi diviner who looked to be in his 50s said, "There is a double problem, one internal and one external. Therefore, in my opinion, the backflow of the Wen River is an attempt to break your feng shui array. It is also the external solution that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it is futile and difficult to do." Meng Qintian hurriedly asked, "Master, please enlighten us. What is the key and how to prevent it?" The chi diviner thought for a while and said, "The most direct way is to eliminate all the mountains on either side. Then, the natural feng shui, Phoenix City, will be broken, and all the related luck will flow out. Since your families are in Phoenix City, there is no exception. But no one dares to do this method. This was because it involved the fate of millions of people. No matter who did it, they would definitely suffer the most extreme backlash. Absolutely no one can bear the extreme feng shui of the feng shui of feng shui's feng shui of the generations. Therefore, the person who broke the situation was at best just playing a borderline ball and changing the flow of the water. It is impossible to completely destroy the situation. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the feng shui situation was not affected at all." Meng Qintian nodded slowly. He looked into the distance and finally calmed down. He said, "Master, you mentioned the internal and external solution. Even if the external solution cannot be broken, what if it is broken from the inside? It is also impossible to break from the inside. The way to break from the inside is to demolish the entire Meng's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral tombs, and do both at the same time. But this method is even more difficult than breaking from the outside. Not only will you not allow it, most of the people in Phoenix City will not allow it. Even if the king of the Central Plains comes to demolish it personally, he will not be able to do it. I believe young Master Meng understands this better than anyone." The chi diviner smiled bitterly and said, "So, this is a feng shui array that no one can break. No matter if it is from the inside or the outside, no one can break it." Meng Qintian murmured, "A feng shui array that no one can break." He finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Everyone, if you're sure there are no other problems, let's go to the headquarters for tea. There will be some gifts for you later. Please, don't mind." "Young Master Meng, you are too polite." Everyone smiled and thanked him. Everyone was beaming. Looking at the guards leading the chi diviners away, Meng Qintian pulled Ning Suifeng and said, "Uncle Ning, yes, I still feel a little uneasy. Since someone did such a big thing, why did he end up with a useless outcome? If it were you or me, we would not be satisfied either, right? So I suspect that there is something fishy about this. If we can't figure it out, I will not be at ease." "You see," Meng Qintian said in a low voice, "should we ask Blind Hong to come out and take a look?" Ning Suifeng frowned and thought for a while. He said softly, "Qintian, aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Qintian took a breath and said, "After all, this concerns the foundation of both our families. It is hard to be at ease." Ning Suifeng smiled and said, "Since the feng shui arrays of both our families are not destroyed, it is a great thing. What else is there to be worried about?" Meng Qintian looked at Ning Suifeng in shock. He was speechless in his heart. He should not have discussed with him. He was not even considering the same thing. He smiled and said, "Since Uncle Ning said so, I am relieved." Ning Suifeng laughed and left. He turned around, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. He thought to himself, "Want to swallow it all in one go. The appetite of the Meng family is too big." Then he thought, Meng Chintian is right. After spending so much effort, it is useless. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. If it were me, I would be even more unwilling. There must be something fishy about this. It seems that I have to secretly find Blind Hong and take a look at the ancestral grave. But who is the one in charge of the Meng family group? Why do I feel that Meng Chintian's power is not inferior to Meng Tianyue's? Ning Suifeng laughed and entered the headquarters of the Meng family group. "Brother Meng, we are overthinking this time. It is not a big deal. The feng shui of both our families is impregnable and safe. It is very good." Meng Tianyue was leisurely drinking by himself. He turned his head and said, "Brother Ning, you have worked hard." Almost at the same time, another group of people rushed into the sky. They looked at the aura around Phoenix City. Those Qi Watchers in Phoenix City have been invited by the Meng family and the Ning family. It seems that these two families are still very concerned about their own fate. Yes, Seldege, come and take a look at the influence of the One Shui flowing west. Or rather, is there any effect on the Phoenix veins? Almost all the people who came later had their faces covered by the clouds. Only this elder Gu showed his face clearly because he wanted to observe the situation. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. At this moment, he was seriously looking at the situation of the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were serious. The change of east and west and the One Shui flowing in reverse should have a great impact on the inherent feng shui. But why does it look like there is no effect on the surface? It is really strange. Yes, in the south, there's a sudden fire. The fire is very fierce, and it is injecting energy into the phoenix veins. As the saying goes, the phoenix is reborn from the fire. But why is there a fire in the south? That is the tail of the phoenix. Speaking of this, the faces of the people who were hidden in the clouds and mist turned ugly. Speaking of this fire, it was really too unexpected. It unexpectedly reached home. Who would have thought that the death of a few students during the trial would trigger a chain reaction and eventually cause such a big matter? It even made use of the blacklist and put the bounty on the top, causing thousands of people to kill them. Originally, at this stage, it was already very strange. It cannot be done without money. But in the end, that Shin Yushu really did not know what was wrong with his brain. He set a big fire without any warning and burned down the Phoenix Tail Mountain. And this was also the root cause of the current drastic change. Ignorance is really terrible. Setting a fire. What use was it for a nascent soul stage expert? And for this accident, the people of the Umno Alliance only felt that they were fucked up. After all the Umno Alliance experts in Phoenix City confirmed this information, almost collectively, they exploded. They were about to find trouble with Shun Yushu to vent their anger. But they were stunned to see that Shun Yushu had sent his own family's head to the Meng family. And it was cut off. Immediately after, the whole family was uprooted. The whole family was exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not even an inch of grass was left. The actions of the Meng family and the Ning family were so sharp and fast. They were so ruthless and vicious that it was even more extreme than the actions of the Umno Alliance. This was simply fucking a complete mess. They could not even find a target to vent their anger. This matter, cough cough, is really purely a coincidence. It is a pure natural accident. It is not targeted. In the clouds, a voice said with some speechlessness. Fortunately, our previous arrangements were thorough. As far as the current situation is concerned, the impact on the Phoenix vein is not very big. The established plan for the Phoenix pole spirit can still be carried out according to the original rhythm. Old Gus said lightly, but because of the impact of this fire, the Phoenix vein has increased to a certain extent. So, originally, it was 100% impossible to fly. Now, it has become a slight hope to fly. Everyone must not be the slightest bit careless about this. Everyone was speechless. They did not know how many years of arrangements they had made. If it was destroyed by this bastard's fire and buried in a complete accident, it would be really fucked up. They would be so aggrieved that they would vomit blood and die. However, that little hope of taking off is only a little. The reversal of the two mountains did not cause any major changes in the end. It has nothing to do with the grand plan. However, in the following days, we need to keep a close eye on them and see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Tricks? What do you mean? Old Gu looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, in addition to the general trend of heaven and earth, Qi Watchers will also use some props to arrange the feng shui. If we are not careful, the other party may still turn the tables. So, we must not take it lightly. After all, most of these props are very small objects. They are not easy to be discovered. Old G's words made everyone fall into deep thought. We must ask for monthly votes. Brothers, at the end of the month, give us some. Chapter 199. Then, Elder Gu, can you find these items? I can't. Elder Gu shook his head honestly. I'm ashamed. I'm not at that level yet. Then who can? Someone asked. If it's just us, the scope is too big. Secondly, we're not experts in this field. We don't even know what the target is. It's very possible that the item is right in front of us, but we'll still miss it. Elder Gu thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there are only 3 people in this world who can find it. The first is General Dongfang of the Sun Moon Pass. The second is Master Dao Jin of the capital city. The third is the one from the Umno Alliance. The others all smiled bitterly. It was impossible for these 3 people to come. Elder Gu sighed and said, it's a pity that Blind Hong is blind. If his eyes were still intact, he would be able to find it, but he would definitely lose his life. Blind Hong? Someone repeated softly, deep in thought. That night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, a sword light soared into the sky, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air as it sped toward the Long Manor. It was the quietest moment of the night, so no one noticed this abnormality. And behind this sword light, there was a person shrouded in black. Only a pair of eyes could be seen outside, shining brightly. It's here. In a split second, the sword light shone brilliantly and fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom, boom, dot. The sword light drilled into the ground and then rose from the other side. A huge amount of true yuan exploded. Many of the houses in the Long family's manor, which was only a few dozen mu in size, were sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air before crashing down with a loud boom instantly. They were torn apart. The originally sturdy buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Who's there? Bastard. Angry shouts were mixed with a series of screams. Dozens of lights soared into the sky from the ruins of the Long Manor. Everyone's face was filled with anger. The black-clothed man in the air snorted. His long sword did not stop and continued to swing. More than 100 sword lights fell in a fan shape and forcefully embedded into the ruins. The few remaining intact houses were also destroyed. With another loud boom, the only remaining basement collapsed, and the entire Long family's manor collapsed. Exclamations, curses, and screams filled the air. In the air, a dozen or so Long family members had already surrounded the black-clothed man and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel is this? You dare to make an enemy out of my Long family?" The man in black in the air was startled for a moment. His voice was very strange as he called out, "What? Long family? How could it be the Long family?" A vigilant old man from the Long family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by that?" If not for the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert, even if the entire Long clan were to gather all of their manpower and surround him, they would still not be able to kill him. The black-clothed man in the air was clearly astonished. He asked in astonishment, "Is this really the Long family? If it's not the Long family, then where is it?" The old man was furious. "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said apologetically, "Then I'm really sorry. I found the wrong place." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was obvious that he had been disguised. However, This sentence made all of the Long family members so angry that their lungs were swollen. Damn it. Found the wrong place? Found the wrong place to seek revenge? What kind of statement was this? The black-clothed man said, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I actually found the wrong target. Forget it. Consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family. After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned into a sword light. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The Long family's old man was so angry that he covered his chest and coughed. The other dozen or so Long family members all stomped their feet and cursed at the sky. They were really crazy with anger. The whole family was sleeping peacefully and peacefully. Suddenly, an unexpected disaster came out of nowhere. The entire courtyard of the old house was razed to the ground in an instant. The house they lived in was turned into broken bricks. Even the bed, wardrobe, and all the other facilities were crushed into powder by a sword. Even the toilet bowl was broken, and many safes were split into two. The secret room collapsed, and the basement was completely destroyed. In the end, the person who came said one sentence. Misunderstanding. They found the wrong person. I'm really sorry. Sorry your head. The most infuriating thing was, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family. Who the hell wants to form good karma with you? Who the hell are you? Long Yushing stood in the ruins in his pajamas. He looked at the sky and was excited in his heart. Waha, awesome, awesome. He demolished it just like that. It took less than a minute. He's really an almighty. It's too satisfying. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and treat the injured. Old Master Long roared in the air as soon as he regained consciousness. The whole family immediately got busy. After a round of investigation, they were stunned again. Other than a few unlucky people who were hit by the collapsed house, the rest were not injured at all. After all, they were a martial arts family. Even if they were hit, it was not a big deal. The house, none of them can still be lived in. The people are all fine. Long Yushing's father felt that this result was inconceivable. This is really fucking dog shit luck. That sword light that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth plowed back and forth in his house several times, but not a single person was injured. This is a great fortune in misfortune. The old man immediately instructed, eldest, second, third, you guys quickly organize people to move your family. Fourth, hurry up and contact the hotel. Everyone moves to the hotel. The few of you put away the things in the treasury and safes. Everyone from your family is not allowed to touch them. Everyone moved to the hotel. The old man's composure was not bad. He did not panic in the face of danger and commanded in an orderly manner. Father, then, this black-clothed man, the eldest son of the Long family, Long Yushing's uncle, asked hesitantly. There's no black-clothed man. The old man glared. With his cultivation, if he wants to destroy our family, it's really just a matter of raising his hand. Do you still want to take revenge? He said that it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. If the strong find trouble with us, then it's our bad luck. If he wants to form a good relationship with us, then it's our luck. You're an adult? Don't you understand this? But we don't even know who that person is. How can we form a good relationship? Fool, if you know who he is, do you think that our family will still be alive? Seeing that the others were about to speak, the old man waved his hand. This matter is settled. No more talking. Hurry up and get to work. Fifth, after you're done, contact the construction team and ask them to come over and rebuild the house. Yes. The old man floated to the ground and came to Long Yushing's side. He sighed. Sigh. Everything has its own way. Didn't Yushing's classmates say that our family will be in trouble during this period of time? He asked us to move out and hide. Now it seems that he was right. It's just that we were blinded by lard and didn't accept his kindness. Sigh. The old man was very regretful. Tonight, something like this happened. It's tantamount to reminding us that in this world, there are some things that we can choose not to believe, but there are some things that we have to believe. Yushing, your grandson is here. Prepare a generous gift tomorrow and send it to your classmate. You must be sincere and sincere. The old man sighed. By the way, ask him if he's still willing to help our family. If we want to rebuild the house, how to do it better. The disciple of the old principle, He Yuan Yue, is indeed extraordinary. The old man sighed. His face was full of admiration, but there was also a hint of disappointment. It seemed that after this incident, the old man had changed from a complete distrust of Master's ability to the point of being a die-hard fan. Long Yuxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say no, he thought that it wasn't right and swallowed his words. Sigh. All right, I'll let that guy take advantage of me this time. Since I'm really in danger, it makes sense to give him a thank you gift. However, the truth of the destruction of the house this time must not be leaked out. If his parents and grandfather knew that the person who destroyed his house was actually someone that he had painstakingly begged, Long Yuxing instantly shuddered. If that was the case, then he would basically bid farewell to this magnificent life. O Buddha said, "It must not be said, it must not be said." The night in the old Long's house passed by in a hubbub. Make sure to move everything that can be moved away. The old man of the Long family could be said to be once bitten, twice shy. Choose a hotel. Don't stay in the upper floors. Our family will stay there for 1.5 years. We'll come back after the reconstruction is done. The stone in Long Yuxing's heart was finally lifted. After everything is settled, Yuxing, you must make an appointment with your classmate. Our family will treat him to a good meal. Let's get to know each other well and thank him. Long Yuxing repeatedly agreed. The sky was bright. God knows how busy all the high-ranking people in Phoenix City were on this day. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Phone calls were made one after another. People from all over the country were looking for the qi-gazing technique. They didn't want the most awesome qi-gazing technique. Only the most awesome qi-gazing technique. People from the Umno Alliance were looking. People from the Meng family were also looking. People from the Ning family were still looking. There were also a few families who somehow got wind of the news and followed the crowd to look for the qi-gazing technique. As a result, Governor Wan Pingyuan, for the first time, told his daughter who was about to go to school, "Xiao, wait a moment. What's the matter?" "Well, your classmate." Wan Pingyuan considered his words carefully. "Daughter, you must maintain a good relationship with him. If it's convenient, you can bring him home for a meal. Dad also has something to ask." Chapter 200. Wan Lixio blushed and hurriedly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? If you want to find Long Yuxing, just tell him directly. Why do you need to consult him? Is he worthy?" "Bah, I'm not talking about Long Yuxing. I'm talking about Dad's Wishaoduo, the one known as God's Wishaoduo." Governor Wan rolled his eyes and said, "Long Yuxing is such a bastard. Why would I want to see him? I get annoyed when I see him." Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, "You want to seize Wishaoduo? Why do you want to see him?" "I'm telling you, Dad, this is really a bitch. You little girl." Wan Pingyuan shouted seriously. "They are your classmates, and he is your boss. How can you be so rude? You have to be respectful to Master Zhua in the future. Do you understand?" Wan Lixio was surprised. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Do you know what you're talking about?" Governor Wan lowered his voice. "Your grandpa Long called. A few days ago, Xiaoduo told Long Yuxing that the Long family was going to encounter a big disaster and suggested to move as soon as possible. But the Long family didn't believe him and didn't move. Guess what happened last night?" Wan Lixio understood at once. She held back her laughter and said, "What happened?" "Last night, the Long family was gone." Governor Wan's eyes showed some fear. He lowered his voice and said, "It seems that there was some misunderstanding. Anyway, they were flattened by a master with a sword. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This matter is really strange." Wan Lixio's expression was exaggerated. "Wow, there was such a thing. Flattened with a sword. Are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Look at your expression." Wan Pingyuan lectured his daughter. "Your future husband's family was wiped out and you were so excited? You little girl are really. When you marry him in the future, your temper. I have to ask your mother to teach you a good lesson. What kind of temperament is this?" Wan Pingyuan lectured Wan Lixio for a long time before he waved his hand and let her go to school. "Remember, you must be on good terms with Master Zhua. It will be beneficial." "I know." Wan Lixio's voice came from several hundred meters away. It was too terrifying. Once Dad started to blabber on, it was simply even more unbearable than Mom. 8 o'clock in the morning. Director Jiang Zhongbin came out of the office feeling refreshed. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hello, teacher. Good morning. He. Yu's voice came from the receiver. Big face Jiang, did something happen on your side? Why are you calling me so early? Jiang Zhongbin giggled and said, Teacher, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've managed to borrow 2 people from the Dragon Blood Squad. They're both cloud transformation experts. On the other side, Yu's voice suddenly became serious. You want to, teacher, now that things have come to this, I don't want to drag this on any longer. I want to move. We can't allow such a nail to be stuck here forever. Jiang Zhongbin's voice became heavy. Teacher, I want to ask you for help. Yu's voice was a little hesitant. After a moment, she said, No problem. I can send you 2 peak nascent soul transformation cultivators. Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan. Other people can't be used in a battle of this level. If you force yourself to go, I'm afraid you'll only die. These 2 are more than enough. Jiang Zhongbin said, Thank you, teacher. Before starting the operation, Zhongbin wants to. I want to trouble teacher to look at the aura so that we can have more confidence. Yue was silent for a moment and said, Let's wish Xiaoduo see it. I don't need to see it. If I see it, there will be too many people paying attention to me from all sides. So Xiaoduo, let him see it. Jiang Zhongbin was about to say, Can you do it? But Yue had already hung up the phone. Xiaoduo is Xiaoduo. Jiang Zhongbin had an almost blind superstition about Yue. As long as Yue said it was okay, it must be okay. He happily dialed the number again. Is this Teacher Mu? Hello. I'm Jiang Zhongbin of the Star Shield. Okay. Do you have time later? I want to discuss something with you. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Teacher Chiu, do you have time now? I'm Jiang Zhongbin of the Star Shield. Hello. Okay. I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Then, he thought for a while and dialed another number. Monkey's son, there's something that you need to help me with today. On the other side, Chief Son of the Martial Arts Bureau frowned. What's the matter? You dare to call me that when you're asking for my help? You're so awesome, big face Jiang. What can't you do? I'm not free. I won't help. I still have the video of the last conference. You were really impressive then. I was convinced by you. You chased the old principal out and sat there as steadily as a mountain. You were like the sun in the sky, calm and composed. I suddenly feel like posting it on my WeChat moments. What's the matter? Just say it. We're all old classmates. I won't help others, but for you, Jiang Zhongbin, I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to do all those useless things? Straightforward. Jiang Zhongbin snapped his fingers. There's an operation tonight. I need a few absolutely reliable experts who can fight. The lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm. How many can you find for me? I can find you a gay tyrant. On the other side, Bureau Chief Sun was anxious. Are you kidding me, big-faced Jiang? And the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Why don't you say the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Where can I find such a person for you? Do you think the nascent soul transformation realm is cabbage? After Jiang Zhongbin finished speaking, he took the microphone away from his ear. After the other side finished speaking, he said slowly, Don't think that I don't know. Your brother came back to visit his family not long ago. He's now in Phoenix City. Your brother, General Sun, is a standard nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. He just came back from the battlefield. Whether it's strength or reliability, he's suitable. Jiang Zhongbin said, Otherwise, do you think I'll call you casually? I'm in charge of Star Shield. If I don't even know this, how can I survive? Bureau Chief Sun said angrily, My brother only has 10 days of vacation this time. On the way back, he lost 2 days. He just got home a day before yesterday. It's already been 5 days. You still want to work hard? Are you still a human? Jiang Zhongbin begged. Brother Monkey, I'm really in trouble. If there's any other way, I won't call you. Isn't your brother my brother? I don't want to trouble him. But the problem is that I really don't know what to do. You're my brother. Are you going to help me or not? On the other side, Sun Fengho hesitated and said, well, I'll tell my brother later. But I can't guarantee success. Jiang Zhongbin begged again. Brother Monkey, I may die tonight. Bureau Chief Sun scolded. You only know how to take advantage of my sympathy. It's true. Jiang Zhongbin took a deep breath and said seriously, think about it. I've already put aside my face to ask our brother. What kind of trouble would I encounter? This level of battle. Alas. Monkey, I'm going to die soon. Remember to take good care of my mother for me. She's our mother. Bureau Chief Sun finally became serious. Is it really that serious? It's worse than that. Okay, then I'll go back to my brother now. Bureau Chief Sun sighed and said, even if I kneeled down and kowtow to him, I promise to invite him to you. Okay, thank you. Jiang Zhongbin put down the phone with a heavy face and then smiled. What? I know this guy is easily persuaded. Sure enough, he can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Damn, there's another nascent soul expert. Well, where can I find more experts? The governor's mansion is definitely not possible. The city guards. Forget it. I'm worried. If. Jiang Zhongbin thought for a long time and finally put down the phone. Forget it. I can't take any more risks. Even if I can't invite anyone, I can make do with my current overall strength. If I blindly look for people and find a spy, I'll be a complete idiot. Jiang Zhongbin frowned and sat on the office chair. In Star Shield, there are still 3 nascent soul experts, but I don't dare to use one of them. 11 inner core realm. But these 11 inner core realm experts don't mean much to this battle. Then only 1 high-level nascent soul expert and 1 mid-level nascent soul expert. Plus the 2 that the old principal sent me, 1 from Monkey Sun, 2 from Star Shield, 2 high-level nascent soul experts from the Dragon Blood team, plus Mu Yin Yin and Xiao. That's 9 people. With 9 people working together, can't we take down 1? As he was thinking, there was a whoosh sound in front of him. Mu Yin Yin and White descended from the sky. Bureau Chief Jiang. It's like this. Jiang Zhongbin spoke and exchanged greetings as he took Mu Yin Yin to the secret room. There will be others coming in a while. I'll explain the general situation first. This time, we're dealing with a Star Lord. Mu Yin Yin was shocked when she heard this. Was it necessary to play so big? Star Lord? Was it possible? Why would a Star Lord come to Phoenix City? When? Tonight? Even our own people have just confirmed this time. The other party can't have known earlier. Only then can we ensure that we catch them off guard and succeed in one fell swoop. As soon as Jiang Zhongbin sat down, he said anxiously, Teacher Mu, this time it's very dangerous. I heard that several of your senior and junior brothers came to Phoenix City yesterday. Mu Yin Yin was stunned. This, Jiang Zhongbin said sincerely, Teacher Mu, for Phoenix City. Please invite your senior and junior brothers to come with us and participate in this grand undertaking. Mu Yin Yin suddenly felt embarrassed. Zhua Xiaoyan's warning yesterday sounded in her heart again. There's a white tiger evil spirit coming from the southeast. And for this tribulation, you're the first to bear the brunt. This is a big variable. For a moment, Mu Yin Yin was full of bitterness. That white tiger, evil spirit, was it referring to them? Chapter 201. Mu Yin Yin was lost in thought. Last night, after reuniting with her senior and junior fellow apprentices, she didn't find any problems. Everything was the same as before. They were still kind and relaxed. Teacher Mu? Jiang Zhongbin urged. This. Mu Yin Yin had a difficult expression on her face as she said, Chief Jiang, I shouldn't have rejected your request, but now I'm afraid that if something happens to my fellow disciples, the plan will be ruined. Hey, what are you talking about? Jiang Zhongbin said, they're all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes? Mu Yin Yin was shocked by this sentence. She thought, yes, they're all people who have been cultivating in the Kunlun Taoist sect all their lives. How can there be any mistakes on them? The white tiger, evil spirit. Maybe it doesn't mean my senior and junior fellow apprentices. Thinking of this, she inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed and better. There should be other enemies. In the southeast, there may not only be the Kunlun Taoist sect. The southeast is a big place. Teacher Mu, Zhang Zhongbin said, as we all know, the Kunlun Taoist sect and the Umno Alliance are mortal enemies. This time, we're dealing with the Umno Alliance. Teacher Mu, no matter what, you have to help me. Mu Yinyin was still weighing in her heart. After a long time, Mu Yinyin gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will tell my senior fellow apprentices later." At the same time, there was a voice quietly in her heart. I can use this battle to confirm whether it is true or not. Although I am sure it is not true, and I don't want them to be true, but I'm still worried. If there is any mistake in this battle, when Xiao Yin breaks through, there will always be more precautions, and it will be safer. Compared with that, Xiao Yin's breakthrough is more important. Of course, they're all right, which is the best result. Jiang Zhongbin was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Teacher Mu. I believe that in this way, our action will be more foolproof." He counted with his fingers. The number of people he had gathered today had reached 13 nascent soul masters. With such a lineup, he had great confidence in defeating them no matter what. "Okay," Jiang Zhongbin said, "then it's decided. We'll start the operation tonight." Not long after, the others arrived one after another. Jiang Zhongbin gave them a brief introduction of today's mission. After that, Jiang Zhongbin gathered everyone together. In order for the big event to go smoothly, let's not move around. Let's wait here for tonight's activity. All right, everyone was able to see the big picture, so they all agreed readily, without any objections. Then, everyone gathered together and began to deduce the battle situation. He deduced every position, every method, and every battle formation. It's not a big problem. Han Song pondered. As long as the information is true, his current cultivation is at most at the beginning of the cloud transformation stage. Reaching the middle of the cloud transformation stage is already a miracle. It shouldn't be a problem if we take him down. All right, dusk. Jiang Zhongbin changed into casual clothes, left Star Shield, and went to the governor's mansion. "Is Grandmaster Shang here?" Jiang Zhongbin asked the guard of the governor manor. "It seems to be here. I'm looking for him." Jiang Zhongbin laughed. "We haven't had a drink together for a long time. It's been really tiring." Amidst the laughter, he swaggered in. Shang Qingyun was directing a group of guards to deal with the miscellaneous items in the courtyard. She had a thin figure, white hair, and sunken eyes. She looked very haggard. She stood with her hands behind her back, cold and cheerless. "Brother Shang, Teacher Shang." Jiang Zhongbin almost ran all the way there and laughed. "Busy." Shang Qingyun turned her head, and a smile appeared on her face that looked like an air-dried orange peel. "Chief Jiang? Chief Jiang, why are you so free today?" "After working for so long, I can finally take a break." Jiang Zhongbin's face was full of melancholy. The moment they met, he started to complain. "Teacher Shang, Phoenix City is such a small border town. Why are there so many things happening recently? I've been so busy these few days that my head is about to explode." Shang Qingyun smiled faintly, as if the wrinkles on her face were pulled. She still had one hand behind her back and said, "Which city doesn't have many things to do?" "Chief Jiang, this is the world of mortals. As long as a person is alive, there will be endless things to do and endless worries to worry about." Elder Shang is right. It's a famous saying. Jiang Zhongbin laughed and said, "That's why I'm finally free today. Didn't I rush over? I specially came to ask if the governor is free. Is he free today?" "The governor seems to have something to do," and went out. Shang Qingyun said faintly, "I heard. Something happened at the Long family's manor." "That's fine. They already said it was a misunderstanding. The Long family can be considered a big deal in our Phoenix City. How can they attract the attention of a soul transformation cultivator?" Jiang Zhongbin was a little disappointed. However, the Long family is still the governor's daughter by marriage. "I'm afraid they'll have to eat dinner before coming back." Shang Qingyun smiled. "I guess so too. I finally wanted a drink tonight." Coincidentally, the governor isn't here. It seems like the heavens have given Brother Shang a day off. Let's go, follow me. Shang Qingyun frowned and said, "This is my duty. How can I go out so easily? Whether the governor is here or not is not an excuse. I can't not do anything." Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhongbin laughed and said, "Teacher Shang, Brother Shang's duty, tsk. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, you have to accompany me for a drink tonight. Otherwise, I won't let you go. I really can't." Shang Qingyun's expression didn't change. She said, "I have to guard the governor's manor. I can't go out. Chief Jiang, you should find someone else." Jiang Zhongbin sighed and said, "I apologize to Brother Shang. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked the governor the moment I arrived. This is all my fault. I should have directly asked Brother Shang out for a drink. Brother Shang is a magnanimous person. Please don't be angry with me." Shang Qingyun was angry. "I really didn't mean that." "If you didn't mean that, does that mean you agreed?" Jiang Zhongbin pulled Shang Qingyun and walked out. "I was afraid that I had offended you just now. I didn't even go out for a drink. I used to be quite straightforward." Shang Qingyun was speechless. "You didn't do that before." "Sigh. Who cares if you were straightforward or not? Anyway, Brother Shang, you have to give me some face today. I finally wanted to drink some wine, but there's no one to accompany me. Don't you think this is infuriating? I have prepared 300 years of drunk plum blossom." As Jiang Zhongbin pulled Shang Qingyun out, he yelled, "You people, you're all good at work. Don't slack off. Even if you slack off, don't get caught. I've dragged your head chief out for a drink. You're on your own now. Those who need to sleep, go to sleep. Those who need to skip work and go home to see their wives, go see your wives. I can only help you to this point. I can't do more." Shang Qingyun was speechless as she was dragged away. She shook her head and sighed. "Chief Jiang, I really have something to do. 300 years of drunk plum blossom. I have prepared 10 bottles. Jiang Zhongbin stopped and raised 4 fingers. "Tonight, we will only drink 4 bottles. As for the remaining 6 bottles, I will bring them all back for you." "What do you want?" Don't give me that. Let me ask you, am I a good friend? Am I a good friend?" Jiang Zhongbin raised his head proudly. "Brother Shang, my face is in your hands. Either you give me face or you give me a slap in return. I will turn around and leave immediately." Shang Qingyun was at a loss. "Chief Jiang, it's fine, come on. I will turn around and leave with a slap. I will not look for you to drink in the future. Even if you invite me to drink, I will not come. How about it? Let's cut off all ties and never talk to each other again." Jiang Zhongbin stretched out his face. Brother Shang, come. Do you want to fight? If you don't want to fight, then accompany me for a drink. If you fight, then I will slap you." Shang Qingyun finally relented helplessly and smiled bitterly. "I have long heard that Chief Jiang of Star Shield is a rascal. I did not expect this rascal to stick to me today. Forget it. Let's go. I will accompany you for a drink. Sigh, this is my good brother." Jiang Zhongbin laughed loudly and puffed out his chest. "Everyone in front, move aside. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, and you, and you, and you. All of you move aside. The chief executive is out on patrol. Whoever he bumps in will be unlucky." Shang Qingyun frowned and followed behind him. Her face was full of helplessness. "Keep your voice down. I'm happy today, so I must be loud. I will say this even in front of the governor." Jiang Zhongbin looked up and laughed. "This life is too bitter, too tiring, too troublesome. When is the best time? It is when a drink. Wine is a treasure that has existed for thousands of years." "Brother Shang, do you know why wine is an ancient treasure?" Shang Qingyun smiled. "I would like to hear Chief Jiang's wise words. Before I drank wine, I was just a small bureau chief. No matter who I saw, I had to nod and bow my head. But I had to do it for you. After drinking wine." Jiang Zhongbin laughed loudly. "Don't talk about Star Shield. Phoenix City, Central Plains. Ha ha, even Astral Souls is mine. Mine." Shang Qingyun finally could not help but laugh. "Chief Jiang, you are really a sentimental person. Of course, otherwise, how can I be friends with Brother Shang?" Jiang Zhongbin smiled and suddenly became serious. "Brother Shang, We have known each other for a long time. What do you think of me when you first met me? What kind of person do you think I, Jiang Zhongbin, am? When we first met, Shang Qingyun could not help but be brought back to her memories. Her gaze was distant as she said, "That should be 19 years ago, right?" "Yes, it was a spring 19 years ago. It was an unusually cold spring, and it was snowing. We met in the snow for the first time. When I saw you, I felt that the big brother of my life was here. What about you?" Jiang Zhongbin recalled and asked with a smile. Chapter 202. Shang Qingyun's face was a little twisted as she said, "I really don't remember the details. I only remember that 19 years ago, a little fatty stood in front of me. Snowflakes were falling and the cold wind was blowing. Then, I realized that the top of the little fatty's head was already empty. At that time, my eyesight was not good, so I thought. The snowflakes that fell on the little fatty's head did not melt. When I took a closer look, I realized that he was already bald. The smile on Jiang Zhongbin's face suddenly froze. "Brother Shang, you." "Ha ha, I'm kidding. Shang Qingyun laughed loudly. She finally made a joke of Jiang Zhongbin. She was in a good mood and spoke more. "I booked a small restaurant in front. It's a place that I often go to. The food is not bad." Jiang Zhongbin pointed forward and sighed. "Brother Shang, I'm such a high-ranking official. It's uncomfortable to go to those high-end places. I can't even take a photo. Sigh. Besides, it's even more uncomfortable to eat for free. Am I, Jiang Zhongbin, the kind of person who can't afford to eat cheap food?" Shang Qingyun's face was calm. She did not comment. "Besides, I'm such a high-ranking official. How can I eat for free? Those people are just looking down on me." Jiang Zhongbin snorted and patted his chest. "I'm a model of righteousness, a model of self-restraint, and a model of honesty and integrity." Sigh. Shang Qingyun sighed. She felt that this guy was really talkative. "So I just asked someone to book this roadside farmhouse." Jiang Zhongbin whispered into Shang Qingyun's ear. "This restaurant is actually opened by my brother-in-law's brother-in-law. He. Brother Shang, please take care of me in the future." Shang Qingyun was instantly annoyed. She reached out and poked him a few times. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. "After all this time, you were waiting for me here. Don't worry about eating here." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the small restaurant. Jiang Zhongbin pushed open the door and walked in. He said in a hoarse voice, Liuzi, how are the dishes?" "They're ready. They've been ready for a long time." A young man wearing an apron ran out with a smile. "Brother Jiang, I've been preparing this meal for 3 days." "Bullshit. 3 days ago, I didn't even know that I was coming here to eat. Besides, how can the ingredients you prepared 3 days ago still be fresh?" Jiang Zhongbin mercilessly exposed him. "Don't try this on me, you brat. I'm telling you, if the dishes tonight taste bad, I'll revoke your license." "Oh my, since you're here, of course it's delicious." The young man laughed and said, "If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to revoke my license. You can just kill me and leave them some food to eat." "Brat, you only know how to smooth talk." Jiang Zhongbin laughed and said, "Let's go to the room. Today, your brother Jiang is rich and overbearing. I will directly book this small restaurant of yours. Don't receive any other guests. Let me tell you, both of us are experts. If we get drunk and go crazy, the others won't be able to withstand our punches and kicks. This is the truth. Don't take it lightly." "All right," the young man quickly agreed. "Brother Jiang, since you're here, of course I have to serve you wholeheartedly. As for the others, who are they? I don't know you, ha 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 ha. Get lost. Hurry up and cook. You only know how to be obedient." Jiang Zhongbin laughed and scolded. Shang Qingyun said indifferently, "No wonder no one comes to eat in this restaurant. So you booked the whole place?" "I must book the whole place if I want to treat Brother Shang to a drink." Jiang Zhongbin patted his chest and laughed. "But I'm also considered a big shot. He, immoral." Shang Qingyun finally couldn't help but laugh and scold him. She followed Jiang Zhongbin into the room. In fact, the moment Jiang Zhongbin entered the room, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something important. But what exactly did he forget? Before Jiang Zhongbin could think about it, Shang Qingyun had already entered. Jiang Zhongbin didn't have time to think about what he had forgotten. He began to serve her attentively to ensure that he didn't reveal any flaws. But that inexplicable feeling in his heart was still lingering. What exactly? Did I forget? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Jiang Zhongbin suddenly remembered. He slapped his thigh and said involuntarily, "It's bad, it's bad." Shang Qingyun couldn't help but feel puzzled. She looked up and asked, "What's bad?" Jiang Zhongbin's face was full of regret. He sighed and said, "It's bad." He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Previously, in order to be safe, he had asked the old principal to take a look at his qi, hoping to have a rough estimate of the results of this battle. The old principal recommended Zhou Xiaoduo and was full of praise for him. And he had been so busy gathering the manpower for this battle that he didn't even have time to eat. He had forgotten to ask Zhou Xiaoduo to take a look at his qi and physiognomy, that the old principal had clearly reminded him of this several times. He actually forgot, but now he was facing Shang Qingyun. At this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. How could he not release it? It was too late. I only thought about drinking and forgot that I still have something to deal with in the station. Jiang Zhongbin forced a smile, but it's already so late. I can only forget about it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Come, Brother Shang, let's have another round. But he was still sighing in his heart. What should he do about this? Suddenly, he felt uneasy. Just as Shang Qingyun and Jiang Zhongbin began to drink, Zhou Xiaoduo's family also started to eat. Sister Nian, did you remind Teacher Mu? Yes, I did. I said it several times. Well, that's good. Although the unexpected disaster is not light, as long as we avoid in advance, we can turn the misfortune into a blessing. Zhou Xiaoduo grabbed a steamed bun and chewed like a hungry ghost. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yuding had only picked up some food with her chopsticks. She didn't even have time to swallow it. Zhou Changlu was still savoring the taste of the wine in his throat. Zhou Xiaoduo had already eaten 12 steamed buns. Zhou Xiaoyin's eyes curved into crescents, and he only had one thought in his mind. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other, speechless. They could only sigh softly. In the future, the two of us will be professional pig farmers. Wu Yuding brought over another bowl of steamed buns for her son, shaking her head and sighing. Yuding, you think too highly of pigs. Zhou Changlu squinted. Pigs, how can they eat so much? Huh? Zhou Xiaoyan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. And at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his entire body was unnaturally stiff. His eyes were bulging out, and his 2 hands were pressing down on the table. The steamed bun in his mouth was so big that his cheeks were like a toad. He couldn't even chew. What's wrong? Wu Yuding was shocked when she saw this and blurted out. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was very strange. His brows were tightly knitted. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was full of steamed buns. He couldn't speak for a long time. This isn't sudden diarrhea, is it? Wu Yuding was surprised and then said, Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm telling you, if you really have diarrhea, go to the toilet quickly. Don't discuss people at the dinner table. Zhou Xiaoyan became more and more overjoyed. She was about to laugh. Zhou Xiaoduo maintained this strange posture for a full half a minute. Finally, he relaxed a little. He chewed the steamed bun in his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. Then he said, what a trap. That nuisance came suddenly again without any warning. How can I be on guard? Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan's faces immediately became interesting when they heard this. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was red, but it wasn't appropriate to hit him at this moment. She could only roll her eyes and look at them one by one. She said, are you controlling your genuine qi to not break through the bridge of heaven and earth? Are you stimulating your dantian? Yes. That feeling was still coming in waves. Zhou Xiaoduo was already having a hard time holding on, but he was still very hungry. He could only grab the steamed bun and chew it slowly. One steamed bun could be eaten in more than 20 seconds. This eating speed was still very fast for ordinary people, but for Zhou Xiaoduo, it was definitely the slowest eating speed in his history of eating. It was definitely the first time. How many times has it been? Zhua Xiaoyan asked curiously. I don't remember the exact number, but it has been more than 10 times. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at his arm. He could feel that his dantian had turned into a balloon that could explode at any time. All the meridians in his body seemed to be swollen. However, from the outside, there was still nothing strange about it. More than 10 times. Zhua Xiaoyan said thoughtfully. Sister, how many times did you hold it in at that time? Zhua Xiaoduo asked as he struggled with the genuine qi in his body and ate. At that time, Zhua Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, many, many times. I don't remember the exact number. Who would remember that for no reason? Many, many times. Zhua Xiaoduo instinctively understood that it was far more than the number of times he was doing now. He couldn't help but work harder. I'm already so far behind Yimai. If I can't even surpass her in this, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with her in the future. Teacher Qin had repeatedly said that the more innate meridians unblocking, the better it would be for the body, and the more foundation one would accumulate. As he thought of this, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared and suppressed all the agitated spiritual qi back into his dantian. The moment this torment came to an end, Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly felt relaxed. He grabbed a steamed bun again and ate it crazily. His eating speed was even faster than before. Zhua Xiaoyan's eyes were curved as she held a bowl of porridge. She was eating the porridge one spoonful at a time. A few strands of hair fell down, reflecting on her delicate and almost transparent cheeks. She stared at the porridge and thought to herself, I'm not going to tell him that I only suppressed it 7 or 8 times in total. Let this kid hold it in. Anyway, the longer he holds it in, the better. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you very much. Chapter 203. By the way, Nyan Cat, have you reached the breakthrough point? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. I reached it a long time ago. I reached it a few months ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have planned to break through earlier. Zhua Xiaoyan was a little distressed. In the past few months, every time my vital qi surged to break through, it would mysteriously end without any effect and then return to my dantian. Zhua Xiaoyan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo and smiled. Mine is much easier than yours. Because I don't need to control it at all, it will return to my dantian on its own. Then, the capacity of my dantian will naturally expand due to the counterforce. Waiting for the next breakthrough, I will hone it again and again, endlessly and continuously. Zhua Xiaoduo said enviously, you are at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Do you still need to accumulate so much to break through to the origin elixir realm? How many times have you broken through now? Not many. Zhua Xiaoyan smiled. In the past few months, I have only broken through about 20 times. Well, I can really break through, it will probably be about 40 times. 40 times! Hearing this number, Zhua Xiaoduo was shocked. For a moment, he was so envious that his eyes turned blue. She didn't need to control it at all and was naturally suppressed by the Phoenix Meridian. Compared to him, it was more than 100,000 times easier. What's more, every time they failed to break through, their true Yuan Qi would return to their dantian and directly enter the next primitive accumulation. Unlike him, every time he drove his true Yuan Qi back, it was so difficult that it was as if he wanted to poop his pants. If that was the case, when Zhua Xiaoyan really broke through to the origin elixir realm, she would immediately have the combat power to fight against some nascent soul transformation practitioners. This was simply cheating. Not only Zhua Xiaoduo, but even Wu Yuding and Zhua Chonglu secretly exchanged glances when they heard this. Practitioners before the embryonic breathing realm were only afraid that their progress in breaking through would not be fast enough. Most of them, as long as they had the chance to break through, would break through in one go regardless of anything else. Who would think of accumulating? Even if there were such peerless geniuses, they would only accumulate 3 to 5 times under the care of their masters and elders. They would always worry about delaying their own progress and would continue to work on breaking through. Someone like Zhua Xiaoyan who had actually accumulated the strength to break through the Dan primordial core in the embryonic breathing realm, had never been seen or heard of before. Is this the effect of the power of heaven and earth? Zhuo Changlu's face was calm, as if he didn't understand, but the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. Wu Yuting's self-control was slightly weaker, but the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. After being glared at by Zhuo Changlu, she came to her senses and hurriedly restrained herself. However, she immediately felt indignant. She grabbed her spoon and pointed it at Zhuo Changlu. "Why did you glare at me just now?" Zhuo Changlu looked up. "You glanced at me just now." Wu Yuting glared at him. "I was wrong." Zhuo Changlu readily admitted his mistake and raised his hands in surrender. "I'll buy you a bag tomorrow." Humph. While Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan did not feel anything strange, they were still choked by this sudden display of affection. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still afraid that the feeling of breaking through would come again, so he tried his best to increase his eating speed. Naturally, he no longer cared about his manners and stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth one after another. After eating a total of 70 steamed buns, Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out his hand to grab more. He realized that he had already eaten a lot of steamed buns, so he still cherished the steamed buns on the steamer and ate them. He picked up the bowl of soup, raised his head, and it was a pity that he still didn't feel full even after eating for a while. So Xiaoyan sighed and pulled out half a gazelle from the space ring again. "Here, hee." So Xiaoduo cheered and took the gazelle. With one bite, half of the gazelle's but was gone. Zhuo Changlu looked melancholy. He said to Wu Yuting, "Buy 2 more stoves tomorrow. I'll also buy 2 big pots and steamers for steaming steam buns." Wu Yuting nodded silently. "Also, buy 30 to 40 bags of flour. It'll be enough to last us for half a month." Zhuo Changlu nodded. He sighed softly. With this appetite, if he keeps eating like this for the rest of his life, I'm afraid that even Meng Tianyue would go bankrupt because of him. So Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Changlu innocently and said, "Dad, you're exaggerating. I can only eat a little. It's not that bad. Hee. Eat. Eat as much as you can." Zhuo Changlu patted his son's shoulder and said lovingly, "Son, if you can really eat until I go bankrupt, I think the astral souls will sink. Dad is mighty. Awesome Kalas." Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered him at the right time. Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled. After eating half of the gazelle, Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his stomach comfortably and leaned back in his chair. He said contentedly, "I'm finally full for once. Sister Nian Yin, how can you keep eating your own food? You have so many suitors. Haven't you treated them recently?" This guy was obviously thinking about freeloading. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face suddenly became serious. She revealed her sharp canine teeth and said, "Damn it. Hee. I'm just saying. I don't mean anything else. I really don't." Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately admitted defeat. His cowardice was so logical and natural. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, that very strange feeling rushed over him again like a tsunami. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body immediately stiffened. His eyes bulged and his legs almost instinctively clamped together. His whole body once again straightened in the chair and stopped moving. "Ha." Zhuo Xiaoyan was overjoyed when she saw this. She laughed for a long time. While laughing, she suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. Her right eyelid twitched violently and kept twitching. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know why this happened. Her face changed greatly. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but frown when he saw this. "Nina, what's wrong?" Zhuo Xiaoyan murmured, "I don't know what's going on. I suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. My heart felt uncomfortable. My right eyelid kept twitching. This has never happened before. This is telepathy?" Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly widened. "Xiaoduo," Zhuo Changlu shouted. "Hurry up and take a look at your sister Nian." For the entire day, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been fighting with the true Yuan Qi in his body almost all the time. It was so hard that he wanted to die. At this critical moment, the spirit Qi in his body surged endlessly. Xiaoduo pushed back wave after wave with great difficulty. What kind of feeling was that? It was as if a mountain-like tide was rushing towards a dam that was completely made up of loose sand. It couldn't stop the water. As long as it reached the dam would definitely collapse. What Zhuo had to do now was to push back all the tide. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. At this moment, when he heard Zhuo Chonglu's words, Zhuo turned his head with difficulty and said word by word, "Dad, it's okay. I read Sister Nian's face every morning." When he turned his head and saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's face, he was shocked by what he saw. Fuck! The black gas on Zhuo Xiaoyan's face had condensed into a shape. Her face was so ugly that it had never been seen before. Zhuo was shocked, and his state of mind suddenly changed. He pushed back the surging true yuan and stood up abruptly. "What's going on? Where did this murderous aura come from?" Zhuo Xiaoyan said blankly. "Murderous aura? Me? It's not you." Zhuo said flatly. "It should be the people closest to you. But the people closest to you are all here." Zhuo turned his head to look at Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding and found that the two were fine. They were still as peaceful as ever. He rushed to the mirror to look at his face and was shocked to find that his face was exactly the same as Zhuo Xiaoyan's. The black gas had almost condensed into a solid form. This was clearly a sign that a disaster was about to befall one's loved ones. But all of his loved ones were here. Then, who else could it be? Zhuo Xiao's brain was working to the extreme at this moment. He immediately listed out the candidates. Hu Ruiyun, Qin Fangyang, and He Yuanyue. One of the three must be in trouble. Something big must happen. And the closest person to Zhuo Xiaoyan, besides her family, could only be Mu Yanyan. But if they were in trouble at the same time, Hu Ruiyun's cultivation was obviously far from the level of being in trouble together with Mu Yanyan. Then there was only one person left. Qin Fangyang. In just 1 second, Zhuo Xiaoduo figured out. It's Teacher Qin and Teacher Mu who are in trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan. "Didn't you inform Teacher Mu?" The white tiger evil spirit came from the southeast. "How could something happen?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was flustered. "You've already informed them. You've really informed them." I could hear the sadness and panic in Master's voice at that time. That kind of helplessness was real. He must have realized something. How could? No. So Xiaoduo immediately called Qin Fangyang. But the number was dialed, but there was no signal. Zhuo Xiaoyan also immediately called Mu Yanyan. But no matter the new number or the original number, she couldn't get through. "I'll go out and take a look." "Stop. You're not allowed to go." Zhuo Xiaoduo roared. The situation now is that both of them are in danger. Even they can't deal with the crisis. With your cultivation, you'll just die if you go. You won't be of any help. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast. How could this happen? How could such a crisis suddenly happen? That's completely impossible. There were no signs at all. I just separated from Teacher Qin yesterday. Even if it was an emergency, I should have seen some clues. How could I not see it at all? Could it be that this emergency involves someone who is far beyond the scope of my ability to read faces? But such a person. Where in Phoenix City can there be such a person? Who else? Whose cultivation is much higher than Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin's? And who is in Phoenix City? Then now, the only thing I can do is to ask for help. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like an ant on a hot pan. He hurriedly called He Yuanyue. The only master he could think of now was Sister Lan, who was by He Yuanyue's side, who could help. Chapter 204. Grandma He, is Grandma Lan here? Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was extremely urgent. She's not here. She went out with Qin Fangyang to do something. He Yuanyue heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's tone and immediately responded, giving him more detailed information. It's over. Since Sister Lan was with Qin Fangyang, it was certain that he couldn't get through to her phone. He Yuanyue asked anxiously, "What's the matter? The situation is very wrong now." "No, it's extremely dangerous." Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, "What are they doing?" He Yuanyue straightened up in shock. "What are they doing? You don't know? Should I know?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was also shocked. "No one came to you today?" He Yuanyue's voice changed. "No." Zhuo Xiaoduo asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Why did it change so much? If you don't know what's going on, why did you call me? I saw Sister Yin Yin's face just now. Suddenly, a black aura rushed to my head. The people closest to my master are about to die. So, He Yuanyue hung up and fell to the ground silently. It's over. He Yuanyue struggled to stand up, but fell to the ground with a thud. Tears flowed out of her eyes. It's over. If Sister Lan, Teacher Qin, Teacher Mu, and the others are working together and their lives are in danger at the same time. Zhua Xiaoduo's expression was extremely serious. Then in Phoenix City, who else can help? There's no one else. Zhua Xiaoyin's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. Then what should we do? Zhua Xiaoduo pulled his hair. But now, we don't know anything. The worst thing is, we don't have anyone to help us. For the first time, Zhua Xiaoduo felt powerless. Previously, even when they were attacked by the Umno Alliance, Zhua Xiaoyin still came to their rescue. Even in the face of Mu Yunfeng's assassination, he still had Qin Fangyang's help. But now, a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared. He was truly powerless. Manpower. Zhua Changlu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, there is. The siblings turned to look at Zhua Changlu at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhua Changlu didn't say anything. He walked into the study and wrote a note. Xiaoyan, hurry up and find your blacksmith Uncle Wu as fast as you can. Give this note to him and ask him to come to the rescue immediately. Uncle Wu? He. Yes, it's him. Go quickly. All right. The Zhua Xiaoyan didn't hesitate. She grabbed the note and turned into a cold white light flying out of the window. Although Zhua Xiaoyan did not know what the Uncle Wu that her father mentioned was useful or not, at this moment, she could only try her best. Go home as soon as you deliver the note. Zhua Xiaoduo ran to the window and yelled, That's not a place you can go. Outside the window, the wind was whistling and the rain was drizzling. The world was damp. He didn't know if Zhua Xiaoyan heard him, but she was already far away. In the distance, there was already a tremor. It seemed that masters had begun to fight. Dad, Uncle Wu, can he do it? Zhua Xiaoduo asked worriedly as he looked at the drizzle outside the window with a focused gaze. If your Uncle Wu can come in time, he can turn the situation around. Zhua Changlu sighed softly. I'm just afraid. He can't come in time. When masters fight, life and death are decided in an instant. Even if it's just a second, it's enough to decide life and death thousands of times. If he can't help in time, no matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. Zhua Xiaoduo frowned and thought, I can see the fortune and misfortune of people, but why can't I see it this time? I clearly saw Teacher Qin this morning. Zhua Changlu couldn't answer Zhua Xiaoduo's question, because he didn't know anything about this line of work. This matter is too strange. It's unbelievable and inexplicable. On the other side, in the Jiu restaurant, Jiang Zhongbin was still drinking with Shang Qingyan. At this moment, 4 bottles of drunk plum blossom had been emptied. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little hazy. At this moment, someone's voice came from outside. Where's the boss? Prepare 2 dishes and drink some wine. It feels good to drink some wine in the drizzle. The person who spoke had a strong voice and was full of vitality. Shang Qingyun's eyes, which had always been indifferent, flickered. The boss's voice sounded. I'm sorry, boss. The restaurant is closed today. Closed? Why are you opening the door if you're closed? Aren't there people eating here? Why? Are you afraid we don't have money? No, it's really not. Today, our restaurant has been booked by the boss inside. Booked? How fucking unlucky. How can there be such a lousy restaurant in such a lousy place? The people outside started cursing. Where did this poor bastard come from? How dare he learn how to book a restaurant? If he has money, he should go to the city center and book a big hotel. What kind of rich person is he to book a small restaurant? Even if he wants to show off, he shouldn't do it like this. He should be pretending to be an idiot, right? How was this pretending to be an idiot? He's just an idiot. How fucking unlucky. What's wrong with the world now? Strange things happen every time we go out. This idiot came to this place to book a restaurant. We just want to have a meal, and we have to encounter such a strange thing. This is fucking doggone. The people outside scolded more and more harshly. The boss's voice was persuading them. Big brother, Big brother. Keep your voice down. The person inside is a big shot. Fuck him. A big shot? He's a big shot just because he booked a restaurant? That voice walked in while cursing. I want to see what kind of big shot he is today. He came to the middle of nowhere to book a restaurant. Who has such a high status to be a big shot in the eyes of the boss of a small restaurant? The footsteps were actually coming towards the room. Jiang Zhongbin's face was full of anger and murderous intent. He muttered, "Where did these two idiots come from? How dare they disturb my mood?" Shang Qingyun's thin face didn't change. She quietly placed her fingers on the table. With a bang, the door was pushed open. "Who is it? How can you be so thick-skinned?" A tall, thin man appeared at the door with a face full of hostility. "Is it fun to book a restaurant here? If you're so rich, why don't you go to the Arctic Snow Mountain and book a restaurant for fun?" Jiang Zhongbin slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "Bastard, can't you see that there's someone in the room? Is this your upbringing? Don't you know basic manners?" He. The thin man sneered. "I've never shown any restraint to people who want to show off when they have no money. Fatty, you're the one who booked the restaurant? Come. I'll teach you what it means to book a restaurant. I'll give you a chance to show what restraint is." Jiang Zhongbin roared angrily, "Bastard." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed over like a whirlwind. He raised his hand and slapped the thin man's face. The thin man raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Zhongbin's hand. He said contemptuously, "Just this strength? You actually dare to book a restaurant? Big shot. Ha! Go play somewhere else." With a shake of his hand, he actually threw Jiang Zhongbin's entire body out. He used a lot of strength. Before Jiang Zhongbin could stop cursing, he was already thrown into the rain. He didn't know how far he flew. Shang Qingyun raised her head indifferently and stood up slowly. She looked at the thin man in front of the door and said indifferently, "Sir, you've gone too far. Fuck you, old bastard. You can't be a good person as a guest." "Why? Pretending to be calm in front of me?" The thin man laughed loudly. "You're not fucking qualified." Shang Qingyun smiled faintly and moved her neck. She said indifferently, "It seems that you want to fight? Come, old thing. I'll let you see what it means to fight." The thin man suddenly rushed up like a whirlwind and slapped repeatedly. Yes, it was slapping repeatedly. In an instant, there were at least hundreds of slaps. Looking at this posture, he wanted to slap Shang Qingyun until she fainted. Shang Qingyun snorted. Starlight flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand, and a bamboo chopstick had already pierced through the thin man's palm. Blood dripped out. She completely ignored the palm shadows in the sky and directly pierced through with the chopstick. The thin man didn't care about this change. He was shocked and somersaulted out. He shouted sternly, "It's hard to deal with." Looking at the bamboo chopstick that pierced through his palm, his eyes were already dignified to the extreme. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. This thin man, Yang Yu, was at the intermediate level of cloud transformation. His strength was above Qin Fanyang, Mu Yanyan, and Sister Lan. His hand had almost been cultivated to the point of being indestructible. Even if an expert of the same level fought with his weapon, his bare hand could still withstand the opponent's weapon. But now, it was pierced through by a bamboo chopstick. If he didn't experience it himself, he would only think of this as a big joke. But now there was only a big shock. What was this Shang Qingyun's cultivation? How could it be so sharp? At this moment, out in the night sky, there was suddenly a flash of brilliance. A dazzling sword light came in a trance. It was unimaginably fast and indescribably gorgeous. It was like the sun had suddenly appeared, and with unparalleled power, it rushed at an extremely fast speed. Its target was Shang Qingyun. In just a flash, it was already in front of Shang Qingyun. Qin Fanyang masked attacked. Body and sword as one. Shang Qingyun's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. She opened and closed her skinny palm and slapped out horizontally. With a muffled boom, Shang Qingyun's body swayed. But with a muffled groan, Qin Fanyang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The sword in his hand directly broke into 17 or 18 pieces. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, and he almost spat it out. Qin Fanyang's heart was already filled with a huge shock. What kind of person was Jiang Zhongbin going to deal with this time? Chapter 205. Qin Fangyang had used all his strength to test the waters, and the other party had only casually slapped out with his palm, causing the sword to be destroyed and the person to be injured. This kind of cultivation was absolutely earth-shattering and shocking. At the right moment, sword and knife light, all kinds of lights flashed. The entire restaurant flew up into the air with a loud boom. More than 10 rays of light that were faster and sharper than lightning came from all directions, from the sky and on the ground, attacking at the same time, aiming at Shang Qingyun. Facing such a lineup, even Shang Qingyun couldn't help but be shocked. So many people? Could it be a premeditated attack? But it didn't seem like it. Shang Qingyun took a deep breath. Just as she was about to make a move to deal with the enemy, her expression suddenly changed. She raised her thin head and looked in the direction where Jiang Zhongbin had flown out in bewilderment. His gaze immediately turned into extreme hatred. At this moment, when he breathed in, he actually felt that the inner yuan qi in his body that was like the waves of the sea had slowed down. The sea was still turbulent, but it was sealed with a layer of ice. He couldn't rush out. An inexplicable force had blocked the energy in his dantian. Poison. The only explanation for such a situation was that it was poisonous. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible. Shang Qingyun's gaze suddenly became extremely furious. So all of this was a trap, a killing trap. And also at this moment, the weapons of the 12 people attacked his body at the same time. Shang Qingyun shouted angrily, his face instantly becoming incomparably malevolent as he shouted, "Jiang Zhongbin!" His voice was like thunder, exploding suddenly. The 12 people who attacked felt pain in their ears, but were glad that they had succeeded. The attacks from 12 different directions were already close to him. Even if the other party had the ability to pierce through heaven and earth, there was no way he could avoid it. But they were wrong. Shang Qingyun's entire body, at the moment when their attacks were about to reach him, a large amount of inner yuan qi, like clouds, appeared all over his body. With a boom, it exploded in all directions. This scene was like a super bomb that had suddenly exploded on the spot. An unprecedented tyrannical force was pushed out in all directions from the center point. The 12 of them simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their eyes due to the shock wave. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Their hair and robes fluttered in the air at the same time. However, the 12 experts did not care. The weapons in their hands stabbed forward with all their might. They had already made contact with Shang Qingyun's body, and the tips of their weapons had already pierced into her skin. However, that was it. No matter how hard the 12 experts tried, they couldn't push the tip of the weapon forward by even a millimeter. Shang Qingyun raised his head and roared furiously. His entire body was suffused with a strange blue luster. His beard and hair stood on end as he roared furiously. Jiang, Gro, Bin. The 13 of them fell into a strange stalemate. The 12 of them hovered in the air, maintaining the state of being one with the sword. The person in the center seemed to be glowing from head to toe. He raised his head to the sky and roared. White and blue light constantly burst out from his body, resisting the attacks of the 12 people. The 12 experts joined forces and went all out, but they couldn't pierce the target's body with their weapons. As the stalemate continued, more and more blue light emerged from Shang Qingyun's body. Her aura also became stronger and stronger. This is Zhu Wu's golden body technique. Among the 12, Han Song, who had the highest cultivation, shouted, "Qin Fangyang, quickly take action. We must break this stalemate as soon as possible. The golden body technique has sealed everything. We can't get away. Once the poison is forced out by Shang Qingyun, we will." Needless to say, the sword light that was sent flying earlier once again shone in the dark and rainy night. Although Qin Fangyang's sword was useless, he used the most extreme form of inner yuan to form a sword. Using the momentum of no return, the distance of 1,000 feet could be said to be non-existent. Swoosh! Shang Qingyun opened her arms and raised her head to the sky. Her feet were in the shape of the Chinese character. Her chest was exposed. At this moment, she was using all her strength to force out the poison, and using the golden body technique to restrain the 12 experts. She couldn't move at all. Qin Fangyang's sword, with a resolute attitude, used all his strength and ruthlessly stabbed into Shang Qingyun's chest. With a poof, even the tip of the sword went deep into her chest. Explode. Qin Fangyang roared and was about to flip out. The entire sword of Inner Yuan exploded in Shang Qingyun's chest. Shang Qingyun let out a loud cry. She no longer cared about the Jinshanda Fa and desperately threw a palm strike down on Qin Fangyang's body like lightning. Qin Fangyang used his injured body to forcefully destroy his lifetime's power and condensed all of his Zhen Yuan Qi into a Zhen Yuan sword. After the success of this sword strike, his body was already exhausted. His body, which was about to flip over, was hit directly by Shang Qingyun's palm strike. It was a loud bang. Qin Fangyang immediately let out a muffled groan, and the bones in his body crackled. It was clear that many of them were broken. His entire body flew out like a tattered rag doll and disappeared in the night sky in a flash. Only the blood mist spurting out of Qin Fangyang's body was left in the air. His whereabouts were unknown, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At the same time, at the moment when the sword of Inner Yuan exploded, the 12 people attacking her all roared together. Kill! All their cultivation surged at the same time, suddenly exploding. The 12 divine weapons, maintaining their initial momentum, pierced into Shang Qingyun's body from different directions. Blood splattered. Shang Qingyun screamed miserably. Her last breath of blue gas was about to be spat out, but in the end, it was stuck in her neck, causing her entire neck to turn blue. Damn it! Shang Qingyun's body flashed with a golden light. Her body was as hard as steel. She suddenly locked all the weapons that pierced her body with her own body and spun like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, she turned into a huge whirlpool. Han Song once again warned, "Withdraw." Unfortunately, it was too late. Other than General Sun Bai, who had rich battle experience and was most sensitive to life and death situations, the Yunhua cultivators Han Song and Yang Yu had the highest cultivation and could pull out their long swords in time. Sister Lan also pulled out her weapon and brought Mu Yinyan out. The other people who participated in the attack all followed Shang Qingyun's body and turned. The weapons in their hands were all neatly broken into pieces in Shang Qingyun's body. A strong suction force came. It was as if Shang Qingyun had turned into a huge black hole at this moment. The rest of the people couldn't help but lean forward. Die. Shang Qingyun's eyes were like smoke black holes. Smoke lingered around her. Her two hands grabbed out like a whirlwind with the power of lightning. Poof! The long swords of the two Phoenix City Star Shield Masters had just been broken. They couldn't help but lean forward. They couldn't stop themselves. The first one to bear the brunt of Shang Qingyun's two hands was caught on the head in despair. He didn't even have time to scream. With two bangs, the brain juice burst out. Shang Qingyun's hands didn't stop. She directly grabbed and crushed all the flesh. The primordial spirit had just been condensed. It was completely too late to escape. It was already caught by Shang Qingyun in her hands. As she rubbed her palms together, a strange and inexplicable scream sounded. The primordial spirit turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. His body and spirit were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. 3 out of the 13 masters on her side were instantly reduced. Qin Fangyang was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 2 nascent soul masters of Star Shield were dead. The cultivation of these 2 people was at the bottom of all the people, but no matter what, they were real nascent soul cultivators. No one thought that they would be killed in an instant when they had a great advantage. Sister Lan and Mu Yinyan suddenly retreated 10 meters. Their faces were as pale as paper. Mu Yinyan's 4 fellow apprentices, however, groaned together. Like the 2 Star Shield Masters, their weapons were broken. With a broken life weapon, at this moment, their chests were as uncomfortable as rivers and seas, and they almost vomited blood. Mr. Chiu and General Sun Bai occupied the other side. General Sun Bai's blade was still dripping with blood, while Mr. Chiu only had a broken sword in his hand. His face was ashen. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were in the opposite position, were gloomy to the extreme. The shock in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. At this moment, there was only one impulse in their hearts: catch Jiang Zhongbin and beat him up. What kind of information was this? The strength of the Umno Alliance master in front of them was beyond their expectations. Not only had he reached the cloud transformation level, but he was also at the advanced stage of the cloud transformation level, close to the peak of the cloud transformation level. If it weren't for the opponent being unprepared and being poisoned before the battle, they wouldn't have been able to fight this battle. Even now, even though the opponent had been poisoned and had more than a dozen holes in his body, the situation was still not optimistic. On the other side, General Sun Bai spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face was distorted, and he hated his brother, who was the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. It's been 20 years since I finally returned home to visit my family, and you fucking gave me a job that I'm going to die for. I rarely encountered such a super master in the Sun and Moon Pass. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my turn to deal with him. You, Sun Feng Ho, are really my brother. You are my brother. You actually found such a person in the rear and asked me to deal with an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator. Who the fuck would believe you? In the blink of an eye, an advanced stage nascent soul cultivator became an advanced stage cloud transformation cultivator. Do you think our mother gave birth to too many of us? Or are you afraid that I will fight for your inheritance of the 2 bungalows and the courtyard? If I can go back alive this time, if I can't beat the shit out of you, I won't let you off. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Qingyun's face was ferocious. He walked out step by step. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With every step, he pulled out a section of the broken sword and saber from his body and threw them on the ground. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. After 7 steps, the 7 pieces of broken weapons that had pierced through his body were all taken out and thrown on the ground. As far as the eye could see, his body was still bleeding. But this time, the bleeding only lasted for a moment. Countless wounds began to shrink and heal automatically. Chapter 206. Even the large hole in his chest caused by Qin Fangyang's Zhen Yuan sword also showed signs of healing. Strands of silver-white sword qi, which was the sword qi of Qin Fangyang's lifetime of cultivation, were forced out by him bit by bit. They danced around him for a moment before falling down powerlessly. But his neck still had a strange blue luster. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Zhongbin. Shang Qingyun's voice was laced with bone-deep hatred. There was only one person Shang Qingyun hated the most at this moment. Jiang Zhongbin. This bastard, his acting is so damn good. He had always prided himself on being a cautious person. Today's sudden invitation had made him somewhat suspicious. But this bastard's acting was natural and smooth. Every joke he made was witty and witty. Every time he spoke to him, his words were from the bottom of his heart. His expression was sincere, and he confided in him. His true feelings were revealed. In the end, he really did not suspect this brat at all. But when he arrived, he still could not figure out when he was poisoned. This was simply unforgivable. Jiang Zhongbin's body appeared in the distance, trembling. Are you done yet? Fuck, you're still alive? His eyes widened to the size of goose eggs. How could he still be alive? Shang Qingyun looked at him coldly. Speak. When did you poison me? When did I poison you? Jiang Zhongbin laughed. Brother Shang, you can't accuse me wrongly. This little brother is completely sincere to you. Fuck your mother. Shang Qingyun let out a long cry. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Zhongbin, do you think you can get away with it? Let me tell you, none of the people who came tonight should think of leaving alive. Jiang Zhongbin rolled his eyes. What are you so arrogant for? You've been poisoned with Vanishing Cloud. How long can you last? Look at your blue neck. Blue eyes. Are you a blue-necked cobra? When they heard that it was Vanishing Cloud, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. This dispersing cloud powder was a famous poison. As the name implied, this thing was a poison specifically targeted at cloud transformation experts. After the target consumed it, their entire body would turn blue and their meridians would show signs of intermittent blockages. What's more, this kind of poison would slowly eat away at a cloud transformation realm expert's true yuan qi. Once struck, it would be extremely hard to get rid of. It was no wonder that Shang Qingyun did not dodge at the beginning, but instead used Zhu Wu's golden body. Because at that time, he couldn't move. He immediately sensed the threat of this poison and chose to expel it with all his strength. Cloud vanishing powder combined with plum blossom intoxication. All you need to do is add a drop of orchid fragrance liquid, and it will be colorless, odorless, and formless. Jiang Zhongbin laughed maniacally. Brother Shang, my brother Shang, how do you feel now? Despicable scum. Shang Qingyun's snake-like eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Zhongbin. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly lunged forward. Die. Shang Qingyun's voice was hoarse. Han Song and Yang Yu, who were directly opposite her, flew up to meet her. At about the same time, Teacher Qiu, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, Mu Yinyan, and Mu Yinyan's 4 fellow apprentices all surrounded her and attacked again. 10 people, each using their full strength, firmly entangled Shang Qingyun. For a moment, sword light flashed, flowing with brilliant colors. In the night sky, in the curtain of rain, Shang Qingyun, who was surrounded in the center, was like a large ball. Her whole body flashed with brilliant colors, constantly moving. East, west, north, south. However, the battle situation was as Han Song and Yang Yu had predicted. It was still not optimistic. The 10 experts were almost led by the nose by Shang Qingyun alone. Her body flashed continuously, and at one moment, there were several shadows of Shang Qingyun, twisting and turning in the battle. Wherever she went, she was swept away by the wind. With a bang, Shang Qingyun fiercely punched the blade of Sun Baijiang's sword. The long sword buzzed, and she almost hurt herself. Sun Baijiang retreated 7 steps. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the moment he spat out the blood, he immediately rushed up. Sun Baijiang was a person who came from the military. He had rich combat experience, and he was the leader of the people present. He was very clear that Shang Qingyun, at this moment, completely disregarded the consumption of her strength and used the greatest strength she could muster to repel him. Then, she must have a big plan. Once there was a flaw on his side, it would only put the others in danger. Therefore, he couldn't care less about the unbearable feeling in his chest as he fearlessly rushed forward. There was no way he could give them this opportunity. Shang Qingyun's palm continuously collided with the swords of Mu Yinyan, Sun Baijiang, Sister Lan, and Yang Song. She tried her best to fight for a little Shao space. Then, a hand suddenly stretched out and suddenly became a dozen meters long, grabbing at Teacher Qiu like lightning. Teacher Qiu saw the ferocious attack and hurriedly turned sideways, finally avoiding the vital part of his head. But the hand did not change its direction and continued to fall. With a crack, Teacher Qiu cried out miserably. Half of his shoulder and arm had been grabbed by that hand and fell off from his body as if he had been chopped by a knife. The others quickly came to help, but it was a pity that they did not have time to do anything to this hand. They saw the hand suddenly retract. This small gap caused Teacher Qiu to be seriously injured on the spot. The side of his shoulder that was hit was completely gone, and there was a strange white light surging on the wound, preventing it from healing. From the broken part, one could even see the internal organs constantly moving. Teacher Qiu took a dozen steps back and leaned against a big tree beside him. His face was pale, and he kept taking out pills and putting them into his mouth. Out on the other side, there were continuous banging sounds, and the tyrannical strength kept sweeping in all directions. The rumbling sounds were endless, and the few remaining houses around the Jiu shop also collapsed. But the two sides seemed to have teleported, and the moment the houses collapsed, they had collectively moved out. Bang! The 2 big persimmon trees at the entrance of the shop were directly broken at the waist, and the two huge treetops flew straight into the air. Jiang Zhongbin. Han Song felt that the situation was getting worse and worse, and shouted, "Go! Go as far as you can." Jiang Zhongbin, who was 1,000 feet away, heard the shout and ran away, without saying anything. "I've always been obedient in this matter. Where do you think you're going?" Shang Qingyan hated him to the bone and would not let him escape. She took a palm from Mu Yinyin and a sword from Sister Lan, and flew up, chasing after Jiang Zhongbin. For a moment, her whole body was like a rainbow, and with blood dripping, she cut a fog-like path in the rain, chasing after Jiang Zhongbin. Han Song and Yang Yu simultaneously used the body and sword as one technique, and flew up to intercept her. As an Origin Core master, Jiang Zhongbin's speed was naturally not slow when he used his full strength. In a moment, he was already 1,000 feet away, but Shang Qingyun's speed was even faster and was getting faster and faster. Behind her, Mu Yinyin shouted and threw out her long sword, which turned into a stream of light and flew towards Shang Qingyun's back. Shang Qingyun's left foot suddenly bent and blocked. With a clang, Mu Yinyin's long sword flew back like a windmill. But because of this, Shang Qingyun's speed slowed down a little. It was also because of this slight difference that Han Song and Yang Yu used the body and sword as one technique to catch up and made Shang Qingyun's speed slower and slower. At the same time, Jiang Zhongbin, who had escaped, had completely blended into the night, and his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the person she hated the most escape, Shang Qingyun roared and punched and kicked, and her attacks were even more powerful than before. With a bang, Shang Qingyun's fist hit the blade of Yang Yu's sword, and the long sword involuntarily moved to the side. Yang Yu hurriedly tried to control it, but found that the long sword suddenly became extremely hot, and it was difficult for him to control it. "This is Zhu Wu's Burning Sky technique?" Yang Yu shouted. "Be careful, this guy knows the Burning Sky technique." Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Zhu Wu's Golden Body technique. What was Shang Qingyun's identity in the Umno Alliance? How could she know so many secret techniques? Bang, bang, bang. Shang Qingyun threw another 3 punches and forced the 3 of them back. Rolling heat waves filled the air, and their mouths and noses froze. In this short period of time, Shang Qingyun flew up again with a soaring heat wave. This time, she was even faster and flew in the direction Jiang Zhongbin had left. In the sky, I'll chase you to the numinous sky hall. In the sea, I'll chase you to the crystal palace. Shang Qingyun roared at the sky, his hair and beard fluttering. In the ground, I'll chase you to the 18th level of Sun Luo. Even if I become a wizard, I'll chase you to Sir Zhu Wu and kill you. Jiang Zhongbin, you must die. The hatred in his heart had reached its peak. He had concealed his identity for so many years just to wait here for his grand plan. In order to achieve his goal, he had even sacrificed 400,000 wolf bandits. Such a huge price, and for so many years without any action at all, had been destroyed by this fatty all of a sudden. The destruction came without any warning. It was so sudden that even now, Shang Qingyun could not figure out how she had been exposed. How did Jiang Zhongbin find out? This did not make any sense at all. Jiang Zhongbin's escape route could be said to be in a panic. He knew that under the guidance of the aura, he could only be safe if he ran out of the range of the aura's guidance. Just now, when he had narrowly escaped, he had exploded with extreme speed and fled for his life. Unfortunately, the sharp aura behind him was still like a maggot attached to a bone, chasing after him relentlessly. He could not stop at all. Why is it so difficult to deal with? Jiang Zhongbin fled forward with all his might. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. Below, these ruins, shouldn't it be a manor? But at this moment, Han Song's roar came from afar. Dodge quickly. Jiang Zhongbin did not have time to think. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body rolled continuously. He forcefully changed his direction and abruptly moved 2,000 meters to the side. This move could be considered as a floating version of rolling on the ground 18 times, but it had a miraculous effect. Almost at the instant he left, an extremely tyrannical ball of true essence white light with a tinge of greenish-black exploded behind him with a rumble. With a loud boom, everything in front of him was changed beyond recognition under this blow. Although Jiang Zhongbin avoided the direct attack, he was still affected by the aftershocks. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood rushed up. His body was sent flying by the air wave, and he was no longer conscious. In the ruins below were the former Long family manor. The old site of the Long manor was completely turned into dust under this blow from Shang Qingyan. The ruins that covered dozens of acres instantly turned into a deep pit close to 100 acres that this blow from Shang Qingyan had obviously used a great deal of energy. His deep hatred for Jiang Zhongbin was obvious. It was also because of this that after being caught by Han Song and the others, he was actually at a disadvantage for a time. He dodged left and right, but could not charge out. But after a short while, following another long roar, the battle situation changed again. Among the stars of the Milky Way, there is one. The stars of eternity, lend me your light. Shang Qingyun's entire body was radiant with starlight. He soared into the sky and roared at the sky 1,000 feet high. His body suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight, extremely magnificent. At the right time, a dazzling starlight left his body and directly reflected into the sky. Immediately, in the distant night sky, there was also a starlight that pierced through the rain and clouds and directly shone on Shang Qingyun's body. In an instant, Shang Qingyun's entire person, as if he was glowing, spun rapidly in the air. The starlight that suddenly arrived also spun with him, spinning with him. An enormous and indescribable life force abruptly spread out. The whole sky was filled with intoxicating vitality, full of intoxicating starlight. And into Shang Qingyun's body. Stop begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. I can't finish it tonight. Let's do it tomorrow. My stiff neck is so uncomfortable. Chapter 207. The moment the starlight shone on Shang Qingyun's body, the many wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blue light on his neck was fading rapidly. Even the vanishing cloud's poison was removed at the same time. This starlight was so powerful. It really is the Star Master? Han Song was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How can there be a Star Master here? This is clearly the Star Master's borrowing constellation technique that can only be used once in a lifetime. Han Song didn't believe Jiang Zhongbin's words about the possibility of it being the Star Master. How important was the Star Master's position? Why would he come to a small place like Phoenix City? But now, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The starlight was dazzling, and Shang Qingyun's body was still wrapped in starlight. He rushed down with unprecedented ferocity, his face ferocious, his long hair flying. As he pounced down, the surrounding trees on the ground all bent down neatly in all directions. He suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yu and shouted, "Kill!" Yang Yu was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the tip of a sword had pierced through his heart. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi burst out from his heart. With a boom, a fist-sized, transparent hole exploded in his heart. Yang Yu roared to the sky and turned into a white mist, just like Shang Qingyun before. The white mist formed a human figure again, but Yang Yu's face was as white as paper. His body was on the verge of collapse, and there was a completely transparent hole in his chest. Inside, there was no longer a heart. This sudden and extremely sinister sword strike instantly severed all of Yang Yu's life force. A cloud transformation realm expert, he was completely unprepared for his comrade, who had been fighting side by side with him, to give him a fatal blow at this critical moment. Behind him, the person who delivered the fatal blow had a cold expression. Second senior brother, Mu Yinyan screamed miserably. "Why is it you?" The other senior brothers were also in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The person who launched the sneak attack behind Yang Yu was Mu Yinyan's second senior brother, Duan Tianyu. Duan Tianyu asked indifferently, "Why not me?" Yang Yu staggered and clutched his chest, his face pale. "Why?" "No reason," Duan Tianyu said indifferently. "The one before you is my master. You wanted to kill my master, so why wouldn't I kill all of you?" Shang Qingyun, who was in the air, laughed loudly. "Tonight, none of you will leave." Han Song roared, "Brother Yang, leave immediately." If he could find a place to escape with his primordial spirit and start all over again, he would have a chance. There is still a chance. Yang Yu sneered. "I've been a tyrant all my life, but I was set up by a little bastard tonight. If I don't take revenge, what's the point even if my soul survives?" Mu Yinyan's eldest senior brother had a serious look in his eyes as he shouted, "Duan Tianyu, why are you doing this? How has the Dao sect wronged you?" Duan Tianyu chuckled coldly. "You're just a Bai Yin who climbed up the ranks based on your looks. Why do you have to ask me why? Die, you scoundrel." An afterimage flashed by, and Yang Yu had already charged toward Duan Tianyu. He was so fast that even Han Song couldn't react in time. Yang Yu didn't give the Dao sect people a chance to speak. They were already mortal enemies, so why ask why? It was completely meaningless. Duan Tianyu only felt his vision darken. Yang Yu, who was clearly on the brink of death, was already in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Star-Lord!" He flew up with all his might toward Shang Qingyun in the air. Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air, but didn't move at all. Duan Tianyu rushed up, but he was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, while Yang Yu was a true cloud transformation cultivator. The two of them had no chance of fighting one-on-one. Duan Tianyu only felt a chill in his chest. While he was in the air, Yang Yu's hand had already grabbed his heart out. Following that, his dantian was also crushed and destroyed. A wisp of his primordial spirit had just rushed out, but before it could form in the air, it was already caught by Yang Yu and stuffed into his mouth. He laughed sinisterly. "Little bastard, do you think you can still live?" Duan Tianyu's primordial spirit was destroyed. Yang Yu roared at the sky, his voice filled with determination. He turned to look at Shang Qingyun. "Why didn't you save your subordinate?" Throughout the entire process, Shang Qingyun only sneered in the air and didn't do anything at all, allowing this subordinate who had just helped him a great deal to be killed just like that. Colluding with others to attack the Star-Lord is an unforgivable crime. "Even if you didn't kill him, I would have killed him," Yang Yu said indifferently. "But before you used the Constellation Life borrowing technique, he didn't know you were the Star-Lord. It's only right that he attacked you together. He's already dead. Do you expect me to reason with him?" Shang Qingyun said indifferently. "Your physical body is already decaying, but you're talking to me and using this time to lock onto me? Yang Yu, I know very well what you're trying to do. Let's see if you can succeed. With the Constellation Life borrowing technique, I'm immortal." Shang Qingyun laughed. "Brother Yang, leave immediately. There's still a chance." Han Song looked up at Yang Yu in the air and said tearfully, Brother, you've already taken your revenge. Hurry and leave." Yang Yu turned around in the air, a reluctant smile on his face. "If I leave, all of you will really be dead. Brother, take care." He took one last look at his brother, then suddenly turned and roared at the sky. "Star-Lord, come. Let's go to the underworld hand in hand." Han Song suddenly burst into tears. The others also understood in their hearts. Shang Qingyun was now in perfect condition with the help of the Constellation Life borrowing technique. Their strength was really no match for him. Yang Yu wanted to use his last hope to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Yang Yu roared, and his entire body suddenly swelled like a balloon. He shot up into the sky like lightning and tangled with Shang Qingyun. Yang Yu, on the other hand, burned his own life essence spirit origin, turning everything he had into power. Even with Shang Qingyun's current speed and power, he still couldn't avoid him. With a loud roar, Shang Qingyun was actually hugged by Yang Yu. In the sky, Shang Qingyun cursed and hit Yang Yu hundreds of times consecutively. Yang Yu didn't dodge, only laughing loudly. "Let's go. With a loud boom, Yang Yu's body suddenly exploded in the air. The unprecedentedly violent explosion instantly blew away the dark clouds in the sky. The clear sky for more than 100 miles revealed the clear night sky. In the air, Shang Qingyun's body was like a broken sack. He kept rolling in the air, roaring and yelling, but blood was flowing freely from all parts of his body. Even half of his neck was blown off. His chest, abdomen, limbs, shoulders, and even his head were all bleeding. But that beam of starlight that descended from the starry sky was still circling above his head, and a steady stream of power was still flowing into his body. All the injuries were rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the constellation life borrowing technique was actually so shocking. "You self-destructed. Can you do anything to me?" Shang Qingyun shouted crazily. "As an expert, I'll fulfill your last heroic sacrifice on your last journey." "So what?" "Bullshit. At such a close distance, under the lock of the self-destruction of the origin of life, do you think you can escape? Stop pretending to be a hero. Go." Han Song's face was full of tears and his eyes were bloodshot. "We can't let him recover. We can't let him recover. If he recovers, Yang Yu's sacrifice will be in vain." Before he finished speaking, he roared and flew up with his sword. Mu Yanyan and the others also rushed up with red eyes. In the distance, sword light flashed. Qin Fangyang dragged his broken body over. Not only Qin Fangyang, but even Teacher Chiu also dragged his body that was missing half and joined the battle. Everyone knew that if they didn't kill the Star Lord, everyone present would die. Yang Yu's self-detonation was the last chance and the only chance. Qin Fangyang, Mr. Chiu, Sun Baijiang, Han Song, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, and Mu Yanyan's 3 senior brothers all rushed into the sky. Swords and sabers, fists and feet, all at the same time. At this moment, the 9 experts were all risking their lives and doing their best. In the sky, Shang Qingyun let out a long howl. His cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than anyone present here. But just now, Yang Yu's self-detonation had directly taken away half of his life. Even if he had the support of the constellation life borrowing technique to save his life, his combat strength was inevitably greatly reduced. Therefore, at this moment, under the siege of the 9 experts, he could only be beaten up and had no strength to fight back at all. But his vitality was really strong, and he was constantly injected with vitality by the starlight in the sky. As the battle continued, the more the 9 experts fought, the colder their hearts became. This was because Shang Qingyun was clearly constantly injured, but his body instead showed a kind of situation where it was slowly recovering. The sky was full of blood, almost all of which was Shang Qingyun's blood, but his body, under the illumination of the starlight, was becoming more and more complete. Gradually, he could even fight back. Then, his counterattacks became more and more powerful. Every punch and palm strike was as if it could split open a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Fangyang and Mr. Chiu were hit in the chest and immediately fell from the sky with blood spurting out. The 2 of them were already seriously injured, and their physical strength was almost exhausted under the continuous fierce attacks. They were holding on with their last breath, and after being hit by the sudden counterattack, they were powerless and directly fell to the ground. The 2 of them leaned on each other on the ground, gasping for breath and trying their best to recover their physical strength. The 2 of them could not even fly, let alone fight. As long as Shang Qingyun found a gap, he would kill them with a raise of his hand, and there was no chance of luck. In the sky, the 7 people led by Han Song were circling around Shang Qingyun in a great battle. Everyone's hair was disheveled, and they were all in a sorry state. Even Sister Lan, who was always calm, was in a sorry state at this moment. Her face was pale. After a night of fighting, Sister Lan was also seriously injured and was close to the point where she could not continue. However, under the illumination of the starlight, Shang Qingyun was fighting more and more bravely. Chapter 208. Bang! Mu Yanyan's senior brother groaned miserably. Shang Qingyun's palm hit him in the chest. At least 7 or 8 of his bones were broken, and he fell down with blood spurting out of his mouth. Han Song's face was mournful. He blocked at least 70% of Shang Qingyun's attack by himself, but his eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This battle, they lost to the point where they couldn't lose again. The others were also spurting out blood. Shang Qingyun was still recovering bit by bit under the starlight. On the other hand, the people on his side could only continue to be weakened. Under this situation, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Below, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chiu's faces were heroic. They supported each other and stood up with difficulty, looking up at the battle in the sky. They could clearly feel it and see the situation. Tonight, if there were no accidents, they would definitely die. Shang Qingyun would definitely not let go of anyone here. But even if they died, they would die standing. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Fangyang said, "Teacher Chiu, it's nice to meet you. Unfortunately, it's a bit late." Teacher Chiu smiled faintly. "Qin Fangyang, my name is Chiu Yunshang. Don't forget it on the road to hell. People who don't remember their names will not be friends in the next life." Qin Fangyang laughed. As he laughed, blood spurted out of his mouth. "Chiu Yunshang, not bad, not bad, I'll remember it." Chiu Yunshang smiled faintly. "It's fine if I die. I only hate that I can't kill this demon. After you and I die, he will definitely stir up trouble in Phoenix City. I'm not satisfied." Qin Fangyang smiled and said absent-mindedly, "But in the future, his identity has been exposed, and he can't be as calm as before." That's true. The starlight was still circling and supporting Shang Qingyun. Shang Qingyun's face had even begun to regain its rosy color. The poison had already been removed by the starlight. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Seeing that victory was in sight, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. "You think you can take my life with just the likes of you?" Suddenly, he roared. The starlight on his body was unprecedentedly bright, shining in all directions. Under the illumination of the starlight, his entire body soared into the sky. "Watch my star transformation technique." Star transformation technique. Another Umno alliance technique. Han Song's face changed dramatically as he muttered, "Brother Yang, it turns out that we came together and left together. I'm sorry. I can't take care of your family for you." Countless rays of starlight rapidly condensed in Shang Qingyun's hands. He raised his head and roared, waving his hands. The vast starlight in his hands transformed into a brilliant dragon. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, their ferocity soaring to the sky. Even if everyone joined forces, they would not be able to resist such power. This devil had already recovered his full cultivation. Sister Lan, Mu Yingyin, Sun Baijiang, and the others saw that the situation had come to this, but they regained their composure instead. They all smiled and looked at each other. There was only calmness in their eyes. "We have known each other in this life, and we have no regrets in this life. Today, we will return together, and we will meet again in the next life. See you in the next life." Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that under this move, no one would be able to escape by luck. Down below, Qin Fangyang, who was barely holding on, laughed loudly. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that Qin Fangyang, would actually be able to leave first. It really makes me pleasantly surprised. Ha ha. Other than Sister Lan, no one knew what she meant. However, no one was in the mood to pursue this matter. There was a sharp sound of wind in the air. Shang Qingyun was like an overwhelming devil, descending from the sky with unprecedented power. "Go to hell." The starlight dragon whizzed down. At this moment, a very impatient voice said, "You called me here in such a hurry, just for this thing?" The voice was actually a little unhappy, as if it felt that it was a waste of talent. When everyone heard this voice in their despair, they were all stunned. What was this saying? The Umno Alliance's star Lord Shang Qingyun's strength was tyrannical, and with the support of the Constellation Life borrowing technique, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was not any weaker than the peak of the Huayan realm. Looking at the entire Phoenix City, he was absolutely unparalleled. How did this person become a thing? However, At the same time that this sentence was spoken, the starlight dragon that was raging in the sky and rushing down suddenly froze in the air. It could not move at all. Then they saw a big hammer break through the air and appear. Whoosh! The moment this big hammer appeared, it had already smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. This strike did not seem to be fast, and its power did not seem to be strong. Everyone could clearly see that this big hammer appeared in the air and then drew a semicircle arc in the air before smashing down on Shang Qingyun's head. Step by step, it was extremely clear. It looked as if even a child could easily dodge it. However, this hammer smashed down on Shang Qingyun's head solidly. Instantly, poof! Shang Qingyun still had a savage smile on his face, and it did not disappear at all. However, his head was immediately smashed, and his brain juice burst out like a big watermelon smashed in the air. Countless amounts of blood bloomed in the surroundings like a flourishing flower. Thousands of peach blossoms bloomed in the sky. However, the hammer did not stop there. It crushed down all the way, and Shang Qingyun's smiling face instantly turned into nothingness. His chest was smashed, his shoulders collapsed, and his spine was clearly broken down. His lower abdomen, dantian, thighs, the sledgehammer smashed all the way to the bottom of Shang Qingyun's feet like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. All in all, this hammer smashed the complacent Shang Qingyun from his head all the way to his feet. Not to mention his life, even his primordial spirit was smashed by the hammer. Shang Qingyun, who was still acting high and mighty just a moment ago, didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into smithereens by this sudden and miraculous hammer strike. When his corpse fell to the ground, there was only a thin layer of round meat pancake the size of a teacup cushion left behind. Patter! The meat pancake fell to the ground. At this moment, Han Song, Mu Yinyin, Qin Fangyang, Sun Baijiang, and the rest all opened their eyes wide and were collectively stunned. On the ground, Qin Fangyang and Teacher Chiu looked at the meat pancake that fell in front of them, and their 4 eyeballs almost flew out. This was Shang Qingyun? Damn, what was this situation? Why was it so mythical? And the big hammer that suddenly appeared, as if no one cared about it, also fell from the sky and fell into the soil. Han Song was shocked and hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Before he could finish his words, he heard the voice, "Go quickly! Get out of here quickly! The heavenly law's counterattack is coming." Before he finished speaking, the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. It was as if a person had suddenly been shocked, astonished, and stunned. Then, like a violent rage, with a whoosh, extremely thick dark clouds gathered rapidly from the distant horizon. With a whoosh, the entire process only took about a second, and the entire sky was filled with dark clouds that were as thick as a mountain. Han Song was shocked when he saw this. "Go quickly." He called everyone, pulled the injured, and fled outside as if their lives depended on it. It was also at this time that the dark clouds in the sky changed again, spinning rapidly, and immediately a huge eyeball appeared. The eyeball was dozens of miles in size. The big eyeball hung in the sky, looking down and back. After a while, all of its attention was focused on the big hammer on the ground. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up from the east to the west, connecting to the horizon, and concentrated in the dark clouds with a swoosh. In an instant, the entire dark cloud turned into a crystal ball that was filled with electricity. It was extremely resplendent. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down in unison. Every bolt of lightning was at least as thick as a water tank. It was really a real thunderbolt, real and not fake. Boom, boom, boom. Han Song, Mu Yinyin, Sister Lan, and the others had already flown thousands of feet away. Obviously, they were so far away, but they still felt dizzy and then fainted from the shock. Even Han Song, who had the highest cultivation among them, only lasted for 2 breaths before following in the footsteps of his companions. His eyes rolled back as he fainted on the ground. The earth rumbled and trembled. Everyone's unconscious bodies were bounced up and down from the ground from time to time. Fortunately, the target of all the lightning was only one, and that was the big hammer that killed Shang Qingyan. They focused on one point, and in the center of the lightning, there was a dazzling and blazing light. The big hammer was shining brightly, but under such bombardment, the head of the hammer did not move at all, and was not damaged at all. The sky was full of oppressive sounds, and purple thunderbolts came down like the Milky Way, endlessly. Looking from afar, the lightning connected the sky and the earth together. He couldn't even tell if the lightning was falling from the sky or surging from the ground. The senior that Han Song had mentioned, Wu Taijiang, was lying in a pit with a pale complexion. He didn't dare to move an inch. However, he was cursing Zhuo Zhonglu's entire family in his heart. Fuck, how could there be such a huge entanglement of karma? Fuck, how could a Star Master of the Shao Umno Alliance involve such a huge karma? The Tribulation Eye appeared. Now, the Heavenly Tao was directly attacking. Fuck. Fortunately, before I attacked, I had already cut off the Divine Soul connection with the natal hammer. Now, the hammer was equivalent to an ownerless object. Otherwise, looking at the intensity of the lightning and its relentless strength, I would definitely die today. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Wu Taijiang cursed in his heart. This is fucking cheating me. If I were to die here because of a Star Lord, that would be such a shame. Wu Taijiang stuck close to the ground. His expression changed again and again, just like a Sichuan opera. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Feeling the ground trembling violently beneath him, Wu Taijiang cursed. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. Late at night, I was sleeping after working all day. Suddenly, Zhuo Chenglu sent his daughter to knock on my door, begging me to save him. They said that one of their own is in grave danger. Originally, when I heard the sounds of battle over there, it was quite lively. Although it's beneath my dignity to get involved in the battle of the younger generation, for old Zhuo's sake, I didn't mind coming. But fucking, how did I offend the Heavenly Tao? Chapter 209. The lightning continued to strike down, and the ground within a radius of a few thousand miles shook violently. Gradually, the entire Phoenix City was shaken. Countless people woke up from their dreams, and even some tall buildings began to sway left and right. The shaking became more and more intense. Many tall buildings were like roly-poly toys, slowly tilting to the left. Then, the people in the buildings, along with their beds and furniture, slid over with a whoosh and hit the wall with a bang. Then, the buildings slowly came back, slowly tilting to the right. Then, they slid back like they were on a slide and hit the wall with a bang. More than 90% of the people were scared out of their wits by this miraculous situation. In addition, looking out from the windows, all the tall buildings were dancing Yanko. That scene was as scary as it could get. After tonight, those who had a little extra money would buy a bungalow. In the next few years, the price of the tall buildings in Phoenix City would be as cheap as cabbages, but no one would be interested in it. Of course, this was a story for another day that the lightning continued to strike for an hour. Wu Tiejiang's big iron hammer was really strong, and there was no change at all. If not for the hammer's handle being burned red and melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving only the hammerhead on the ground, people would have doubted the lethality of the lightning. Finally, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the lightning stopped striking. That huge eye formed by the clouds was still hanging in the sky, as if it was still looking down. After another 5 or 6 minutes, it finally disappeared. The hurricane blew, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared completely. There was no cloud in the sky for thousands of miles. After a long, long time, Wu Taijiang crawled out of the pit. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Too close. It was just a slight mistake, and my life was almost lost here. If I didn't think one more step, and was a little more cautious, erasing the soul connection, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Fucking Zhuo Changlu. Wu Taijiang was indignant, and he kept cursing. I'm here to work for you, and you still want to exploit me. Not only do you exploit me, you even want to take my life. Do I have to send people, labor, materials, and even my life? Son of a bitch. This is great. I've used a hammer my whole life, and now I'm only left with a hammerhead. Wu Taijiang staggered over and looked at the bottom of the pit. Originally, it was pitch black without any luster. Now, it had been polished by the lightning into a shining hammer. He was speechless for a long time. This is eternal iron. It's said to be indestructible. Now, it's been ground into bright silver. Wiping his cold sweat, he picked up the hammer and sneakily ran away. Wu Taijiang was still in a state of shock when he ran back to the blacksmith shop. He sat on the chair and gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his body. His big eyeballs rolled around in confusion, and a thought came to his mind uncontrollably. Should I run away now? This place is too dangerous. Bang, 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 someone knocked on the door. Wu Taijiang sighed and opened the door to seize with Xiaoyan standing outside. Seeing this, Wu Taijiang instinctively jumped back 3 steps, his face full of vigilance. What? What's the matter again? Fuck, please don't do it again. I can't take it anymore. Zhua Xiaoyan was startled by his reaction and almost exclaimed. She asked timidly, I want to ask Uncle. My master, are they okay? They're fine, they're fine. They're all lying there. Wu Taijiang was a little impatient. There was a sudden change in that place, and I don't know if they're alive or not. There's no danger over there. You can go and see for yourself. By the way, tell your father not to bother me if there's nothing important. Bang! The door was closed without a trace of elegance. Outside the door, Zhua Xiaoyan was stunned. Suddenly, she jumped up like crazy and flew over there. Zhua family. The moment the eye appeared in the sky, Zhua Chonglu could no longer maintain his usual elegance and blurted out, Fuck! How could this happen? Did it damage the foundation? Mr. Zhua, who was frightened, walked around the room like a headless fly, his face full of anxiety. Please don't let anything happen to Wu Taijiang. If Wu Taijiang died here because of this, it would be the biggest joke in the last 100 years. People from the Umno Alliance would probably die of laughter. Outside the window, lightning kept roaring, lighting up the sky and the earth. As far as the eye could see, all the buildings were swaying like grass in the wind, swaying gracefully. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the various buildings down on the other side. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death. Holding a live broadcast stick with a face full of excitement, he said, Brothers, Phoenix City is currently experiencing a special type of earthquake that is rarely seen in thousands of years. Dancing floor. Please double-click. I'm Big Black Pig. I'm risking my life to broadcast. Everyone, please follow me. Start Lulu. I want to see your gifts. Oh, you've seen people dancing, but have you seen dancing floor? The lightning kept roaring, and it was getting more and more intense. Finally, Zhua Chonglu could not sit still anymore. He strode out and said, I have to go and see. I'll go with you. Zhua Xiaoduo jumped out of the window. That night, almost 4 million people in Phoenix City were doomed to be unable to sleep. The lightning stopped when the father and son were halfway down the stairs. Zhua Chonglu, who was even more anxious, rushed with Zhua Xiaoduo's help to Tiejiang's blacksmith shop. He knocked on the door and asked, Old Wu, are you back? The door opened with a bang, revealing Wu Tiejiang's extremely aggrieved face. He begged with all his might, Brothers, can you spare me? What else do you want? Zhua Chonglu breathed a sigh of relief and said, You're not dead. That's good. That's good. Wu Taijiang leaned against the door frame. His legs were shaking, and his face was pale. Brother Zhua, look at my legs, and then look at my face. Can't you tell me what you want me to do? If I wasn't careful, I'd be dead now. Zhua Chonglu coughed a few times, a little embarrassed. He laughed and said, It won't happen again. Don't worry, don't worry. Next time? There's a next time? Wu Taijiang jumped up. Brother Zhua, I'm sorry. I can't stay here any longer. It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that. My life. Zhua Chonglu glared at him. Huh? You haven't finished hammering yet? Wu Taijiang slid down the door frame like a noodle slipping into a pot. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Brother Zwa, please be magnanimous and treat this little brother like a fart. This little brother is timid. Just now I was so scared that I peed. Wu Tiejiang's face was distorted. Honestly, he was not lying at all. I, Wu Taijiang, am a gay tyrant. How could I go against the heavenly Tao? If you want to get rid of me, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Okay, it's okay. I won't call you next time. Okay? So Changlu hurriedly comforted him. Then he said, since you're okay, I'll go back. Your sister-in-law. Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention my sister-in-law? Can you not mention her for no reason? Wu Taijiang was even more aggrieved. Yes. Xiao Duo, say goodbye to your Uncle Wu. Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Go quickly. Let me have some peace. With a bang, the door closed again. Behind the door, Wu Taijiang wiped his face and murmured, comparisons are odious. Compared to me, little bear Nan is so happy. I thought I was just a deliver man, but in the end, I almost got myself killed. On the way home, Zhuo Xiaoduo kept looking at his father. In fact, since Uncle Nan came last time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been wondering if his parents were some kind of powerful people living in seclusion here. How could ordinary people have friends like that? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his sincere doubts. However, after what happened tonight, Zhuo Xiaoduo no longer had any doubts. Tonight's situation had obviously reached a rather serious stage. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father's anxiety and his mother's panic. However, even under such circumstances, Zui Zhonglu had been running all the way. He was so tired that his heart was about to stop. Yet, he was only displaying the speed and strength of a martial master. This was definitely not a pretense. Zui Xiaoduo was completely sure of this. If it wasn't for his help in the last part of the journey, he wouldn't have been able to finish it. There are two possibilities. Either my parents are really ordinary people. It's just a coincidence that I made friends with a lot of great experts. Although it's a bit ridiculous, it's not impossible. So Xiao Duo thought to himself. As for the second possibility, that is, the two of them were originally experts, but for some reason they were crippled, and lived here in seclusion, living a peaceful life. Personally, I'm more inclined to the second possibility. But if it's the second possibility, it should be a sad thing for my parents. So Xiaoduo had a new goal. I have to find out the truth when I have time. If it's just because they were seriously injured or sealed, I can find another way to solve it. This may be a good thing. If it's possible, I can let my parents go on the road of cultivation again. Then our family can go on the road together, and no one will be left behind. But this must be done secretly. My parents are willing to be ordinary and keep it a secret for so many years. There must be a reason. If they're exposed because of me, they will attract a big enemy. It'll be too late for me to kill myself. As the saying goes, you know the enemy when you see one. Based on the level of Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu, my parents' enemy must be very, very scary. It's definitely not something that my sister or I can handle. Chapter 210. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan ran all the way and soon came to the center of the thunder and lightning. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation and ruins. Some places were directly turned into small lakes, and water was gurgling out of the ground. The surrounding hundreds of miles were all razed to the ground. Well, it should be a basin. The more Zhuo Xiaoyan looked, the more panic she felt. She didn't know what to do. If it was like this, then, what would happen to the people? Master, are you okay? Master. Forcing himself to calm down, he shouted anxiously as he searched around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he found a tattered body. He walked over to take a look. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, who had fallen into a deep coma? At this moment, Teacher Qin was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. He only had one last breath left. Zhuo Xiaoyan quickly put down a healing elixir and pulled Qin Fangyang's broken body out of the pit, like pulling out a radish. She put it aside and then anxiously went to find the others. It took nearly 10 minutes to rescue all the people who were still alive. Mu Yanyan, Sister Lan, 3 brothers. Teacher Qiu who only had half of his body left, and Sun Baijiang, who had 80% of his bones broken. Then there was Han Song, who was still intact compared to everyone else. Zhuo Xiaoyan persevered and continued his search. In the end, he dug out the dying Jiang Zhongbin from a large pit. Zhuo Xiaoyan still didn't give up and continued his search. After searching several times, she confirmed that there were no other discoveries. The reason he came to this conclusion was probably because he had found 3 spatial rings in the largest and centermost pit. Zhuo Xiaoyan put them into her space ring. She didn't want to keep them, but she wanted to see what was in them and confirm their identities. Anyway, there must be people on her side. After the search and rescue, Zhuo Xiaoyan checked again and confirmed that everyone was still alive. She almost cried with joy, but she couldn't move so many people alone. The first call she made was to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Call a car. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly turned into a robber. This was something that couldn't be helped. After experiencing such an earth-shattering change, the people of Phoenix City were at their lowest point. Who would be willing to send out a carriage? It took a lot of courage to even walk out the door, okay? The drivers would rather die than go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned into a demon and repeated himself 7 or 8 times. If you don't go, I'll kill your whole family. Then, after smashing 5 or 6 tea tables, they managed to gather 6 cars. They ran all the way and finally arrived at their destination. Then they lifted everyone into the cars one by one. At this time, Sister Lan and Han Song woke up. Han Song's cultivation was the highest among them, but Sister Lan was the one who suffered the lightest injuries, so she was the first to wake up. Once the 2 of them woke up, it was easy to handle the rest. First, they informed Second High and He Yuanyue that they were safe. Then, they informed Star Shield to gather medicinal herbs to treat everyone's injuries. The series of events were messy yet orderly, in perfect order. When the people from Star Shield arrived, the few drivers who were coerced by Zhuo Xiaoduo took the reward and went home with a stomach full of fear. They all felt that they had been fucked. This is actually a government matter. I thought I met a kidnapper. That's right, it's the first time I've seen a government worker like this. He came to my house and smashed a tea table. Then, he twisted my neck and asked me to send out a carriage. If you're a government official, you should have said so earlier. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in this lifetime. How rare. He actually went home safely, and there's even a reward. That's right, that kid's face is too young. He looks like a half-grown kid, and he's quite good-looking. That's right, that's right. Along the way to Star Shield, almost everyone from Star Shield moved together. All kinds of healing medicine and nutrition cabins went into action together. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were temporarily relieved. Jiang Zhongbin woke up very quickly. However, he would rather wake up a little later. It was better not to wake up at all. This was because Sister Lan and Han Song had woken up earlier than him. As a result, both He Yuanyue and Zhang Wenzhou were waiting for his call back. Also, Wan Pingyuan, Monkey's son, director son of the Martial Arts Bureau, Sun Fengho, were all waiting for his call back. Director Jiang grabbed his phone and thought about the 4 of them. Then, he tilted his head and fainted again. Unfortunately, he didn't faint for long this time. He was slapped awake. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes widened. He looked over and saw Jiang Wenzhou's big bald head. His face was flustered and exasperated. He was panting, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. What's going on? The director of the Star Shield General Administration had actually come in such a hurry. The horns at the entrance of Star Shield were already blaring. The car from Second High had arrived. He Yuanyue had personally rushed to Star Shield. The car from the Martial Arts Bureau had also arrived. Sun Fengho had personally come as well. There was also Wan Pingyuan, who rushed in with big strides. His face was full of anxiety. There were also various departments and the military. In short, all the influential people in Phoenix City were gathering here. Fatty Jiang had caused such a big commotion and almost destroyed the entire Phoenix City. Now, you want to pretend to be unconscious? No way. In the end, everyone gathered in the conference room. Jiang Wenzhou opened Jiang Zhongbin's mouth and stuffed 17 to 18 pills into his stomach. Then, He poured down 2 big bowls of water. Jiang Wenzhou directly carried him to the conference room and pressed him down on a chair. Tell me, what's going on? Jiang Wenzhou's bald head was smoking. This bastard. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he poked a hole in the sky. After this battle of the 2 Dragon Blood Guards that had just been sent over, Han Song and Yang Yu, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Yang Yu had even died in the form of his soul being destroyed. He could not be more dead. This kind of loss was no small matter. When Jiang Wenzhou heard about this, he smashed his phone on the spot. Then, he anxiously looked for a Yunhua expert and flew over. No matter what, this matter was related to his son. Father and son were connected by heart. This was not just a saying, not to mention that this matter itself had already reached the level of reaching the heavens. Jiang Zhongbin finally became more clear-headed. The medicinal effects of the many pills that he had been forced to drink gradually began to take effect. He wiped his face with a cold towel and looked at the entire conference room filled with people. Finally, he said tiredly, Governor one of the governor's office, principal he of the second high school, director son of the martial arts administration, and the leaders from the general administration, stay. The rest of the unrelated people leave. Today's matter is classified as top secret. Please forgive us. In the military, the Phoenix City Military Division commander pointed at his own nose. What about me? I also have to leave? Yes. Good, you fatty Jiang. The commander was so angry that his nose was crooked. He stood up and walked out in large strides. You wait. Seeing that the commander had left, the others didn't say any more nonsense and all obediently left. The only person who participated in the battle was Han Song, who had just recovered some strength but still looked lifeless. The doors and windows were closed. The communication equipment was confiscated. The entire space instantly became an absolutely sealed secret room. It wasn't until now that Jiang Zhongbin began to slowly explain the whole matter. From the beginning, when he Yuan Yue had discovered the aura, to the beginning of the battle, Governor Wan's face began to change, turning green, red, and black. Shang Qingyan, Star Master? When these 5 words were put together, Governor Wan's head exploded with all kinds of colors and emotions. In the end, his face became abnormally gray. He said powerlessly, Is this matter accurate? Jiang Zhongbin nodded solemnly. Han Song's face was still as pale as a corpse's, but he was a cloud transformation cultivator after all. He had recovered some strength by now. He said, Shang Qingyun is undoubtedly a member of the Umno Alliance and a Star Master. The constellation life borrowing technique he used proves this point. What's uncertain now is which star in the Umno Alliance's constellation he belongs to. Hearing Han Song's words, Governor Wan Pingyuan seemed to have aged several years. It was as if all his essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked out in an instant. He closed his eyes. What flashed in his mind were the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Shang Qingyun for so many years. The support they had in life and death situations, the discussions they had encountered, the conversations they had on the table, the contributions Shang Qingyun had made to the residents over the years, the education he had given the children. Finally, 2 teardrops fell. He muttered, Why are you a member of the Umno Alliance? Wan Pingyuan, who could become the governor of a city, was naturally not a fool. Governor Wan Pingyuan knew that since Shang Qingyun had been so scheming, sneaking into Phoenix City so early and lying in ambush beside him, he naturally had a major conspiracy. But even though he already knew that the other party had ulterior motives, and even more sinister ones, he still couldn't bring himself to hate him. The only thing he felt was heartache. For this operation, I went to great lengths to gather 2 veteran experts of Phoenix City's Star Shield, nascent soul stage experts. But these 2 people have already been killed by Shang Qingyun. Also, second high school's teacher Qin Fangyang and teacher Lan. It was all thanks to old principal He's help that they were able to come here. This time, they have done a great service. Martial Arts Bureau Chief Sun Jiang Zhongbin coughed. His gaze was evasive. Sun Fengho's face was as calm as water. The veins on his forehead were bulging. I just want to know, how is my brother now? Cough, cough. Jiang Zhongbin avoided Sun Fengho's gaze and said, "He's still alive. Still alive." Bureau Chief Sun jumped up in anger. Big-faced Jiang. "You motherfucker. You. Fuck your father. What did you tell me, you?" Starshield's director Jiang Wenzhou coughed and knocked on the table. He said solemnly, "This is an important matter. Don't scold people." He secretly glanced at Chief Sunday. This kid's guts are quite big. Requesting for monthly votes. Sigh, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that the first monthly votes would be in the tens of thousands. But now it seems that it's only 8,600. There's still a little more than a day left. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Everyone do your best. Whatever you can do, thank you. Chapter 211. Cough cough. The following battle. Jiang Zhongbin said, "Teacher Han, I'm not qualified to say anything with my cultivation level. I'm also not one of the participants." As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. His own mistake. If he had remembered the old principal's words and looked at his chief first, perhaps these sacrifices could have been avoided. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhongbin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. On the other side, before Han Song could speak, he sighed mournfully and said, "This battle could be said to be the most dangerous battle I've ever experienced in my life." Shang Qingyun's strength was already at the high level of the cloud transformation realm, far above us. Furthermore, he could communicate with the heavens and earth, restore starlight, and even borrow the power of the constellations. Speaking of this battle, Director Zhang's strategy was perfect. He caused Shang Qingyun to be poisoned at the beginning of the battle, allowing us to gain the upper hand in the beginning. Unfortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was too high. Furthermore, among the reinforcements of the Kunlun Dao sect, there was actually a UMNO alliance spy, who changed sides at the last minute, causing Brother Yang Yu to be fatally injured, causing us to be completely powerless in this battle. While Yang Yu killed the spy, he was willing to give up his life and used a self-explosion technique to attack Shang Qingyun. Finally, he died. Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhou's expression changed greatly, and his eyes became watery. As Han Song recounted the battle in detail, everyone felt that the fact that these people were still alive was simply a great stroke of luck. At the end of his narration, Han Song said, "At the end of this battle, Shang Qingyun's injuries were mostly healed and he had the absolute upper hand. We were already doomed. But I don't know which hidden expert attacked and killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer. Otherwise, we would have died without a doubt." The complete annihilation was already a foregone conclusion at that time. However, after Shang Qingyun's death, a tribulation eye appeared in the sky, causing a commotion that shook the entire Phoenix City, causing the incident to escalate further. I can't make any judgments about the situation after that, and can only attribute it to something strange. Han Song recounted the incident and said, "After that, all of us fainted. Truly, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great, and our injuries were too severe." After listening to the entire process, everyone's face sank, and they were speechless for a long time. Moments later, He Yuanyue was the first to speak up. She glared at Jiang Zhongbin and said, "I told you to look for it, and you didn't look?" Jiang Zhongbin wished he could stuff his head into the crotch of his pants. He was ashamed to the extreme. "I've calculated everything once and considered every detail. Only this. I forgot. You." He Yuanyue almost couldn't catch her breath. "I forgot. You've forgotten the most important thing right now. What was the use of remembering other things, no matter how meticulous they were? As long as they looked for Zhuo Xiaoduo, they might be able to avoid the tragic situation of this battle or wait for a more perfect opportunity. The current situation was definitely not something that anyone present wanted to see. If not for that mysterious expert of unknown origin, then Qin Fangyang, Mu Yinyan, Han Song, and the others would have been completely annihilated in this battle, without a single survivor. If these people were all dead, then the entire Phoenix City would become an empty city. At that time, the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Thinking of this, He Yuanyue felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but point at Jiang Zhongbin and scold him. Bastard, can't you do something about it? You've been like this since young. The more important things are, the more you forget. Now that your head is bald, you still haven't changed your old habits. Jiang Zhongbin knew that he was in the wrong. He obediently admitted his mistake and didn't dare to talk back. Jiang Wenzhou watched in amazement. What the hell? Such a wretched and lazy person who could even curse his own father was actually so obedient in front of this weak old lady. But you can scold him all you want. But can you not mention the bald thing? The follow-up of this matter needs to be handled properly. Jiang Wenzhou coughed a few times and made the final decision. Governor Wan, there's a high chance that Shang Qingyun is not the only spy in your governor's office. I hope you can assist in the investigation. Jiang Wenzhou said. Of course. Wan Pingyuan let out a long sigh. His expression was bleak as he said, I have committed a serious dereliction of duty in this matter. I will personally submit a letter to ask for forgiveness. As for the follow-up investigation, I will naturally cooperate with all my strength. I have no complaints. Since Jiang Wenzhou had come here, he naturally had full authority to take over this matter. He arranged everything in detail and then began to think. That hammer that suddenly appeared, who did it belong to? Smashing Shang Qingyun to death with one hammer. And then the tribulation eye appeared? What does it mean? The lightning that directly struck a Yun realm expert until he fainted. Why did it cause such a big commotion? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan had already returned home. After a busy night, she was also unbearably tired, especially when Wu Taijiang solemnly warned her, don't ever reveal your existence. Zhou Xiaoyan knew the severity of the matter and naturally agreed. As for the spatial ring that she had picked up, she immediately handed it over to Mu Yinyin, who had regained her consciousness. Mu Yinyin also immediately handed it over. I was worried about Master, so I rushed over to take a look after there was no sound. This reason perfectly explained why she had appeared over there. After all, Zhou Xiaoyan's background was clean, and there was nothing to investigate. But since dawn, Phoenix City had directly entered a state of lockdown. Jiang Wenzhou transferred a lot of experts from the headquarters to investigate this matter. Even the Meng family and the Ning family were included in the scope of investigation. 2 people from the governor's mansion were missing, and the entire city was searching for them. It was worth mentioning that regarding the Tribulation Eye, Jiang Wenzhou directly called the leader of the Star Shield Department and received a strict order to keep it a secret. Stop investigating the Tribulation Eye. This matter is to rot in your stomach. No one is to mention it again, especially not to spread it out. Jiang Wenzhou was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Wasn't it too unlucky for me to take over this matter? That Tribulation Eye, at least a few million people had seen it. It was shining brightly in the sky like the sun. How am I supposed to keep it a secret? Keep a few million free people quiet? Why don't you try to keep it secret? But how could he say this to his superiors? In the morning, Zhou Xiaoduo went to school as usual. Zhou Xiaoyan went out with him. She was going to visit her master at the Star Shield Department. They went out side by side. When they were about to part at the corner, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly stopped in a hidden corner. Damn, there's something I've been wondering about for a long time. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was very serious. What is it? Why are you so serious? Zhou Xiaoduo looked puzzled. Do you think our parents are the kind of hidden experts? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, Actually, I've had this feeling for a long time. I had this feeling long before Uncle Nan came, but I couldn't see anything unusual. But that Uncle Nan is clearly a big shot. I once asked Master about it in a roundabout way. He gave me in your cultivation base, and there were no side effects at all. Master has never even heard of such a method, let alone done it. So Xiaoduo listened quietly and nodded. And this time, Uncle Wu, who made weapons for us, opened a blacksmith shop next to our shop. Let's not talk about this first. But the person who killed Shang Qingyun with a hammer was most likely Uncle Wu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. I had just informed Uncle Wu, and Shang Qingyun was smashed to death with a hammer right after. Zhou Xiaoyan said, to kill Huayan so easily, Uncle Wu's cultivation is beyond my understanding. It's indescribable, indescribable. What do you think? Which one of these things is normal? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and walked forward silently. He didn't say a word for a long time. But Zhou Xiaoyan had obviously been waiting for this question for a long time. She talked about it almost endlessly. Think about it. As the saying goes, dragons don't live with snakes, phoenixes don't dance with sparrows. If Dad and Mom are really ordinary people, how could people like Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu? Zhou Xiaoyan said, and they obviously respect Dad and Mom very much. No, it's not respect, it's fear. Isn't this even more abnormal? So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, I don't think there's anything abnormal. You think too much. Zhou Xiaoyan was speechless. She stared at Zhou Xiaoduo for a long time and said angrily, You're so cunning. You must know something that I don't. Zhou Xiaoduo spread his hands and said, What can I find? I only know that Dad and Mom don't have any cultivation at all. It's tiring for them to run a little distance. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly rushed up and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's ears with both hands. She said fiercely, You're exposed. Zhou Xiaoduo, Humph, if there's nothing wrong, you won't say what can I find. Since he couldn't find anything, he must be suspicious. Zhou Xiaoyan began to exert force. You're a dog. Are you going to confess or not? Spare me. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively lowered his head and begged for mercy when his ears were grabbed. But he didn't expect that he would bump into the murderous weapon. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose, and then he was bounced back. For a moment, he only felt a cool breath penetrating his body. It was indescribably comfortable. Zhou Xiaoyan screamed. She let go of her hands and stepped back. Her face was flushed. You're dead. Then she started to chase after him. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his head and fled. He explained repeatedly, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't bump into her. I didn't. She's so beautiful. Zhou Xiaoyan became more and more angry. The strange feeling in her chest seemed to remain. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She attacked even more ruthlessly. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped into the air and started to bungee jump. In a moment, he jumped 7 or 8 times in a row. Chapter 2:12. When he caught her again, Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and asked, Do you dare to do it again? I won't. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head repeatedly, but he still felt a touch of gentleness on his face. He couldn't help but lick his upper lip and lower lip. You. Zhou Xiaoyan was about to explode again. Let's get down to business. Zhou Xiaoduo begged for mercy. I have similar suspicions about my parents' background, but my suspicions are different from yours, Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously. I've personally verified that my parents don't have any cultivation. Right now, they're just 2 ordinary people. However, there are too many other abnormalities. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I've investigated. 1,000 fantasy gold, heavenly witch copper, imperishable gold, and so on. Zhou Xiaoyan said impatiently, Hurry up and tell me. Are you sure you want to tell me here? Zhou Xiaoduo glanced around. All right, come with me. Down in a secret place. The 1,000 fantasy gold is a special metal that can only be formed when the star spirit and the metal intertwine for a long time in the void and fuse together. It can be forged into a weapon that is indestructible and unbreakable. It can also change its color according to the owner's needs. It has the characteristic of being ever-changing. Therefore, it is called the 1,000 fantasy gold. Heavenly witch copper is one of the few high-grade forging materials in the Umno Alliance. It's even rarer in the astral souls. Imperishable gold is obtained by refining a large amount of 1,000 fantasy gold's essence. Moreover, it doesn't mean that you have to refine imperishable gold just because you've obtained a large amount of 1,000 fantasy gold. It also requires exquisite refining skills. In the entire astral souls, there are no more than 10 people who can extract imperishable gold from 1,000 fantasy gold. Zhou Xiaoduo said, and this is only one of them. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded slowly. Zhou Xiaoduo said, on the other hand, I agree with you. I even think that Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are not only respectful to our parents, but also respectful with a hint of fear. Also, I suspect that Uncle Nan's true intention in coming to Phoenix City is actually to deliver cultivation methods and materials to us. Think about it. Would such a person carry 2 peerless secret manuals with him when he goes out? Furthermore, it was a one-time transfer. This goal is too obvious and too obvious. Secondly, who would bring 8 tons of illusion gold and heavenly sorcerer copper with them? So as Xiaoduo said, these great opportunities were arranged by our parents in advance and were specially brought here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Of course, part of it was the extra extortion from his parents, so it had to be accounted for separately. However, since Uncle Nan had brought so many with him, it meant that he was prepared to be extorted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded silently. I think so too. Doggy, you're really smart. There's also Uncle Wu. He had never appeared before, but he suddenly appeared when we needed to forge weapons. Our requirements for forging weapons are not low at all, and Uncle Wu had all the materials we needed. He didn't hesitate at all. I'm almost certain that Uncle Wu was specially called over by our father to forge weapons for us. So as Xiaoduo said, you see, his blacksmith shop, other than forging weapons for us, there's no other business. With his blacksmithing skills, the people who want him to forge weapons first should be fighting to the death and trampling over his doorstep. So Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Similarly, those forging materials he prepared, at least most of them, should have been prepared in advance. So Xiaoduo snorted. It's just a few adults acting in front of us, playing us like children. So Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Doggy, what are you thinking? Aren't we children in their eyes? We should be honored that they are willing to play with us. So Xiaoduo said, in summary, the opportunities we had these days were actually man-made, but they were all for us. They didn't take a break at all. From this, we can infer another conclusion. Our parents should be big bosses without a doubt. So Xiaoduo said with a heavy expression. However, Sister Nian, there's another thing that I have to remind you seriously. So Xiaoduo's sudden seriousness startled Zhuo Xiaoyan. Go ahead, I'm listening. What happened last night? It was so urgent. Logically speaking, the first thing a super boss should do was to send a telepathic message or something like that. But Dad asked you to go there. Then, when Dad saw the tribulation eye, he was so shocked and anxious that he went to find Uncle Wu himself. But I really ran all the way there with him. I even supported Dad for the last part of the journey. In other words, Dad's cultivation shouldn't be at the level of a martial master. He's almost the same as an ordinary person. There's no doubt about that. So Xiaoduo said, but Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu are such awesome people. They respect Dad so much, but Dad is at most a martial master. That's obviously abnormal. Zhuo Xiaoyan pondered. So Xiaoduo said, and, do you remember the space ring that Uncle Nan sent last time? Mom said she couldn't open it and asked Dad to check it. But you and I both know that martial masters don't have congenital divine thoughts. If Dad is only at the level of a martial master, how could he check the space ring? So Xiaoyan suddenly remembered, yes, that's true, but I didn't care at that time. Dad and Mom have lived here for a long time. That's true, but we've never heard about Grandpa and Grandma. That's also true. Dad and Mom couldn't have fallen from the sky. They don't have any background. That's not normal. But for so many years, they never had any relatives. That's also strange. Are they both orphans? Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come. That's why they could come. So as Xiaoduo said seriously, combining all the above, I have a conclusion. What's the conclusion? So Xiaoyan's voice was so nervous that it changed. Dad and Mom are big shots, but now they can only be said to be big shots in the past. Something must have happened to them, and they were forced to live in seclusion in Phoenix City to slowly recover. So no matter if they asked for help or if other people knew that they were here, they would be in danger. Either they had an accident and their cultivation was sealed, or they were seriously injured and could only show their current shallow cultivation. But no matter what, it's not a good thing. It's a hidden danger. So as Xiaoduo said seriously, this time, Dad and Mom asked Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu to come for us. This should be a very dangerous thing for them, but they still did it. Why do you think it's for us? So Xiaoyan's face was a little pale. Now that you mention it, I should feel touched, but why do I suddenly feel so scared? If news about Dad and Mom is leaked, won't they be in danger? Don't forget, when you needed pills for your breakthrough, Dad would rather go bankrupt than ask for help. So Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Nian Yin, Dad and Mom have done enough for us. In the future, it's our turn to protect them. Even if we don't have the ability, we have to at least let Dad and Mom maintain their current stable and happy life until they recover, and not lead trouble to them, and let them have no choice but to expose themselves. If that's really the case, it'll be a disaster. So Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. Dog, you're right. Don't say it again in the future. Don't let it slip. Yes, we have to be careful. We have to keep this matter to ourselves and not mention it to anyone. In particular, don't let Dad and Mom ask for help in the future. The hidden danger is too big. If one more person knows that Dad and Mom are here, it'll be more dangerous. Uncle Wu's strength is completely beyond my understanding. It's too scary. Yes, Sister Nian Yin, didn't Dad and Mom always say that my birth was an accident? We always thought that they were pranking me, or that they were flaunting their love and showing off their affection. But now it seems that this saying is actually true. So as Xiaoduo said, then, here comes another question. Under what circumstances did I become an accident? Maybe it's because Dad and Mom were seriously injured and didn't want children. After all, having children is more damaging to their vitality. But I was accidentally pregnant and was born. So, my birth was really an accident. At least, it was beyond Dad and Mom's expectations. Mom can't check the space ring, but Dad can. Maybe it was because of my birth? It seems that giving birth to me was really an accident. So Xiaoduo felt a little guilty and sighed. So Xiaoyan nodded silently and said, that's really possible. But now that you're born and so big, it's impossible to go back. Go back. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan in shock and suddenly felt convinced. Sister Nian Yin, what you said is really powerful. Otherwise, you would be my sister, Zhou Xiaoyan said casually. After she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. However, Xiaoduo pointed it out, and she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. After some discussion, the siblings quickly reached a consensus. First, Dad and Mom are big bosses. Second, Dad and Mom are seriously injured. Third, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are very weak now. Fourth, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are in danger now. Fifth, Dad and Mom are big bosses because they called people over. At least 2 people know that. Sixth, Dad and Mom are big bosses, but they are probably seriously injured. Seventh, they have to protect Dad and Mom in the future. They have to find a way to find out the truth, and then find a way to recover. Eighth, they have to let Dad and Mom recover. As long as Dad and Mom recover, won't we be able to do whatever we want in the future? So Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. When that time comes, won't I be able to bully men and women and be a second-generation rich kid who can do whatever he wants and win without doing anything? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 213. However, the current situation was that the more people who knew about this, the more danger his parents would be in. Based on the above conclusions, the further conclusion was that he could not call anyone else over no matter what. Then, he could not cause any more trouble for his parents. We're done talking. Why aren't you going to school? Zhou Xiaoyan, who had solved the puzzle in her heart, kicked Zhou Xiaoduo's butt and said fiercely, "Don't play truant." Zhou Xiaoduo covered his butt and walked away. He was speechless. How much more are you going to bully me? Humph. When I grow up and my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll play with cats every day. He rubbed her once, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again, then rubbed her again while lying down. Humph. As he thought about it, perhaps the Flaming Sun Sutra in his body was automatically activated, causing some reactions. This sutra is really powerful. Zhuo went to school valiantly and energetically. At this moment, a large number of cars were gathered at the entrance of number 2 high school. Everyone was craning their necks and waiting, looking into the distance. Zhuo was puzzled. What's going on? When the crowd saw Zhuo appear, someone shouted, "That's Master Zhuo." Instantly, over 100 people rushed over with a loud roar. Master Zhuo? Are they all here for me to read their fortune? Zhuo's brain worked very quickly. From the words, masters, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the people in front of him weren't here to cause trouble for him, but to have their fortune told by him. And the hundreds of people in front of him, as well as the luxury cars parked around them, were definitely rich people. At this thought, this money grubber's eyes turned into light bulbs. This is all money. This is all luck points. This. I'm going to be rich. As expected, gold will always shine, and pearls will always shine in front of people. I'm going to be rich. Don't worry. So Xiao raised his arms and shouted, one by one, everyone will have a share. Everyone will have a share. Don't worry, I won't run away. At first glance, he saw Li Chenglong carrying a large piece of iron on his back, running over like a snail. Li Chenglong. Zhuo, what's going on? Li Chenglong was carrying 3,000 jin of iron on his back, and he was also carrying weights. At this moment, his whole body was covered in sweat. Apparently, he had realized the gap between him and Zhuo. This had driven Swollen completely crazy. He was cultivating as if his life depended on it. No matter what, he would not fall behind. And this big iron block was the product of Li Chenglong's sudden inspiration. I carry 200 kilograms of weight on my body every day, and it's all on my joints or key parts. It doesn't affect my overall body at all. If he were to carry another 3,000 pounds, that was how this happened, and it wasn't just him. Go, bring me a table. Zhuo laughed heartily. Master Zhuo, want to perform the Tao on the spot. Li Chenglong was speechless. Okay, you perform the Tao. I'll go to the gravity room to cultivate. I'll catch up with you while I'm here. Not long after, Li Chenglong brought out a table and a chair. While Li Chenglong was moving the chair, Wan Lishou also came to school with a large metal block like a snail-moving house. Not long after, Li Changming, Long Yuxing, and Yu Moyan also came one after another. Everyone's appearance was very strange, and there were many different styles. But overall, it was still to increase their endurance to the greatest extent. After roughly understanding the situation, each of them bid farewell to Zhuo and entered the school to cultivate. Zhuo was now in a state of suppression. He had suppressed his breakthrough many times in a row. It was fine for him to postpone his cultivation, but they had just reached the stage of suppression. They couldn't relax at all. This was the time when they might not be able to catch up even if they tried their best to catch up, let alone slacking off. Zhuo sat on the chair. A sage-like aura came from the 7 emotions. He laughed and said, "Bosses, I wonder why you're looking for me? Haha, there must be a lot of things you don't understand in this world. There are so many things you don't understand in this long world. There are so many things you don't understand." The one at the front of the line was a stout, middle-aged man. He flattered, "I've long heard that Master Zhuo is well-versed in ancient and modern times. You've heard about the 3 realms. You're a man of integrity. There's nothing you don't know about in your past life and future life. I've long wanted to meet you." Master Zhuo laughed and accepted all the compliments. Then he said, "It's fate that we meet. Just get straight to the point. Master, here's the thing." The fat man smiled apologetically. "My surname is Liu. My name is Liu Jianxi. Ahem, my occupation is a contractor in the construction industry. Recently, I've been feeling that things are not going well for me. The money I earn has been decreasing for some reason, and my marriage is not going well." Zhuo frowned. "Can you just tell me what you want to see?" The fat man was dumbfounded. He scratched his ears and cheeks and hesitated. Obviously, he wanted to see everything. Zhuo sighed and rubbed his fingers. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the table. He said, The most taboo in fortune-telling is to make empty promises. I don't count the undestined method. I don't count the unprofitable method. Let's talk about this first. On the paper, Zhuoxiao's bank account and bank were neatly written. The content was very detailed. Lu Jianxi was very straightforward. Master, just give me a price. I won't bargain. It's fair to pay for fortune-telling. Zhuoxiao frowned. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. How can I give you a price? In this line of work, the most important thing is to follow fate. Do you understand? Lu Jianzhu's eyes widened. What? Idiot! Someone reminded him. It means you can spend as much as you want. Master's what doesn't have a fixed price. Do you understand? 1 yuan is fine. 1 million is fine. It depends on your own heart. The more money you have, the more important things you can do. Do you understand? Zhuoxiao glanced at this understanding person with admiration and said, You can't say it like that. Money is only a way. We provide guidance to others, but we are not doing it for profit. Fate. The most important thing is fate. Everyone coming to my place is already fate itself. The man smiled apologetically and nodded. Master, you're right. Fate is fate. We're fated people. Lu Jianxi understood more and more. I understand. Then, he immediately took out his phone and began to transfer money. Zhuoxiao didn't even look at his movements. He really allowed him to transfer as much as he wanted. Lu Jianzhu wanted to transfer 10,000 yuan at first, but he was reluctant after thinking about it. So he transferred 1,000 yuan and said, Master, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind. The tall, thin man behind him glanced at the transfer number and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He only transferred so little, and he wanted to see everything. How stingy that was Xiaoduo didn't care. He casually glanced at his face and said, You don't have to see it. You're in a lot of trouble now. It's just one of the reasons. Master, please enlighten me. Lu Jianxi was overjoyed. Go to the side of the road. Do you see that willow tree over there? Zhuoxiao asked. Yes, I see it. Go, break a willow branch. The fat man quickly went and then happily came back with a green willow branch. Master Zhua, you're back. The willow branch is here too. Look, is it green? Uff. At this moment, there were already people beside him who laughed in understanding. Lu Jianxi's face suddenly changed. He hesitated and said, Master, this. Put on your head and look at it again. Everything will be clear. Zhuoxiao said lightly. Lu Jianxi's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. Many people beside him also smiled. They were almost all experienced. This kind of thing didn't need to be explained clearly. The willow branch you broke was intentional. There are many forks on it. So Xiaoduo said lightly, Your money, your people, your efforts, all have been divided by the forks. Go back. Lu Jianxi's face was pale. Master, how should I solve this? So Xiaoduo didn't say anything. He looked at his phone and saw that the bank transfer message had arrived. He said lightly, This is a family matter. I can't say much. I can't do anything more. Think about it yourself. The thin man at the back of the line was already impatient. Go, go, go. You're not leaving after seeing it. It's just a thank you gift of 1,000 yuan. Do you want to solve everything at Master's place? Master has a good temper. If it were me, I would have chased you away. I'd even give beggars more than this. Lu Jianzhu's face was red. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He squeezed out of the crowd with his tail between his legs. After he left the crowd, his face immediately turned fierce. I've long suspected that there's something wrong with you. Sure enough. Then he took out his phone. Private detective agency. The thin man sat in front of Zhuoxiao with a smile and a respectful attitude. Master Zhua, I'm Qiao Zhongshan. Nice to meet you. Qiao Zhongshan. Zhuoxiao looked at his face and said, You want to ask about money? Qiao Zhongshan said, Yes. I have a business deal recently. I can't make up my mind. Should I do it or not? Zhuoxiao said, No need to say more. I'll give you 4 words. Please give me your instructions, master. Zhuoxiao closed his eyes and half reclined on the chair. He said lightly, Make a prompt decision. The thin man understood. 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 Thank you for your guidance, master. He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. After the deal is done, I'll definitely thank you again. Duo finally opened his eyes and praised. Your Excellency is very considerate. I see that your fortune, a small stream flows for a long time, an endless stream. A person with a good character will most likely have good fortune. The thin man was elated. Thank you, master. Then, he transferred another 100,000 yuan and left happily. Next, he received 200,000 yuan just by looking at his fortune. Duo suddenly felt that the road in front of him was splendid. A golden path was slowly spreading out. Chapter 214. Master's What? An old woman sat down. She looked sad. Her clothes were clean, but they were obviously worn out. An old man with wrinkles on his face stood beside her. They looked like a couple. I have no other choice. That's why I came to you, master. The old woman's weather-beaten face was full of helplessness and despair. My old man and I used to be cultivators. But after we were plotted against, our lives changed completely. Originally, it would have been fine. That's how life is. Since we've embarked on this path, we've long been on guard against such situations and have no regrets. However, the other party took away our child. My only daughter was only 3 years old that year. Tears appeared in the old woman's dry eyes. 30 years have passed. We've been looking for her, but we couldn't find any clues. Master, please take a look. Can you still find my daughter? The old man beside him was silent. He took out an old wallet from his chest and took out all the money in the wallet. There were only a few $100s in total. Some were small, some were even, but it was obvious that he had emptied his wallet and took out everything he had. Duo was silent for a moment. He took $1 from the pile of money and pushed the rest of the money back. He said softly, if fate allows us to meet, then 1 gold coin will be enough for us to meet. If we're sincere, then 1 gold coin will be enough. Please take back the rest. He looked at the old woman's face and said in a low voice, Auntie, I can tell you with certainty, your daughter is still alive, and soon you will be able to reunite as a family. The old woman's eyes widened. Really? Really? Duo asked softly. At that time, where did you lose your child? It's a long story. Back then, we went to the roaring tiger forest, which was adjacent to the Sun Moon Pass. However, we got lost there. We lived there for 10 years. And that was when I got together with him. The old lady sighed softly. My darling has been living in the roaring tiger forest since she was born. She has never seen the outside world. We tried so hard and finally found a way out. We walked out of the roaring tiger forest, but we encountered an enemy. The 2 of us were severely injured, and our daughter was taken away. I see. Duo counted with his fingers and said, you should find a place to settle down temporarily. Don't go out and run around during this period of time. If I'm not wrong, your daughter is on the way to find her parents. Thank you for your guidance, master. The couple wept tears of joy. In this lifetime, to be able to see Nan again. Even if I die immediately, I will be content. The husband and wife supported each other as they walked away. Everyone else present was waiting with a heavy heart. It was all because of the tragic experience of this couple. Duo looked at the backs of the couple with a heavy expression. Next, Duo looked at more than 10 people. Not only did the crowd in front of him not decrease, but it also increased. Master Zhua is awesome. That's right. I heard that when he showed it to the Long family, he said that he was about to be unlucky. Guess what? Is there a need to guess? The news has spread throughout the city. Is the Long family going to be in trouble soon? Wrong. Not only is the Long family unlucky, they are unlucky twice. The night before, the Long family manor was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. Isn't that bad enough? But the next night, even the ruins were gone. It turned into a lake. It's all thanks to Master Zhua. If it weren't for Master's judgment, the whole Long family would have been turned into fish and shrimp. That's right, that's right. It's because it's so magical that I have to come and take a look. I've been feeling that things haven't been going well recently. Duo was never tired of reading people's faces. The more the better. In the past, he only complained that no one came to see him. Now that there were people coming, naturally, he was very happy to greet them. There was no income in the Providence Point for now, but in just 1 hour, the income had reached a terrifying amount of 400,000. These people are so honest and kind. I really like them. Zhuo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After all, this amount of income was already very, very scary for Zhuo. Just when he was busy and happy, Hu Riyun came. Zhuo. Hu Riyun looked at the school entrance that looked like a wet market and said angrily, "Do you still want to go to class or not? Are you setting up a stall here? It's so slow to earn money like this. Why don't you go rent a house and do some fortune-telling?" In the whole school, no, in the whole Phoenix City, or even the whole continent of astral souls, among the people that Zhuo was most afraid of, Hu Riyun was one of the top 3, second only to his mother and sister. In this regard, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue were ranked behind. When Hu Riyun stood up, Zhuo stood at attention and smiled apologetically. "Teacher who?" He. Class. I'll go to class right away." Then he said, Let's go. If you need anything, you can come at noon. I have an hour of rest at noon, and an hour of rest in the afternoon. Don't worry, things will be solved." Under everyone's regretful gazes, Zhuo quickly packed up, grabbed his bank card and the promotional note, and ran into the school. There was no one left in the class. Those who needed to train went to train, and those who had contribution points in hand used them to exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Fangyang was currently lying in shield. With his injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. Zhuo naturally had to report to the gravity room. Zhuo, someone called from behind. Zhuo turned around and saw Bai Bingbing standing there. "What's the matter?" Bai Bingbing looked a little restrained. She was quite different from the cheerful person she was a few days ago. She even looked a little haggard. She said, "Have you had breakfast? I brought your favorite big buns. There are 20 of them." As she spoke, she took out a big bag of meat buns. Bai Bingbing had been bringing breakfast for Zhuo for several days in a row. Zhuo would refuse every time, but Bai Bingbing obviously didn't give up. She reluctantly continued to bring him breakfast the next day. "Bai Bingbing," Zhuo said seriously. "I'll say it again seriously. I really can't like you because I already have a wife." "You already have a wife?" Bai Bingbing looked at Zhuo's young face. Even though her heart was heavy, she couldn't help but want to laugh. "Eat. I just brought you a few buns. I don't want to be your wife." "Is that so?" Zhuo turned around and rushed into the gravity room. "I know. Don't bring them in the future. If my wife sees it, I'll be finished." Bai Bingbing's hand stopped in midair. Looking at Zhuo's back, her expression gradually became complicated. She held the bag of buns in her hand tightly and didn't move for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly and walked back. Halfway through, she threw the bag of buns into the trash can by the roadside and left with a heavy heart. After a long time, Hu Riyun appeared beside the trash can. She reached in and took out the buns. Then, she took the buns and left. "Go and check these buns." Hu Riyun handed the buns to Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang was a little puzzled. "Still checking? You've been checking for 3 or 4 days. I just feel that something is wrong." Hu Riyun frowned. "I hope I'm just overthinking." "Okay," Li Changjiang said. "I'll go now. Also, give me the test reports from the past few days." "Okay." Noon. "The test reports are out." Li Changjiang said. "There's nothing wrong with these buns. There's just an extra Ziyang root." Well, the Ziyang root's main effect is to replenish the vitality of the astral souls. If it's eaten frequently, it will have a certain effect on strengthening the astral souls. Ziyang root. Hu Riyun held a thick stack of test reports. "Is everything here?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll take them." Li Changjiang looked at his wife's figure and was a little puzzled. "Riyun, in my opinion, this is just a young man's pursuit of the opposite sex because he has a good impression of the opposite sex. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by being so paranoid?" Hu Riyun said softly, "I don't want to think of my student this way, but I keep feeling that this by Bing Bing is different from before. She used to like to get close to Zhuo, but she used to be very bright and generous when she smiled. But since a few days ago, her smile has changed. She still tries to get close to him, but she's not like before, walking over whenever she has time. Instead, she spends most of her time in a daze. She often seems to have a lot on her mind. Also, she's never sent food to Zhuo before, but these few days, she's been acting strangely. She's been sending food every morning. She's been rejected today, but she continues the next day. Li Changjiang wondered, isn't this normal? It's not strange for a girl who's in love to do anything. Hu Ruiyun said faintly, you're not a woman. You don't understand women. Li Changjiang said, I think the problem is that Zhuo hasn't eaten even once, which made the girl feel frustrated. That's why she keeps sending food to him, hoping that he'll be moved once. Then why doesn't Zhuo eat? Hu Ruiyun said, or maybe Zhuo saw something. Li Changjiang felt that his wife was simply unreasonable. She was twisting words and forcing logic. Li Changjiang, you have to know one thing. If a girl really likes someone, even if she knows that there's no hope, her heart will still be filled with love. Under this kind of love, she will cry, she will be in a daze, she will look forward to it, she will daydream, and she will even laugh. However, he would never show a dull and somewhat stiff attitude. Do you understand? Hu Ruiyun took the test report and left. The reason why I felt that something was wrong and only asked you to do the test, but I didn't say anything to the public, is that I'm not sure. This is just my intuition, and a woman's intuition has never been reasonable. I hope that my intuition is wrong this time. Hu Ruiyun took the test report and went up to the top floor. Old principal, monthly votes please. Chapter 215. Oh, it's Ryun. Yu's body was weak, and she was having a meeting at S.H.I.E.L.D. in the early hours of the morning. Furthermore, Sister Lan was not around to look after her. She was lying on the wheelchair, dozing off, with only a thin blanket covering her body. What's the matter? There's a small matter. Hu Ruiyun felt a little regretful. She should have let Yue rest for a while. Her body wasn't well to begin with. She had been worried the whole night and stayed up all night. Now, she had to disturb her with something that she didn't even know existed. Say it. Yue was completely awake now. She lifted the blanket on her body and said, you're not an ignorant person. Since you're here, it must be something important. There's something that I can't make up my mind about. I really don't know much about this field. Say it. There are a few edible herbs, including purple sunroot, dream lingji grass, 9 complete vine juice, and honeygrass flower. Just these, together with ordinary dishes and meat, will it produce any special effects? Will it have the same effect as mixed poison? Yue laughed. How come you're researching mixed poison now? She pondered for a moment and said, the herbs you mentioned all have the same characteristics. It strengthens the vitality, nourishes the astral souls, and replenishes the vitality. And these herbs, if eaten alone, will not do any harm. They will only be beneficial. Yue said slowly, but, hearing the word but, Hu Ruiyun's heart skipped a beat. These 4 herbs, if you eat the honeygrass flower on the first day, and let the medicinal effects spread into the meridians, then eat the 9 complete vine juice, then eat the dream lingji grass on the 3rd day, and eat the purple sunroot on the 4th day. Yue's face was serious. If you eat the honey grass flower on the 5th day, the medicinal effect of the 4 days will accumulate, and it will become an incurable poison. Hu Ruiyun's delicate body trembled. An incurable poison? Yes, once the incurable poison is formed, the astral souls of the user will immediately shatter, and their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will disappear. However, very few people know about this method. Furthermore, there are clear regulations of the country that forbid the sale of these medicinal herbs together, especially the dream lingji grass, which is the hardest to find. It's an extremely rare spiritual material, but it doesn't have much of a beneficial effect. Therefore, not many people know about this method of harming people. He Yuanyue asked, "Why? Did you find anything?" Huruoyan gulped and said, "I did find something. I suspect that someone is using this method to deal with Zhuo." Huh? He Yuanyue could not help but widen her eyes. Zhuo? Yes. Hu Riyun took out the test report and said, "Recently, a girl has been pursuing Zhuo. I feel that her behavior is strange because at first, it was pure affection. I can see and feel it, but recently, her behavior has changed. Every morning, she brings food to Zhuo. Zhuo does not eat, and Zhuo does not eat, so it's fine if she takes it back. However, that girl always throws away the food she brings and brings it back the next day. I feel strange about this. Even if he doesn't eat it, she shouldn't throw it away, right? If she gives up and gives up, she won't bring it back the next day. So I took it for testing." Hu Riyun explained her analysis in detail, including the analysis of the girl's thoughts. This is the test report from the first day. It found the ingredients of the honey grass flower. On the second day, there was 9 whole vine juice. On the third day, there was dream lingji grass. On the fourth day, there was purple sunroot. Looking at the 4 test reports, He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Zhuo did not eat it? You didn't eat it even once? Not even once. Hu Riyun said with certainty. That's not right. If he didn't eat it on the first day, even if he ate it on the second, third, and fourth days, it would be useless. He Yuanyue pondered and said, if he didn't eat it on the first day, she should continue to send him the food with the honey grass flower. She shouldn't have changed to the food with the 9 whole vine juice. Huruoyan frowned and did not say anything. Do you know why Zhuo didn't eat it? He Yuanyue asked. I'm investigating this matter secretly. I haven't asked Zhuo yet, and I'm also afraid that this is a misunderstanding. Since Zhuo didn't eat it, and there's no danger now, then why don't we observe this matter first before we do anything else? He Yuanyue reminded her. This matter is very likely to be more dangerous than you can imagine. So, you must pay attention to your own safety. If possible, try to delay it as much as possible. The strongest fighters in our school are all not here. If something happens, we won't be able to fight back at all. He Yuanyue said, just gives Zhuo a subtle reminder. That kid knows what's important, and he's very sensitive to his own misfortune. Understood. Watching Huriyun go out, He Yuanyue's eyes became deep. She looked at the tea in the teacup. The tea leaves that Huriyun just made for her were bobbing up and down. She did not move for a long time. Meng Tianyue. The Meng family can't wait to kill Zhuo. If that's the case, why don't they just send a master to assassinate him directly? Why do they always play these little tricks? Do they want to quietly solve the problem? If I didn't know your intention before and couldn't see your faces clearly, maybe, I would be fooled by you. But now, as soon as this matter came out, He Yuanyue immediately locked on to the suspect, the Meng family. Lan. She habitually wanted to call Sister Lan, but then she remembered that Sister Lan was now seriously injured and was recuperating at Star Shield. She shut her mouth. No matter what, this matter can't be revealed now. Once it is revealed, it will only intensify the conflict and put Zhuo in more danger. The water in Phoenix City is getting muddier and muddier. How did the Bai family and the Meng family hook up again? The Bai family has always been a family of poets and scholars. Could it be that they are being coerced? Zhuo was sweating profusely in the gravity room. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He didn't know what was going on. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spirit energy since he came to school this morning, but he didn't feel like breaking through even once. If it was yesterday, he should have at least 5 or 6 times of agitation. He couldn't figure it out. Why was this? If he couldn't figure out, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. It can help me become stronger and accumulate more foundation. So Zhuo took out the medium gray jade of astral souls again and absorbed its energy. It's fine if I can't reach the breakthrough point for now. Although I don't know the specific reason, it's certain that I haven't accumulated enough. So, I'll continue to accumulate. The true Yuan in his body was quietly transforming into the scorching power of the flaming sun sutured at noon, 12 o'clock. So Xiaoduo climbed out of the gravity room on time with the weights. After a short rest, he went to the cafeteria to eat. So Xiaoduo ate quickly. It only took him 5 minutes to finish 3 or 4 bowls of rice. He wiped his mouth and walked out. When he reached a corner, he saw Wan Lixio hiding in a corner and eating alone. Wan Lixio's appetite was terrifying. As a girl, almost all girls would think about how to lose weight and diet to maintain their figure. But Wan Lixio ate at least 60 to 70 steam buns for a meal. So much so that every time they had lunch in the cafeteria, Miss Wan would feel extremely conflicted and ashamed. But if she didn't eat, she would starve. She didn't have the strength to maintain her cultivation. So, she could only hide in a corner and eat steam buns. Long Yuxing sat behind her and tried his best to make his body as big as possible to block Wan Lixio's line of sight. This made Wan Lixio feel a little better. Yes, others can't see me. They can't see me, so Xiaoduo walked over valiantly. He laughed loudly and said, Wan Lixio, have you finished 70 steam buns? Wan Lixio's eyes bulged. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression with a steamed bun in her mouth. She knew that this guy was despicable, but she didn't expect him to be despicable to this extent. His voice wasn't soft at all. So many people in the cafeteria turned to look in the direction of the voice. So Xiaoduo looked over and laughed. Oh, there are still 7 or 8 steam buns. You can continue to eat. If you don't have enough money in your meal card, you can swipe. Swipe Long Yuxing's meal card. Before his voice died away, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had finished his despicable act, disappeared with a whoosh. Wan Lixio, who was still in the corner, blushed. She almost stuffed her head into the wall. Long Yuxing's angry eyes showed that he wanted to kill someone. Despicable. What a despicable person. Long Yuxing muttered to himself. Wan Lixio swallowed the remaining 7 or 8 steam buns, as if they were Zhou Xiaoduo. Her face was red. I must kill him this afternoon. No one is allowed to stop me. I must beat him to death. Long Yuxing was shocked. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Wan Lixio roared crazily. She suddenly stood up and walked out valiantly to get food. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a beautiful girl? Wan Lixio was no longer shy when facing the scrutinizing eyes around her. She stared back valiantly. There was a sense of desperation. Everyone turned their heads to look at her valiantly. Wan Lixio was completely relaxed when Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. She directly put the bowl through the window. Give me another 20 steam buns, 2 plates of mutton, 2 ox trotters, and half a kilogram of chili sauce. Thank you. She stomped her feet as if venting her anger. I didn't eat enough for the past few days because of my face. I must eat more today. 30 steam buns. Make it 100. Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan, who were engrossed in eating, gave her a thumbs up. Xiao, awesome. Wan Lixio walked back with the food. She held her head high and said, What are you looking at? Can you afford to feed me with my appetite? Long Yuxing shouted from behind, I can afford to feed you. There was another burst of laughter. All kinds of whistles rose to the sky. Chapter 216. After Zhou Xiaoduo was done with his daily routine, he ran out of the school to set up a stall to earn money. In less than an hour, he had seen 17 or 18 advertisements. His net income was 600,000. Adding it up with the one he had seen in the morning, it was 1,000,000. He had to admit that the effect of the advertisement was too good. In this world, there were too many people who were dissatisfied with their current situation, unwilling to accept their fate, or those who had nowhere to spend their money and wanted to buy peace of mind. There's still an hour before school ends. Let's continue if we're fated. Zhou Xiaoduo returned to the gravity room, but he was stopped by Hu Ryun at the door. Zhou Xiaoduo, I want to ask you something. Hu Ryun brought Zhou Xiaoduo to her office without any explanation. Tell me the truth. Why didn't you eat the food that Bai Bingbing brought for you? Hu Ryun went straight to the point. She believed that Zhou Xiaoduo would not lie to her. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Teacher Hu, I'm a loyal man. I already have a wife. My love for my wife can only be expressed by the heavens. How can I eat the food that another woman brought for me? Hu Ruoyun frowned. Stop talking nonsense with a cheeky face. I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. If you don't want to say it, you can leave. Hu Ruoyun said sadly. Xiao Duo, you can cultivate now. You can skip grades. You're already at the peak of martial master. So Xiao Duo panicked. Teacher, Hu, you can leave. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. No, I'm not interested in listening anymore. The Xiao Duo rushed over and hugged Hu Ruoyun's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Teacher Hu, I was just casually saying. Hu Ruoyun gave him a sidelong glance. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. So Xiao Duo scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, his expression turned serious. At first, I thought that Bai Bingbing was a good person. She had a good personality and dared to love and hate. However, ever since she began to bring me breakfast, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So I did a facial examination for her, a physiognomy. Hu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment before asking, Then what did you see? I could see a lot of things. Recently, Bai Bingbing's family has been troubled. She's been affected by an uncontrollable force. She's been shrouded in bad luck, and she's been surrounded by evil spirits. Most importantly, she's suddenly filled with malice towards me or her actions. Zhua Xiaoduo's face twisted as he said, Based on this reason, how would I dare to eat the food she gave me? Intuition? It's not intuition. Zhua Xiaoduo said, I really know that the food she gave me has something bad in it. Why should I eat it? Was he looking for trouble for himself? To take care of the feelings of someone who has malice towards me? Wouldn't that be stupid? Hu Ruoyun sighed softly. I understand, but why don't you tell me more? Hu Ruoyun was a little tired. There have been too many things happening recently. It's better to avoid trouble. Also, I'm pretty sure that Bai Bingbing didn't mean to harm me. Zhua Xiaoduo paused for a moment before saying solemnly, She was probably forced. Forced? Yes, I was behind her, and I could see a thick darkness. If I insist on pursuing the truth of this matter, the truth will most likely be buried. Her whole family will be annihilated. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, Teacher Hu, I don't know how you noticed this. Maybe I'm a little soft-hearted, but I feel that I'm not hurt anyway. There's no need to kill her whole family. That's a little too much. Of course, my other purpose is to see if they can lure out the big fish behind the scenes when their plan fails and they change to another strategy. I want to see who it is. Is there a third reason? Yes. So what Xiaoduo said the third reason is, I'm afraid that if I expose the big fish behind the scenes, I won't be able to handle it. If everything is exposed, I won't be able to handle it. If Teacher Qin wasn't injured, I would have discussed this matter with him. But now our second high school is full of injured soldiers and all the important generals are gone. If I act rashly now, I'll be courting death. Hu Ruoyun completely understood. I understand. Then you can go. Hu Ruoyun said, Since you know everything in your heart, I won't waste my breath to remind you. So Xiaoduo said gratefully, Thank you, Teacher Hu. Thank you for your concern. Hu Ruoyun was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, You child. So Xiaoduo said softly, Your kindness is really worth remembering for the rest of my life. He took a step forward and gently hugged Hu Ruoyun. He said wholeheartedly, Thank you. Letting go of Hu Ruoyun, so Xiaoduo turned around and left. She watched the office door close gently. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were slightly red. She smiled with tears in her eyes. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Although Hu Ruoyun didn't want Xiaoduo to know too much and only wanted to silently pay attention to this child, it was obvious that Xiaoduo understood everything. He knew everything clearly and understood it all in his heart. If she didn't pay close attention to him for a long time, if she didn't pay close attention to every little thing, how could she discover such a thing? 5 years of repeating a grade, long-term attention, and this unbreakable teacher-student relationship had made Xiaoduo a child in Hu Ruoyun's heart. She was always concerned about him. She was like a loving mother, silently caring and paying attention to everything about her child. Just as Xiaoduo said himself, Xiaoduo will remember for the rest of his life. In the afternoon, in the gravity room. So Xiaoduo trained even harder and even risked his life. But even if it was so hard, his heart was always warm. In this world, there were so many beautiful, warm things that were worth remembering, worth protecting, and worth cherishing. Even if he risked his life, he had to protect those things. I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I want to be cheap. It wasn't until the afternoon, when it was close to 5 o'clock, that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough surged like a tide again. And this time, it was a feeling that couldn't be controlled at all, a feeling that couldn't be suppressed. At least in Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind, his dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo was still trying to gather all of his true qi as much as possible, wave after wave of true qi kept surging over. Or, to put it another way, if one drank too much, to the point where he couldn't control himself and wanted to vomit, even if the person was still sober and knew that he didn't want to vomit, he would force himself to swallow it back. But the next wave of even more intense feeling would come and continue to surge out. Cough, cough. Anyone who was drunk before would know that. Those who weren't drunk should try their best not to try it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. It took Zhuo Xiaoduo 40 minutes just to suppress this breakthrough. But that restless feeling was still there. It seemed that if he used a little bit of his true qi, it would set off a tsunami again. At this moment, the true qi in his body filled his entire dantian and spread all the way from the dantian to the breakthrough, leaving only a small part before the breakthrough. Or it should be said that his dantian was full to the extreme. This power was destined to not return, because there was no place for it. The main reason why he was sure of this was that Zhuo Xiaoduo used the cooling power of the form of heaven and man. Although he suppressed it, he also understood his current situation. But I haven't surpassed Nian Nian Cat's record. Could it be that there's something wrong with my talent? Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was almost in a daze, but he kept remembering this matter. I think I've only suppressed 19 times. This situation lasted until he returned home. And when he returned home, the investigation by Star Shield finally came to a conclusion. Director General, the two men who have been following Shang Qingyun since she was in the governor's mansion have confessed under torture. The two people had already been caught in the morning under the crazy search of all the experts in Star Shield. What did they confess? Is there any important information? Shang Qingyun is very likely to be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Star Monarch? Star Master? Is this confirmed? I'm 90% sure. Jiang Wenzhou's eyebrows were completely furrowed. Generally speaking, there's only one Star Master below the Star Monarch, who assists the Star Monarch in handling matters related to the GL. So why is the left minister of the stars in Phoenix City? And he hasn't moved for decades? He hasn't moved for so many years. What is he waiting for? The left minister of the stars. This is the existence of cooperation. So, who is Shang Qingyun cooperating with? Logically speaking, there must be more important things that require the left minister of the stars' assistance. That's why he's here. So who is he assisting? Jiang Wenzhou only felt that this case was getting bigger and more complicated as he investigated. The more he investigated, the more his head hurt. Especially after confirming Shang Qingyun's identity, he was shocked to find that the secret hidden in this might be a shocking puzzle that even he couldn't completely understand. And the moment Shang Qingyun's identity was confirmed, that was when the people in Star Shield reported Shang Qingyun should be the left minister of the Big Dipper. He's the Star Master below the Star Monarch. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had just returned home and was still trying to suppress himself, suddenly felt a flood of good fortune falling from the sky. Well, actually, it was 2 drops of coolness that fell from the sky and went straight into his brain. This was really a windfall from the sky. Of the 2 drops of coolness, half went into his reserves, and the other half turned into coolness that merged into all the meridians in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were nourished and widened again. Their flexibility also increased out of nowhere and almost doubled. What was even more surprising was that his energy center, which had swollen to the limit, actually widened again. It's time for the second watch today. I'll rest for a few days before erupting again. Chapter 217. With just a thought, Zwickau's true origin, which had been blocked in his meridians and was about to break through at any time, all returned to his Dantian. That obedient force was like an extension of his arm. What's more, Zwickau felt that his Dantian still had plenty of true origin left. That was to say, he could accumulate even more resources and strengthen his foundation even more. Fuck, Zwickau groaned. Suddenly, he felt so good that he could go to heaven. It turned out that he had used too little cooling power previously, which was why it was difficult to achieve results. But now he had used a whole drop at once. The effect was indeed extraordinary, and the effect was immediate. However, Zwickau was completely dumbfounded as to where these 2 drops came from. Where did they come from? Recently, I haven't seen any big fortune. What's going on? Well, the surprises did not stop there. They continued to come. Just after these 2 drops of cooling power arrived, only 10 minutes later, another drop suddenly entered his account. Once again, Zwickau felt refreshed, and his whole body trembled. Strange, this is really strange. The only thing Zwickau could think of was, last night, when he saw Zwickau and his fortune, the people closest to him were in a life-and-death situation, and this life-and-death situation was obviously resolved. That was why these providence points came. But why were there 3 drops? And why did they come separately? Which drop came from which side? He had no clue at all, but it didn't matter which side it came from, as long as he could force the true origin back. Well, not bad, not bad. Now, the number of providence points that he could use had climbed to a new peak. He had a total of 7 drops in reserve, plus the 3 drops that he used that it seemed that the reserve was full. Then, was this fortune-telling technique going to be upgraded? However, Zwickau waited for a long time, but there was no movement. Sigh, it's better to focus on cultivation. When it's time, it will naturally come. With 3 extra drops, he could at least suppress it a few more times. How delightful. But it had to be said that Zwickau was very easily satisfied now. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I only need to improve faster than my classmates. I only need them to be no match for me when I'm being mean to them every day. That's all. I just need to be more steadfast than Yen Mao. I just need to be stronger than I was yesterday. I just need to be able to earn 1,000,000 every day. I just need to reach Uncle Nan's level. I just need to surpass Yen Mao as soon as possible. Zwickau sighed, feeling wronged. As long as I can achieve these goals, I will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuding and Zwichanglu rolled their eyes in unison. After eating, Zwickau didn't hide in his room as usual. Instead, he walked around the living room and tried to find something to talk about. Mom, Nian didn't come back for dinner, and you didn't even call me. This can't go on. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes as she washed the dishes. Actually, girls have to follow the rules and be reserved when they grow up. Not returning home at night was unacceptable. Mom, don't you think so? Zwickau continued to walk around. Wu Yuding continued to roll her eyes. Mom, now that I can cultivate, and I'm a genius, I'm not completely unworthy of Yen Mao, right? Zwickau muttered to himself. His wild ambition was obvious. This time, Zwichanglu, who was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper, couldn't help but look up at him and roll his eyes. Do you think Nian Kitten will feel inferior if I continue to be so outstanding? Plus, she's 3 years older than me. Sigh, Nian Kitten must be suffering. Zwichao shook his head. But she shouldn't feel inferior. This girl is very thick-skinned. She's already decided to stay in our house. Sigh, poor me. I've been targeted since I was young. It's a sin to be handsome. Dad, you told me not to think about it that day. Yen Mao and I are from 2 different worlds. I think you're wrong. Zwichao saw that no one was paying attention to him after he talked to himself for so long. He simply sat in front of Zwichanglu and started to talk about old scores. He felt that he needed to change his father's feudal thinking. It wouldn't do to always be a busybody. So Changlu looked at the newspaper and didn't say anything. He pretended that someone didn't exist. Look at me now. I'm handsome and hardworking. I'm smart and honest. I'm a genius. I can even make money by reading people's faces. Dad, I know you was talking about it that day. In fact, you still voted for us to get closer to Nyan Cat. Zhuo Changlu sighed and put the newspaper down. There was no other reason. He couldn't bear to watch or listen to this anymore. I know what you're worried about. Right now, Nyan Mao's realm is only 1 or 2 levels higher than mine. But for your son, this distance is nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his tongue and tried to brainwash his father. He opened his mouth and said, I'm not worried about not being able to find a wife. But Nyan Mao pesters me every day. It's so annoying. I don't know how many young ladies like me. However, the fear in his heart that his wife would grow wings and fly away was still exposed. Zhuo Changlu leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Dad, just nod. Actually, it's one thing to let nature take its course. But feelings, love, if there's a parent's blessing, it's quite good. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. You can take back what you said the other day. Thank you, Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had directed and acted himself, drew and painted himself, bowed deeply to him. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding held her stomach and laughed silently until tears came out. Zhuo Changlu finally stopped pretending to be asleep. He stood up with a speechless face and strolled into the study. But it's so annoying. In the future, no one will be able to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. A voice that's as annoying as a fly is the biggest nemesis of a person who's pretending to be asleep. Just as he was about to close the door, he was surprised to see Zhuo Xiaoduo walking in behind him. He looked at him innocently and said, Dad, I'm going to take a look in your study. What do you want to see? Zhuo Changlu finally spoke. There's something important. Something good. Zhuo Xiaoduo winked and looked behind him like an underground worker. Zhuo Changlu glared at him. Ignoring him, he walked to the desk and sat down. Zhuo Xiaoduo closed the door sneakily, then sneaked in front of Zhuo Changlu and lowered his voice. Dad, your son is going to give you a surprise today. A big surprise. Zhuo Changlu raised his eyelids helplessly. What do you think this is? Zhuo Xiaoduo showed his bank card and smiled evilly. Dad, I know that you've been under my mother's care all these years. Your son would like to express his deep sympathy and condolences. Zhuo Changlu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a low voice, Dad, there's 1 million in this card. I've already transferred it to you. 900,000. How about that? Your son is filial enough, right? Zhuo Changlu frowned and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Son of a bitch, just tell me what you want. I really don't want to do anything. I just want to be filial to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. I just want to make life easier for you and Mom. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already put away his sloppy appearance and said softly, Dad, ever since I kept repeating grades, I knew that our family wasn't rich. I saved up for so many years. I couldn't bear to spend money. It wasn't because I was stingy. I just thought that if I saved up more, I would tell you that your son is grown up. I've been thinking about this for the past few days, too. Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed Zhuo Changlu's hand and begged, Dad, Sister Nyan and I are already grown up. In fact, we can solve many things on our own. Whether it's resources or weapons, we have all settled down. You don't call Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu over anymore. Okay. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep and bottomless. He said in a low voice, Why? I know. You and Mom have a lot of difficulties to live in seclusion here in Phoenix City. But since you've been living in seclusion for so many years, I don't want you to be in danger anymore. I don't want others to know about your existence, including old friends like Uncle Nan. Only the secrets that you know are the real secrets. I just want you and Mom to be safe. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Now that I've grown up, I can make money. I know that I have the ability to take care of this family. You and Mom can rest in peace. Okay. Recuperate? Zhuo Zhonglu frowned, keenly grasping these 2 words. Whether it's to rest in peace or to live in seclusion, Sister Nyan and I hope. You've been living in seclusion for so many years, don't let outsiders know. Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan have already come. We can't do anything about it. But in the future, we don't want you to take any more risks. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, almost pleadingly. Zhuo Changlu didn't speak for a long time. With his age and experience, he naturally understood his son's intentions. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's guess was very far from the truth, Zhuo Changlu's heart was still fiercely touched by his son at this moment. At this moment, there was only one feeling, and that was this son was worth having. Gently patting Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand, Zhuo Changlu smiled gently and said, "Okay, Dad will listen to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and finally stood up. "Why don't you give the money to your mom? Why do you want to give it to me?" Zhuo Changlu asked curiously. "What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. It's really not easy for you. Besides, once the money is in my mom's hands, our family will be as poor as before. My mom wouldn't be willing to spend it. It's better to give it to you." So Xiaoduo smiled. "Besides, I'm a boy, and I always feel embarrassed talking to Mom. As for Mom, there's naturally sister Nian Nian to win her over." Chapter 218. Ha! Zhuo Changlu let out what was probably the most carefree, most comfortable laugh he had ever let out in his entire life. "You brat, you have quite a lot of ideas. Not bad, not bad." Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed embarrassedly. Zhuo Changlu only felt that the mark of the great path in his body suddenly began to accelerate. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. So this is life. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side of the desk. There was a calligraphy painting hanging there. At a glance, it seemed to be a landscape of clouds and mist, but it was flowing slowly. In the end, it would form a word. Tao. Zhuo Changlu looked at the painting and said softly, "Tao. This is the Tao of life." In his voice, there was happiness, relief, and slight doubt. It seemed to be saying, your so-called Tao before is wrong. That night, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding went to bed very late. The two of them chatted softly. Zhuo Changlu said to Wu Yuding in a very satisfied, very comfortable, and very happy tone, "My Tao has loosened." Wu Yuding was stunned. Is that true? This time it's really loosened. I even feel like it's cracking. This level is no longer difficult. As long as I casually rush it, I can pass it." Zhuo Changlu seemed to be very satisfied. "Why is that?" Wu Yuding asked. "You might not believe it, but at night in the study, Xiao Duo came to me." Zhuo Changlu slowly told her what Zhuo Xiaoduo said to him, not missing a single word. As Wu Yuding listened, she suddenly burst into laughter. "This brat's guess is not bad. It's just that his direction is off. It's worlds apart from the truth." Zhuo Changlu said in a deep voice, "In fact, from the 2 times I asked Xiao Nan and Old Wu to come over, we should have been mentally prepared. Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo are both smart children. It would be strange if they didn't suspect anything. And Xiao Duo's direction of thinking is really not wrong. As a child, what he was most worried about was the integrity of his family, as well as peace and happiness. Connecting the dots with the past, little Nan and Old Wu, especially their attitudes, his first suspicion was that they were hiding from their enemies due to serious injuries and the loss of their cultivation base. This was originally the most reasonable judgment. After all, he wasn't as profound as us, so he didn't have the experience and knowledge in this area. As for being heavily injured or having his cultivation sealed, that's the most logical guess we're making right now." Wu Yuding agreed. "That's right, but it was the conversation between father and son yesterday that touched my Taoist heart." Zhuo Changlu stretched his limbs and lay on the bed contentedly. He said, "This is not the excitement of a breakthrough, but the happiness of a sensible child." "Then is their guess okay?" "It's okay," Zhuo Changlu said. "Just let them go in the direction of their guess. The road that should be paved has been paved. In the future, let's see how far these two can go by themselves." Wu Yuding snuggled in Zhuo Changlu's arms. She only felt that she was so happy. Her son and daughter were so sensible and talented, and her husband was so gentle and considerate. Suddenly, she felt that she had reached the peak of her life. What else could she ask for? She couldn't help murmuring, "It's so good. The long road. I suddenly feel that it's really good to live like this for the rest of my life." So Changlu smiled and held her arm a little tighter. He sighed and said, "Isn't it good? Perhaps these few decades will be the time when the two of us will truly enjoy life. Enjoy life. Enjoy life." So Xiaoyan had been back and forth these days. She was so busy that she had to go to Star Shield to take care of her master. She also had to deal with the Meng siblings. She came back late at night. She was exhausted. This time, Mu Yinyin was seriously injured. The physical injury was not a big deal. The most important thing was the heartache. The second senior brother, whom she had a good relationship with and took care of, turned out to be a spy of the Umno Alliance. This hit her directly to the heart. Her other three senior brothers also became silent and worried. Meng Chunyu and Zhou Xiaoyan kept visiting, which made Mu Yinyin feel even more complicated. On one hand, she felt comforted when she saw Zhou Xiaoyan. On the other hand, she felt disappointed and disgusted when she saw Meng Chunyu. Every time she saw Meng Chunyu, Mu Yinyin couldn't help but think of her second senior brother. They were the same. The disguise was good. Mu Yinyin, who really didn't want to see Meng Chunyu, simply ordered Meng Chunyu to go back and cultivate. She shouldn't visit if there was nothing important. This matter swept the whole Phoenix City in an instant, including the Meng family and the Ning family. They had to be carefully investigated by Star Shield. So Xiao Duo wanted to visit Qin Fangyang, but he was sternly refused by Qin Fangyang. "I won't die. The only thing you need to do now is to practice hard. Suppress the accumulation. When you come back, if I don't see great progress, I will break your legs." When Zhou Xiaoyan went home and reported Qin Fangyang's words, she didn't hide her gloating. "Dog, you need to be careful of your dog's legs. If you don't make great progress, Teacher Qin will break your legs." So Xiaoduo was stubborn. "TSK, I've made great progress, okay? You don't even know how much progress I've made. A mere great progress is nothing." In fact, he had begun to panic. He hadn't had the feeling of a breakthrough for 2 days. Could it be that the 3 drops of cooling power were really that effective? That change. It was like expanding a lake into a sea. No matter how hard he tried to absorb spiritual energy, he couldn't fill it up. This situation was completely different from before. Now, I have only accumulated 25 times. I'm still a dozen times away from surpassing Nian Yin Mao. This kind of progress really can't be considered great. So Xiao Duo was worried. What should he do? That afternoon, Xiao Duo absorbed more than 40 mid-grade Astral Souls Jade, but the capacity of his Dantian was still not used up. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In Zhou Xiao's record, a record quietly changed to 27 days to go before Nian Mao's breakthrough. In the past few days, Zhou Xiao's fortune-telling business had become more and more popular. Especially after a few people came back to thank him a few days ago, Master's reputation had taken another step forward. He was like the sun in the sky. It was too accurate. After 7 days, Zhou Xiao's fortune-telling income had reached a terrifying 5 million. This time, Masters was completely arrogant. When he got home, he actually started to pay his family, the kind that was blatant. "Dad, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Mom, this is your salary for the past few days. 2 million. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely rich. Nian Mao, come and get your salary. Zhou Xiaoyan pinned Zhou Xiaoduo on the sofa with a backhand move. She twisted his hands and kneed him in the back. Then, she slowly took Zhou Xiaoduo's entire card. "What's the password?" Zhou Xiaoyan asked. "Don't even think about it." Zhou Xiaoduo would rather die than surrender. "Just give me the password and I'll take care of it for you. Don't even think about it. Are you going to give it to me or not?" "No." This time, Zhou Xiaoduo showed a never-before-seen stubbornness. Regardless of Zhou Xiaoyan's torture, threats, and promises, he was still unyielding. "You want my life? Easy. You want my money? Impossible." When it came to the sovereignty of one's life, Zhou Xiaoduo would not give in. Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaonuo, so Xiaonhua cried out. Wu Yuting sighed. She felt that her daughter was really stupid. She wanted a man to hand over the password, but she actually beat him up? She was too inexperienced in life. Her EQ had been dragged down to the bottom. Nian Nian, since Xiao Duo doesn't want to give it to you, then forget it. What you're doing is wrong. Wu Yuting hinted with a double meaning. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and let go of Zhou Xiao Duo. She asked in a low voice, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give it to me or not? No. Zhou Xiao Duo was furious. He stomped his feet. His tone was firm and resolute. There was no room for discussion. Forget it if you don't want to give it to me, Zhou Xiaoyan said in a lonely voice. She said lightly, It's not like I don't have money. Why do I need you to give me a salary? After that, she turned around and went back to eat. Zhou Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eat as well. Zhou Xiaoyan had only eaten 2 mouthfuls when her eyes suddenly turned red. Tears fell from her eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked when he saw this. His heart suddenly thumped. All that was left in him was heartache. Zhou Xiaoyan ate 2 more mouthfuls. Her eyes turned even redder, and her tears fell directly. Zhou Xiaoduo could not sit still. He hurriedly leaned over and whispered, What's wrong with you? Zhou Xiaoyan ignored him completely. She twisted her waist and turned her head. Suddenly, she covered her face and started sobbing. Why? Are you crying? Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious. What's going on? Zhou Xiaoyan just ignored him. She cried harder and harder. More and more tears fell. Zhou Xiaoduo said tentatively, It's not like I can't give you my password. If you really want it. He thought to himself, If you want my password, I'll definitely not give it to you. Zhou Xiaoyan just cried and completely ignored him. She did not even talk about the password. In the end, she just put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. After a long time, she stood up and quietly walked to her room. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. You're not eating? Zhou Xiaoyan acted as if she did not hear him. She walked into her room and slammed the door. Zhou Xiaoduo was restless. He was only half full, but he felt like he could not eat anymore. He said anxiously, Dad, Mom, look. What's wrong? Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Wu Yuting sighed and said, You brat, what you did today was too out of line. Your sister Nian Nian's background is pitiful. You gave us money so openly and said it was salary. You must have reminded her of something sad. Sigh, poor child. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart suddenly ached. Yes, Nian Nian was so pitiful. Chapter 219. Zhou Xiaoduo sat at the dining table, unable to eat. He thought for a while and said, No, I have to go take a look. He walked to Zhou Xiaoyan's door and knocked gently. Sister Nian Nian opened the door. Wu Yuting and Zhou Changlu looked at each other. Zhou Changlu looked helpless. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't open the door. Zhou Xiaoduo begged, but Zhou Xiaoyan insisted. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to force the door open, but Zhou Xiaoyan resisted and cried, I won't let you in. Zhou Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. If you let me in, I'll tell you the password. Who cares about your password? Zhou Xiaoyan said angrily. I can earn my own money. Do you think I can earn less than you? You've been eating my food for so many years. Do you think I care about your money? After saying that, she cried even more bitterly and fiercely. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt extremely guilty. His guilt was bursting through the roof. Yes, hadn't Nian Nian been secretly giving him money to spend all these years? Sigh, even if you don't want it, I'll get it to you. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. I don't want it. I'm begging you. Just take my password. Zhou Xiaoduo begged a dozen times. The door opened quietly. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at him with red eyes. Her lips were swollen from crying. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly handed over his bank card. Sister Nian Nian, don't cry. Here, even though you don't have it. You still have Dad, Mom, and me. The password is 00902. It's your birthday. I don't want it. No, I don't want it. I'm begging you. Please take it. I still don't want it. Woof woof. Sister Nian Nian, take it. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Zhou Xiaoduo moved closer and said with a drooling face, Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Zhua Xiaoyan smiled through her tears. What a shame. He he he. It's better if you take the card. Zhua Xiaoyan bit her lips and said, I don't really want you. I just need to know the password. All right, all right. Can you come back and eat some more? Zhua Xiaoduo pulled Zhua Xiaoyan over to the dining table with great care. He picked up the chopsticks and wiped them clean before handing them over. He then scooped a bowl of soup and placed it beside her. Following that, he picked up more food and served her attentively as if there was no one else around. Sister Nian Yin, eat this. Eat this. Zhua Xiaoyan lowered her head as if she was still feeling a little down. However, she still picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. Zhua Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a sense of hunger in his heart again. He started to eat and drink as much as he could. His appetite was even better than usual. When Zhua Xiaoduo wasn't paying attention, Zhua Xiaoyan gently made a victory sign to Wu Yuding with her right hand. Wu Yuding choked and immediately started coughing. Zhua Chonglu, who was beside her, looked as if he couldn't bear to look back. Looking at his son who was begging her to accept his bank password and still had a sense of accomplishment and relief, he deeply felt that this world was indeed not a world dominated by men. Or perhaps men dominated the world, and women indirectly dominated the world through dominating men. After Zhua Xiaoduo finished his meal, he coaxed Zhua Xiaoyan for a while before he was relieved. He was extremely gentle and caring towards her. After that, he begged Zhua Xiaoyan to accompany him to practice martial arts and hidden weapons. Zhua Xiaoyan coldly agreed. Zhua Xiaoduo was actually very happy that they practiced until 1:30 in the morning. The three small gourds flew 200 meters and landed on a large tree that required two people to wrap their arms around. The landing point was right in the center of the 3x dots that Zhua Xiaoyan had drawn with chalk. It was a perfect hit. Zhua Xiaoyan turned around and looked behind the tree. She nodded in satisfaction and confirmed that the gourds didn't break through. She then cut the tree and found the three small gourds at a third of the tree. Your control is not enough, Zhua Xiaoyan said with a cold face. My request is for you to break through half of the gourds and then deviate the trajectory to destroy the target's meridians as much as possible. You've broken through 2/3 of the tree and deviated the trajectory a little, so you can't achieve the damage you want. Whether it's the target's injury or your own judgment of the target's injury, there's a considerable amount of deviation. If it's an actual battle, the target seems to have been hit, but actually has the ability to fight back. You may be in danger because of your misjudgment. Zhua Xiaoduo came over to take a look and nodded. Zhua Xiaoyan's words were not nitpicking, but penetrating insight. Fine of 500 yuan. 10 more times. Zhua Xiaoyan said. Okay. A few minutes later, hit a third of the way through. Shoot all three at once. The one on the left will go straight through, the one in the middle will deviate to the left by 10 centimeters, and the one on the right will deviate to the right by 5 centimeters before changing to the front by 5 centimeters. One more time, punch through 2/3 of the one on the left, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 1/3 of the one in the middle, 10 centimeters to the right. Punch through 4/5 of the one on the right, 3 centimeters to the left. Zhua Xiaoyan made all kinds of strange requests, and Zhua Xiaoduo did them one by one. The punishment was simple. If he failed the first time, he would transfer 100 yuan to Zhua Xiaoyan. The second time, he would transfer 500 yuan to Zhua Xiaoyan. The third time, 1,000 yuan. The fourth time, 1,500 yuan. The fifth time, 2,000 yuan. The sixth time, 3,000 yuan. The seventh time, 5,000 yuan. The eighth time, 10,000 yuan. The ninth time, 15,000 yuan. The 10th time, 20,000 yuan. This punishment was proposed by Zhua Xiaoyan. Zhua Xiaoduo, who had just made Zhua Xiaoyan cry, didn't dare to say no. He made the decision on the spot. They trained for the whole night, until 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhua Xiaoyan took out her phone and entered Zhua Xiaoduo's bank password to check the current balance. The balance is 736 yuan. That's all for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. Zhuxiaoyan was very happy. Let's go, doggy. Let's go home. Zhuxiaoduo, on the other hand, was grief-stricken. He still couldn't understand. How did the rhythm of things suddenly change to this point? Ever since the situation at the dinner table changed, he had been on the decline. He was on the verge of collapse, and things couldn't be stopped. He had been defeated all the way until now. Damn, why did I agree to this kind of training method? Even if I get a crown prince to be my training partner, it won't cost one. 5 million yuan for a night. Zhuxiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with his brain. I spent one. 5 million yuan for a night. Damn, my father isn't the richest man in the world, and my family doesn't have mine. How did I spend one? 5 million yuan for a night? This reality made Mr. Zhua, who had always been stingy and greedy for money, almost pass out. He didn't feel it when he was training, but now that he saw the money flowing in, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did he spend so much? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhuxiaoduo sucked in cold air along the way. His heart ached indescribably. When I, Zhuxiaoduo, went home this afternoon, I had a huge sum of 5,500,000 on my card. After a meal, I still had one. 5 million yuan on my card. After a night of training, I still had 736 yuan on my card. This money was really spent quickly. And the most amazing thing was that I didn't spend it at all. I didn't even buy a piece of candy. Doggy. Zhuxiaoyan's mood had completely turned for the better. She said, "Actually, you don't have to look so sad. I'll give you a chance to earn it back." Earn it back? How do I earn it back? Zhuxiaoduo was heartbroken. In the future, when you train, I'll set a goal for you. If you meet my requirements on the first try, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. If you meet the second and third time accurately, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. We have a lot of training methods. If you can meet the first 3 times accurately, you can earn more than 1 billion yuan. Zhuxiaoyan said. More than 1 billion yuan. Zhuxiaoduo's breathing became a little rapid. Really? Of course. But do you have that much money? Zhuxiaoduo suddenly thought of another important point. His face was full of doubts. That's none of your business, Zhuxiaoyan said. As long as you can do it, I won't go back on my word. It's a deal. Promise is a promise. Okay, just wait and see. Zhuxiaoduo suddenly felt that his whole body was full of fighting spirit. If that's the case, the small amount of money I gave you today is just a temporary deposit. When I master the hidden weapon, I'll even win your dowry. Waha! Then you have to work hard. The training will continue tomorrow night. But if you don't have money, I won't play with you anymore. In short, if you have money, we'll continue. If you don't have money, then don't talk about it. Zhuxiaoyan pouted. No problem. Zhuxiaoduo was full of confidence. He had a lot of customers coming to his door. He was always rich. Do you think I'm short of money? What a joke. In these 7 days, Zhuxiaoduo was working hard to improve his cultivation. Phoenix City was turned upside down several times. Not a single person with a cultivation base was left out. All of them were checked thoroughly. Don't go. If you don't go, you're a spy. You'll be wanted. With such a strong force, many of the UMNO Alliance's spies were caught. Even the Ning family and the Meng family had many suspects arrested. Jiang Wenzhou was in charge here. The experts of the Star Shield General Administration of the Central Plains came in large numbers. Their combat power was unprecedented. No one dared to act rashly. The director of the Star Shield General Administration of the Phoenix City, Jiang Zhongbin, was suspended. The Yang family of the Central Plains came from afar to bury Yangyu. All 98 members of the Star Shield General Administration of the Dragon Blood team came to see their brother off. Their white robes fluttered in the sky above Phoenix City. The funerals of the 2 soul transformation experts were also held at the same time. It was also at this moment that Phoenix City finally became the focus of the entire Central Plains. After the funerals, 2 members of the Dragon Blood team stayed. One was Han Song, and the other was an expert of the Yang family. Obviously, they planned to continue to monitor the movements in Phoenix City. Since the left assistant Star Master appeared here, there must be someone he wants to help. There must be a reason why Sha, Pe, and Lang are gathered in Phoenix City. We have to put an end to the whole thing. We have to avenge Yangyu. An unprecedented pressure descended upon Phoenix City like dark clouds covering the sky. All the martial arts schools in the city, without exception, were inspected once again. Chapter 220. The entire Phoenix City was trembling with fear, and no one dared to make a move. In a real sense, the city had never experienced peace for many years. Everyone, regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary people, was living with their tails between their legs. They were afraid that they would be caught by the Starshield General Administration if they were not careful. Now, because of the death of the Dragon Blood team, the Starshield General Administration was like a hungry wolf, looking at everyone with evil intentions. At this time, no one wanted to look for trouble. If something went wrong, it was their own bad luck. On the 6th day, Qin Fangyang returned to the second high school with Sister Lan. Although the two of them were still a little weak, their injuries had recovered 80 to 90%. There was no major problem. After all, they were nascent soul powerhouses. After receiving the best treatment, they could recover quickly. Mu Yin and her 3 fellow apprentices, who had also recovered from their injuries, still felt ashamed. There was a traitor on their side, who directly led to the death of Yangyu. If they did not give a proper explanation, it would be inexcusable. For this reason, Mu Yin and her fellow apprentices reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Kunlun Taoist sect. The sect was also collectively shocked. For this reason, they paid a considerable amount of compensation. After all, Duan Tianyu's betrayal caused such a serious problem. The Kunlun Taoist sect could not absolve themselves from the blame. Zhou Xiaoduo found that his current situation seemed to be a little tragic. Ever since he started reading fortunes at the entrance of the school, it was probably on the 3rd day that the refreshing feeling came one after another. Although the points given for reading a person were not many, at most half a drop, 1/3 of a drop, 1/10 of a drop, it was still extraordinary. But there were so many people, and the base number was amazing. At least 1 point of cooling power could be earned in a day. With the continuous arrival of the cooling power, his dantian naturally continued to expand, and so did his meridians. For a time, no matter how hard he cultivated and absorbed a lot of Astral Soul's jade, he did not have the restless feeling of breaking through the suppression for a long time. Although his luck points had increased and money kept coming in, the feeling of his cultivation never being able to fill it up made Zhou Xiaoduo anxious. No, it was only a few days before Nian Cat's breakthrough. What if he could not break through the current barrier before then? The first thing Qin Fangyang did when he returned to school was to ask Zhou Xiaoduo, "How's the situation these few days?" Zhou Xiaoduo's head drooped. "No progress for now." "How many times?" "It was fine in the first few days, but in the last 4 or 5 days, it hasn't happened even once." "Not even once?" Qin Fangyang nodded, his face showing a hint of anger. With a bang, Zhou Xiaoduo turned into a rolling gourd. "Not even once. What have you been doing these days? Don't you know that the path of cultivation is like sailing against the current? If you don't advance, you'll fall behind." What Mr. Qin said was the truth. Cultivators were most afraid of slacking off. Once they slacked off, they would not be able to adjust and consolidate their current state. Stagnation and even regression were common cases. A week before his accident, Zhou Xiaoduo had worked so hard to suppress it. Now that a week had passed, he didn't feel anything. Of course, he wasn't working hard. What other explanation could there be? Qin Fangyang didn't care about Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation. He put down the north and south beating things and beat him up. "I'm telling you, if you're overtaken by Wan Li Xiu and Long Yuxing, I'll wait for the day you call them Brother Long and Sister Xiu." Qin Fangyang said fiercely, "From tomorrow onwards, your basic weight will be doubled. Every day, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms to and from class. When you're reading fortunes, you'll have to carry 2,500 kilograms on your back. Your left leg in the morning, your right leg in the afternoon, and your shoes in the afternoon. Zhuo lowered his head submissively and agreed one by one, like a bullied little wife. His cultivation progress wasn't fast, and his words weren't firm either. Well, there was one more important thing that had come to an end. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo's swords were all finished, especially Zhuo Xiaoyan. Not only the sword, but the scabbard was also completed. Zhuo Xiaoyan loved the Sword of Hope so much that she couldn't put it down. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. The sword was pure white and crystal clear. At first glance, it didn't look like a murder weapon at all. Instead, it looked more like a work of art. The scabbard was grayish-white and looked extremely inconspicuous. However, as long as one held it in their hands, they could feel a cold spiritual energy flowing into their hands, constantly nourishing their cultivation and soul. The design of the scabbard was a phoenix spreading its wings. The wings on both sides were connected to form a sword guard. The phoenix wings weren't very eye-catching, but on one side, there was a cute puppy hugging the phoenix wings with its two little paws. It raised its head and stuck out its little tongue, looking charmingly naive. Actually, my favorite part of this sword are these two puppies. They're so cute. I like them so much. Ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan loved the sword so much that she couldn't put it down. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, rolled his eyes wildly and didn't care about it at all. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword could only be described in one word, thin. Then it was light. The whole sword was no different from a piece of paper. Even the scabbard was twice as thin as an ordinary scabbard. The main material of this sword is true gold above clouds. It's 3 feet long and weighs 434 grams. In terms of sharpness, it can be called the best sword in the world. This was Wu Tiejiang's evaluation of the sword. The best sword in the world. When Zhuo Chonglu brought the two swords home, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo almost went crazy when they saw them. These are the swords for both of you. Give each of them a name you like. Zhuo Chonglu said with a smile. Okay, does it sound bad to call my sword Doggy's sword? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and couldn't quite make up her mind. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. It definitely doesn't sound good, right? A girl's sword is called Doggy's sword. What are you thinking? There's something wrong with your brain. Zhuo Xiaoyan racked her brains. Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? Doggy's sword? No. Wu Yuding said from the side. How about Spirit Snatcher's sword? It has the homonym of Xiao Duo's name and the spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. I think it's pretty good. Spirit Snatcher's spirit, and the names of the two are combined. Spirit Snatcher's sword? Spirit Snatcher's sword? Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she read. Good name. Thank you, Mom. Thus, the name of the sword was decided. Spirit Snatcher's sword. At the moment of naming the sword, Zhuo Xiaoyan gently cut her wrist with the sword edge. Blood immediately gushed out and slowly poured into the sword. A ray of blood flowed on the sword for a moment. Suddenly, smoke rose and disappeared. On the sword, there were 2 more words faintly. Spirit Snatcher. The divine sword recognized its master. After recognizing its master, the dazzling light overflowing from the sword began to slowly disappear. In the end, it disappeared completely. Then what should I call my sword? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, This sword is light and thin, exquisite, sharp, and beautiful. It's very uncomfortable to be hit by it. It's either bleeding or losing your life. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous and elegant, just like an elegant cat. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Why don't I call my sword the cat sword? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, The spirit of the goddess of spiritual thoughts and the cat of the cat. How nice. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you. But was too late. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo finished speaking, he immediately cut his wrist. Blood gushed out. Then, 2 small words appeared on the sword. Cat's sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Let's go. I'll bring you out to practice. Zhuo Xiaoyan dragged Zhuo Xiaoduo out for the entire night. Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost beaten into a sack by Zhuo Xiaoyan. However, the name Spirit Cat Sword was an unchangeable fact. Regarding this, Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he was willing to be drilled. During this period of time, the number of meetings at Meng's headquarters increased. Too many things have happened in the past 8 days. Meng Qintian's face was extremely gloomy. His previous handsome and elegant demeanor was almost gone. On the second day, the warehouse in the Jing City branch caught on fire. All the goods were destroyed. On the same night, the 40 carts of goods at the Kaizhou branch was transporting to the city were attacked by star beasts. None of the elites that accompanied them survived. On the third day, the general manager of the Yuzhou branch had a stroke and died. The finance manager and a few accountants ran away with the money. They were ambushed on the way and died. However, they could not recover the money that they lost. On the fourth day, 7 branches were attacked at the same time. They were either killed, caught on fire, or met with thieves. One of the branches was sealed by the government. They were not allowed to open their doors. All the goods inside were confiscated. On the fifth day, 2 film companies under the Meng's umbrella were attacked. They were involved in tax evasion. They were shut down and their accounts were frozen. The most infuriating thing was that one of the directors of the film company was arrested and killed a tax official. This caused a huge uproar. Their artists were exposed to gambling. All their film projects were stopped, and all the dramas that had been released were banned. On the 6th day, on the 7th day, just today, just now, we received news that the 400,000 tons of snowflake cotton stored in the Tianzhou branch had spontaneously combusted. It caused a huge fire in half of the surrounding city. Meng Qintian looked at the report and said softly, "In the past 8 days, just the monetary loss alone is more than 50 billion, and that's not even taking into account the consequences. These things happen one after another. There must be something fishy going on." Meng Tianyue frowned and said, "Any one of these incidents is something that has never happened in the history of the Meng's organization. Now that everything has happened in the past 8 days, it is not something that can be described as fishy. There must be a huge reason behind it." As they were talking, the phone on the table rang. Chapter 221. Meng Tianyue was stunned. For the past few days, she had been receiving calls from him and nothing good had happened. This had caused her to develop a phobia towards the phone. "Pick it up. I don't think it's anything good." Meng Qintian sighed. Meng Tianyue picked it up. "Boss Meng, just now the 17th young master had a heart attack." The voice from the other side of the phone made Meng Tianyue's heart twitch. Before the other side could finish, she said, "I know, you guys deal with it." Putting down the phone, Meng Tianyue's expression was strange. The 17th young master died of a heart attack in Azhou. Meng Qintian's eyes were gloomy, and the elegance he once had was gone. The deceased mentioned on the phone was Meng Tianyue's 17th son. Although his cultivation talent was not good, he was quite talented in business. He was in charge of the business for the Meng Corporation and could be called a capable person, an elite in the business world. Now, he was gone just like that. On the other side, Ning Suifeng, who had been standing in front of the window and looking out in a trance, said with a bleak expression, "If I say that your family is stronger than mine, will you and your father think that I'm gloating?" Oh, as of today, 13 people of the Ning bloodline have died. The reasons are different, but there were no signs of it. There's also a village that was affected in the battle between Jiang Zhongbin and Shang Qinyan. All of them died, and no one survived. Ning Suifeng sighed deeply. In just these few days, the Ning clan has received news of deaths one after another. The clan's business has been robbed, intercepted, set on fire, and escaped. There is no lack of either. Just this morning, 2 pregnant women in the family had miscarriages. Ning Suifeng said, "I think there must be a huge problem with the feng shui of the ancestral house. Previously, there must be some insidious means involved in the incident of Wenshui West. It's just that we can't see it." Meng Qintian and Meng Tianyue nodded at the same time. "Yes, we think so too. Now, we have to discuss a solution. We can't continue like this. If it continues, our 2 families will be finished." Ning Suifeng's expression was solemn. "Find another Qi watcher and investigate carefully," Meng Qintian said. If it really doesn't work, we'll flatten both the east and west mountains. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Even if we have to destroy Phoenix City's thousands of years of history, our two families can't just wait for death. As long as the feng shui layout on the outside is broken, the schemes inside will naturally vanish. Meng Chuntian flatly said, "No, you can't." Ning Suifeng said angrily, "Now, both our clans are at the point of life and death. If we don't advance, we'll die. What else can't we do?" Meng Chuntian said gloomily, "Who dares to break the feng shui of heaven and earth that has lasted for tens of thousands of years? Who dares to act recklessly?" "I dare," Ning Suifeng said. "If you dare, then you're courting death." Meng Chuntian's eyes were cold. "Whoever breaks it will die." His tone became heavier as he said word by word, "Right now, whoever dares to touch Phoenix City's feng shui will be doomed eternally, much less completely. I've already warned you beforehand. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng both frowned. "Chintian, now is a matter of life and death for both our clans. The entire Ming group, the entire Ning family." Ning Suifeng said gloomily, "Are they not as important as Zhao's Phoenix Vein?" "Zhao's Phoenix Vein?" Meng Chuntian sneered. "What do you mean by Zhao's Phoenix Vein? This is a big move that has been gestating for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the Phoenix Vein, one or two of your clans are the ones who are insignificant and extremely shallow. One or two clans were insignificant compared to the Phoenix Vein." Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were speechless for a long time. The two clans were related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. How is it extremely shallow? Was it really insignificant? Meng Tianyue's face was gloomy as she muttered, "Speaking of breaking this feng shui layout, there are ways to go about it. The other party changed the flow of the water because they want to protect the spiritual thought goddess and let the phoenix pulse succeed. In other words, as long as the spiritual thought goddess is killed, this layout will be broken." Meng Tianyue said coldly, "With the strength of our two clans, killing the spiritual thought goddess is not a big deal." Meng Chuntian immediately objected. "No, no." The two clan leaders turned their heads at the same time and blurted out in surprise. They could not move the feng shui layout, but they could not kill the spiritual thought goddess? How could they do that? Of course not. The spiritual thought goddess is the key figure in this Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. She can't die. She must die, but she must die on the day of the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing. We can only kill her when the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens. If we act in advance, the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing will go into hibernation with the death of the spiritual thought goddess. We can't take this risk no matter what." Meng Chuntian said sternly, "We've been planning for decades just for this day. Who dares to kill the spiritual thought goddess before the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing happens?" Ning Suifeng said coldly, "But I don't care about these decades of planning. The current crisis of a Ning clan is the most important thing. It's something I have to face." "Clan leader Ning wants to try?" Meng Chuntian stood up slowly and looked at Ning Suifeng like a viper. Ning Suifeng's face showed anger, and he glared at Meng Chuntian. Meng Tianyue hurriedly interrupted and said, "The two clans are facing a crisis together. We should work together and help each other. Why do we have to fight against each other? Let's think of other ways to deal with the crisis. Isn't there a rumor recently that Xiaoduo has been telling fortunes at the gate of second middle school every day, and the response is extremely enthusiastic? This kid was just an ordinary person before. How did he suddenly become so proficient in this field? Could it be that he was the one who set up this layout? Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. If Yuanyue wanted to destroy it, she could have done it decades ago. There's no need to wait until today." Meng Chuntian said gloomily, "Maybe we have always underestimated this little guy. I didn't expect this little guy to be the biggest troublemaker in this game." Ning Suifeng grinned and said, "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, but can't we kill Xiaoduo?" Meng Chintian sneered and said, "Kills with Xiaoduo? Now, everything is almost clear. The defeat of our two clans is most likely set up by Xiaoduo. And other than him, no one else will know more about this game. If you kill him, who will be the one to break this trap?" Ning Suifeng was furious. "We can't kill the spiritual thought goddess, Xiaoduo, and Feng Shui can't be broken. Are we just going to wait for death?" "Tomorrow morning," Meng Chintian said lightly. "I'll go and find Xiaoduo to test it out. And that little girl from the Bai clan, ask her to give up. Even if her clan gets the benefits for free, we can't do anything for the time being. Previously, we wanted to kill Xiaoduo, so we could do it. But now, Xiaoduo can't die for the time being. Give up." Immediately, his sharp eyes flashed past Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng. "I've already explained the pros and cons. The two of you, please don't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences will be worse. I've already said this." Meng Tianyue's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Ning Suifeng grunted coldly before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Meng Chintian's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Ning Suifeng's back. The hostility in his eyes could no longer be controlled. "Chintian," Meng Tianyue said softly, "can you think of a way to protect the Meng clan?" Meng Chintian nodded slowly and said, "Protecting the Meng clan is a must. But you must remember, no matter what, you can't do anything to the spiritual thought goddess." "I know." Zhuo Changlu opened the door, as usual in the early morning. Not long after, Blind Hong came. "Old Zhuo, is the child here?" Blind Hong's voice sounded unusually panicked. Zhuo Changlu looked back and couldn't help but be shocked. "Old Hong, what happened to you?" Blind Hong's whole body was in a shriveled state. More than half of the hair on his head had fallen off. Even the exposed part of his scalp was covered with lifeless age spots. He looked as if he was going to close his eyes and die in the next moment. Zhuo Changlu was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the fuck did I give him, a life-prolonging pill or poison to take his life? He had clearly eaten a priceless life-continuing pill not long ago. Although the effects of the pill had been greatly reduced, and he had even lost a portion of it, it was still not a problem for him to live for a few more decades. But now, why did he look so much older than when he had not taken the pill? What the fuck? Don't mention it. This is fate. Blind Hong's face was haggard. He looked very depressed and said, "Heaven's way of reincarnation. My retribution has come." Retribution? Zhuo Changlu was a little puzzled. "When I first came to Phoenix City, I was already being watched. Then he offered me a huge sum of money to let me see the trend of Phoenix City's earth veins. He said that I must find something. Because he felt that there was a big secret hidden in Phoenix City. Back then, on one hand, I was forced by the other party's force. On the other hand, because of the 3 words big secret, my curiosity was aroused. After looking around, I found that there was actually a hidden Phoenix vein in this place. And it was a Phoenix vein that was about to be born. At that time, after I confirmed this result, I was quite frightened. This was the arrangement of Heaven's way, and it was related to the fate of this world. I was just a chi diviner. Wouldn't I be offending Heaven's power if I took a peek? But I had already received a huge sum of money from the other party and formed karma. Moreover, there was a threat to my life. How could I not say it? How could I not say it? So I said it. At that time, I was still thinking that with the heavenly fate vitality replenishing technique that I cultivated, even if I lost some of my lifespan this time, I would be able to recover it. Chapter 222. But in the end, I underestimated the backlash of angering the heavenly might. When I told the whole story, the backlash of the heavenly way descended. Not only did it extract half of my lifespan, but it also directly crippled my heavenly fate energy supplement technique. Even 70 to 80% of my Taoist foundation was destroyed. Blind Hong sighed with melancholy. From then on, I already knew that I had revealed too much of the heavenly way this time. I had greatly angered the heavenly way. And more than 20 years ago, I looked at the feng shui for the Meng family and the Ning family. The original intention of these two families was to welcome the birth of the phoenix soul. However, the moment the phoenix soul appeared in the world was the moment I was completely punished for participating in the scheme against the phoenix soul. Naturally, I didn't want to see it. But when I thought of the fury of the heavenly way and the power of the backlash of the heavenly way, it still made me feel lingering fear. However, it also aroused my rebellious heart. Since I was destined to rebel, I thought that if I did the opposite, I might be able to have a happy ending. But I didn't expect that after I saw it. Both my eyes were blinded. But under my guidance, the feng shui of the Ning family and the Meng family had already taken shape and embarked on the path of leading the phoenix to extinguish the wind. But recently, I don't know who not only saw through my layout, but also used the foundation of the feng shui that I had set up to take advantage of the situation. He went against death and came back to life. He completely reversed the foundation of the array. Blind Hong pursed his lips and sighed. The person who reversed the layout has a clever mind. The size of the layout, the viciousness of his thinking, the secrecy of the layout, and the ruthlessness of his actions. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We are all people who set up the layout. My layout was broken by him, and what he broke was a layout that went against the heavenly way. As the person who set up the layout, I naturally bear the brunt of the backlash. Blind Hong sighed. This is all fate. Old Zhua, this is probably the will of the heavenly way cannot be defied. It's true. You changed the things that the heavenly way had set up. It said that man can conquer the heavenly way. But no matter how much time has passed, he can still twist it back to its original path. And the time, the experience, the fate that was reversed will all turn into a backlash. Blind Hong's expression was bleak. In these short 7 to 8 days, I can feel that my life is rapidly being sucked away. Tears appeared in Blind's eyes. I don't even dare to sleep now. Old Zhua, can you imagine? When I wake up from my sleep, I'll lose at least 10 years of my life. Zhua Chonglu's mouth twitched. A few days ago, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan had been talking about changing their fates at home. They had asked Mu Yin and the others to help them. Although Zhua Chonglu only knew the general idea, he knew the reason behind it. He had painstakingly begged for the life-continuing pill and gave it to the blind man, hoping that it would increase his lifespan by 100 years. In the end, his son only used 7 or 8 days to suck away all of the lifespan that the blind man had painstakingly increased, and even more. For a moment, Zhua Chonglu couldn't help but recall what Blind Hong had said earlier. Heavens will cannot be defied. Could it be that heavens will really cannot be defied? No matter how hard one tried, there would always be other accidents that would disrupt one's well-planned plans, erase all of one's efforts, and return everything to its original path? You, how are you now? Zhua Chonglu felt that he didn't know how to speak anymore. Now. Blind Hong laughed bitterly and said, my lifespan is really running out this time, and the backlash this time is so severe that I have never seen it before. In this lifetime, I have become a chi diviner and come to Phoenix City to observe the feng shui. This is definitely the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life, and the most unlucky thing of all. Heavens will reincarnate. Today, it's my turn. It's not that I don't want to take revenge. It's just that it's not the time yet. This Phoenix City's feng shui was originally following the will of the heavens, but I forcefully changed it to defy the will of the heavens. Later on, it was reversed by someone else. The cause and effect of this is something that I cannot bear alone. Too much for me to bear. What does that mean? It means that this karma will fall upon my reincarnation. Blind Hong stomped his feet and sighed. I will have to bear this backlash for the rest of my life, and I don't know when it will end. At the very least, I will have to bear it, until a long time after the heavenly Tao is formed. Upon hearing this, Zhua Chonglu's eyes lit up. This? What do you mean? I don't know the specifics. The only thing I can be sure of is that this time, the backlash from the primordial soul and the true spirit linking karma is destined to happen, and it can't be avoided. Blind Hong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although I don't know what my next life will be, I can tell you now. In my next life, I will have to repay the debt of this life. Until I have done so, what do you think this is? Zhuo Changlu didn't understand. Then why did you come to see my son? Blind Hong grabs Zhuo Zhonglu's hand and said softly, Brother Zhuo, you've helped me a lot in this life. You've taken care of me a lot. If it weren't for the beneficial spiritual tea you gave me that day and replenished my lifespan, I would have died a long time ago. However, I, Blind Hong, haven't given you anything in return. How can I be so thick-skinned as to say that you're my brother? The only thing I can do is to look into the future for your descendant. With my spirit as a guide, I can look into his future. This is also the last thing I can do for you in this life. If I die with so much debt, I, Blind Hong, will not die in peace. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he made up his mind and made an important decision. Blind, how much longer do you have? Not much longer, Blind Hong said sadly. I, Blind Hong, am all alone in this life. I intend to deceive the heavens and steal from the world. It is only natural that I will be punished by the heavens. I have no complaints, and I have nothing to worry about. The only thing I care about is your brother, old Zhuo. All alone in this life. All alone in this life. Zhuo Changlu murmured. Then he said, have a sip of tea here and rest your mind. I will call that little guy to come. He will let Brother Hong fulfill your last wish and pass away in peace. He grabbed Blind Hong's hand. Brother, you and I have been friends all our lives. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. You must remember, I am only here because your surname is Hong. You are Blind Hong, and you are here because my surname is Zhuo. We are like-minded. There is nothing else. Like-minded. Blind Hong choked with sobs. Thank you. Zhuo Changlu took out his phone and called Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to enter the gravity room when he received the call. It was common for Mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan to call him. However, it was extremely rare for Father Zhuo to call him. He did not know what had happened, so he rushed over in a hurry. It did not take him more than a few minutes to step into Zhuo Changlu's Astral Soul's stone shop. Father, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought it was something big, but when he came over to take a look, he saw Zhuo Zhonglu sitting leisurely with Blind Hong and drinking tea. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? This is your Uncle Hong. You have met him before. However, we were in a hurry last time and did not have the time to formally introduce you. This time, I will make up for it. Zhuo Changlu said solemnly. Your Uncle Hong is the #1 Qi Watcher in Phoenix City. At the same time, he is also the #1 Qi Watcher in the Central Plains. He called you here because he wants to read your fate. Oh, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know what was going on. He hurriedly bowed. Hello, Uncle Hong. Good. Blind Hong smiled kindly. Yours was Xiaoduo. Good child. Child, come here. Sit here and don't move. Blind Hong placed a small stool 3 feet in front of him. Okay. At this moment, Blind Hong completely closed his 2 blind eyes. His entire body was like a piece of rotten wood. There was no sign of life in him at all. However, just when Zhuo Xiaoduo could not sit still anymore, a green light suddenly flashed from Blind Hong's forehead on his wrinkled face. After a while, the green light formed an illusory object that looked like an eye on his forehead. As far as the eye could see, it was more like an eye formed by a cloud of fog. Blind Hong's voice sounded faintly. Old Zhuo, this is the last step of my true spirit aura observation technique. It has never been activated or used before. True spirit aura observation technique. All Qi Watchers who cultivate the true spirit aura observation technique only have one chance to use it in their lives. From now on, you must remember every word that I say. Zhuo Changlu's expression became serious. The hazy eye formed by the fog suddenly opened and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. The moment he looked at it, Blind Hong's face was full of shock and astonishment. In his illusory eye, He clearly saw a cloud of green chi and a cloud of purple chi intertwining with each other and rushing straight toward the nine heavens' imperial court. Dragons hide and phoenixes soar in a corner. Wind and clouds soar together in one night. With a flip of my hand, I picked up the tears of 1,000 souls and stepped out of the white-bone peak. Seeking Tao. The mortal world has no master, but once the phoenix cries, the central plains will turn red. Torrential waves of blood connect the land, and ghosts will shock heaven and earth for thousands of miles. Heterodox demons walk the path of wind and clouds, and drink green blood toward the sky, sweeping away all the obstacles in front, and hammering the central plains and eastern pass. Fanyang's purple soul soars into the sky, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent. At the intersection of firmness and softness, true emotions and true nature. Not believing in the yin and yang of the human world, he coldly looks at the mortal world and breaks through the northern underworld. A thought always stays in his heart, and two feelings depend on each other in the nine heavens. Never. Believing that the heavens have a master, he hammered the sun and moon towards the east. Monstrous waves of blood rise with one hand, and bones are everywhere. One foot is empty. This life is endless. Blind Hong's expression became more and more serious, surprised and shocked. However, every word that came out of his mouth was still clear and calm. However, just as he said the words, "This life is endless," he suddenly gurgled in his throat and his eyes bulged out in anger. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions, begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, help Heterodox. Chapter 223. Blind Hong's old face flushed red. Then, the eyes formed by the smoke suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a puff, Blind Hong spat out a big mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky. He was still unconscious. His whole body was twitching nonstop. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and was about to die. Zhuo Zhonglu reacted quickly and supported Blind Hong's body. Then, he threw an elixir into Blind Hong's mouth. After that, he brought over the 3,000-year-old ginseng tea that he had brewed earlier. Then, he poured the tea directly into Blind Hong's mouth. Then, he started to push Blind Hong's blood. "Come and help me too." Zhuo Changlu was obviously afraid that he wouldn't be able to activate the blood vessels with his own strength. He hurriedly called out to Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Oh, okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo was also anxious. This old blind man, he just read my fortune. Why is he going to die? Does that mean I'm the one who caused his death? What the hell? This was simply a black pot that fell from the sky. The father and son were busy for a full 15 minutes before Blind Hong finally woke up. However, he was already on the verge of death. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He smacked his lips and laughed bitterly. "Old Zhuo, you've wasted good things for me again. It's useless. Today is the day I die." Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh. "Old Hong, hang in there." "I can't hang in there anymore." Blind Hong smiled weakly and said, "Under the effect of the true soul aura examination technique, I don't know anything. You just have to remember everything I said just now." "Do you remember everything?" Got it. Zhuo Changlu nodded deeply. Blind Hong nodded and smiled comfortingly. Then, he said helplessly, "Old Zhuo, it seems that I still have to trouble you for my funeral. But there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't have any children, nor do I have any ancestral graves. You can just wrap my stinky skin up and find a coffin to bury me. I've already thought a grave. It's act." So Changlu held Blind Hong's hand and said, "Brother Hong, you have no children. It's your business that you don't have an ancestral grave. We're brothers. Zhuo Zhonglu, can't let you go on your last journey in a miserable state." Blind Hong smiled bitterly. "This is heaven's will." Zhuo Zhonglu thought for a while and said, "Blind man, since you are willing to risk your life to see the fate of my son, then this brat owes you a life." He thought carefully. He paced a few steps and looked up at the sky. Complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, I'll let Xiao Duo send you off and open the gate of Yin Yang for you. Blind Hong's body suddenly shook. His face showed extreme surprise and surprise. Then he shook his head slowly. Old Zhua, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to let the child have another karma? Zhua Chonglu said firmly, this is what I should do. Then he said, Xiao Duo, kneel down. Kowed out to your godfather. Zhua Xiao Duo was stunned when he heard this order. I have a godfather now, and a godfather who is about to die, but he didn't dare to disobey his father. He knelt down obediently and kowtowed a few times. He called Godfather. Blind Hong was emotional. Hot tears gushed out of his dry eyes. Good boy, good boy. It's just that you've been wronged. It's just that, he said with a trembling voice. Old Zhua, I didn't give the child a greeting gift. I feel guilty. Zhua Chonglu said, rest well. There's no need to talk about a greeting gift. Blind Hong smiled contentedly and said weakly, I, Blind Hong, have been lonely all my life. I have no one to rely on. I have no children. I didn't expect that before I die, I would have a godson with a bright future. Old Zhua, I'm grateful to you. He coughed a few times and said, the books I stored with you before and my natal ring. I'll give them to Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo, I don't have much ability, and I don't have any legacy to leave you. You also know about Qi observation, but don't learn my real spiritual Qi observation technique. My natal ring. Ever since the foundation of my cultivation was destroyed and my divine sense was crippled, I couldn't even open it myself. There's some small things in there. There are many cultivation techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques. It's just a pity that I'm too useless. Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I couldn't practice anything. When he said this, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was struggling, Blind Hong suddenly straightened up. He pointed at the sky and said sternly, in my next life, I'll go against your heaven. After he said this, he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Mouthfuls of blood kept spurting out. However, he was no longer breathing. Blind Hong died just like that. Looking at Blind Hong's corpse, Zhua Chonglu's eyes were deep. He sighed softly. After a very, very long time, he stretched out his hand and gently closed Blind Hong's eyelids. He muttered, Brother Hong, you and I have known each other for a long time. In the heavens and on the earth, in this life and in the next. Now that I'm leaving, I will be extremely lonely. He turned his head and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. He said, I'll contact the morning hall for everything. Tomorrow, we'll send your godfather off. Zhua Xiaoduo was puzzled. He said, Dad, this is your godfather. Zhua Chonglu's eyes narrowed. He said softly, Son, you must remember your godfather. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded his head in confusion. He didn't understand the meaning behind Zhua Chonglu's words at all. Zhua Chonglu covered Blind Hong's corpse with a piece of white cloth. At this moment, a dark ring on Blind Hong's finger suddenly lit up. Then, it became somewhat illusory. It seemed that this ring was going to disappear along with Blind Hong's life. However, this illusory state only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then, it slowly floated down from Blind Hong's finger and stopped in midair. It flickered on and off again. It seemed that it could disappear at any time. Zhua Chonglu reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. It seemed that the ring didn't exist. Zhua Chonglu looked extremely surprised. He paused for a moment before saying, Xiao Duo, I can't touch this ring. It's probably the ring that your godfather left for you. Try to take it and put it on your finger. Oh, Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand and grabbed the ring. Somehow, the ring that Zhua Chonglu couldn't grab with his hand solidified as soon as Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand. It fell into Zhua Xiaoduo's palm. It was cold to the touch. Which finger should I wear? Zhua Xiaoduo held the ring in one hand and looked at his finger. I can't wear the index finger, right? The ring finger isn't used for this. Then, the pinky? Zhua Xiaoduo murmured. Zhua Chonglu rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Zhua Xiaoduo casually put the ring on his pinky. The moment the ring was put on Zhua Xiaoduo's pinky, the ring suddenly began to tighten slowly and firmly around Zhua Xiaoduo's pinky. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a pain in his finger. It was as if there were a few thorns sticking out of the ring and piercing deep into the flesh of Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky. He trembled in pain. Blood instantly seeped out and flowed into the ring, dyeing the entire ring red. After a while, the color of the ring that had turned completely red slowly faded and turned into an ordinary grayish-white ring. Then, even the grayish-white ring disappeared. The father and son looked at each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo's pinky was empty. It's gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. Try to think about that ring. Zhuo Chonglu's face returned to calmness, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and kept muttering, "Ring, ring." The grayish-white ring appeared and quietly appeared on his finger. Wow, that's amazing. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely shocked. In the future, if you want to use the things inside, you don't need to make the ring appear. Just communicate with your mind. Zhuo Chonglu was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought. This ring is actually a life ring. Life? What does a life ring mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Well, when you have more experience in the future, you'll naturally know. Zhuo Chonglu obviously didn't want to explain more. Instead, he patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder excitedly. You just need to know that you have made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Zhuo Xiaoduo was suspicious. Just this ring? What do you know? You don't know, you don't know. Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he should say that fortune favors fools. Anyway, he never thought that Blind Hong would leave this ring to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was no wonder that before Blind Hong died, he had emphasized, natal. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking about opening the ring to see what was inside and how he had made a fortune. However, he realized that he couldn't open this inconspicuous ring. Dad, I can't open this ring either. You haven't even condensed your mind, and you want to open this ring? What kind of dream are you having? Zhuo Chonglu said, This is a spiritual ring. You can't open it in such a short time. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't quite understand. At this moment, the door curtain was lifted. Wu Taijiang walked in and saw Blind Hong's corpse covered with a white cloth. His burly body trembled. Brother Zhuo, isn't this Hong? It's him. Zhuo Chonglu sighed sadly. He's gone. Hearing the bad news, Wu Taijiang felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. His eyes were filled with stars as he gasped for air. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. How could this old bastard die so early? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were unprecedentedly stern as he stared at Blacksmith Wu. Wu Taijiang sat down, his face full of confusion. I saw him just now. Moreover, how could he die just like that? And he died here? Wu Taijiang simply couldn't understand. He pulled his hair and said, Damn, this is too sudden, isn't it? I saw a dead man the moment I came in, and it was him. This is really fucking. Chapter 2:24. Zhuo Zhonglu couldn't express his bitterness. He couldn't possibly say that they had already succeeded in prolonging Blind Hong's life. But he met his son, who set up a trap and broke Blind Hong's trap, causing Blind Hong to suffer a backlash and leave in advance that he couldn't say that, okay? The implications were even greater. However, the process of this matter was so complicated that it was extremely strange. Especially when it came so suddenly, they were completely unprepared and were completely caught off guard. You go to school first, Zhuo Chonglu said to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Don't forget to come and send your godfather off tomorrow. Okay, I know. Zhuo Xiaoduo left. Hearing this, Wu Tiejiang's entire body stiffened. Even after Zhuo Xiaoduo had left, he was still standing there stiffly. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were dull. His eyeballs were hanging out of their sockets. What's wrong? Zhuo Chonglu frowned. Who are you trying to impress by showing such an idiotic behavior? Godfather. Godfather? Wu Tiejiang's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Godfather, what's going on? Don't call me Godfather. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. You mean you let Xiaoduo become Blind Hong's godfather? Wu Qiajiang's tone was full of disbelief. Why? Do you have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. After all, this is your business. But this, I feel weird. Wu Taijiang said, I can't be sure if I don't ask more. It's what Changlu said indifferently. I naturally have my own considerations. He said meaningfully, the most important thing right now is to bury this lord in peace. That's how it should be. Wu Taijiang stepped forward and bowed. He muttered, speaking of this blind Hong, he's still worthy of my bow. However, your schemes are too deep. I know I can't understand it, and I don't want to know. In the future, don't let me hear or see you. I'm just a blacksmith, okay? That's what Changlu snorted. Do you think I want you to hear that? Want you to see? Wasn't it because you were so curious that you came in directly? I'll let you in. Is it me? Is it Xiao Duo? Wu Taijiang scratched his head. You may leave, is what Changlu said bleakly. I still want to talk to the blind man. Wu Taijiang looked at Changlu's bleak face and said worriedly, Brother Zhua, it's not my place to say this, but you're both rivals. Everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Don't get yourself involved and let your heart be clouded. Zhua Zhanglu sighed softly, waved his hand, and said in disappointment, For a lifetime. Wu Taijiang sighed and left obediently. Wait. Suddenly, he was stopped by Zhuo Changlu. What's the matter? This guy, if I remember correctly, his natal weapon was a hammer technique? Zhuo Changlu's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Yes, he used 2 hammers to smash the sky red. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was the nightmare of almost the entire astral souls. Have you forgotten? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Changlu in surprise. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and jumped up with a bang sound. He let out a strange cry. Hammer technique? Zhuo Changlu's mouth twitched. Wu Taijiang's mouth also twitched. They looked at each other and saw this strange expression on each other's face. Is this God's will? Zhuo Changlu remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had been aiming for the hammer from the beginning. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wu Taijiang felt his lips and throat dry. He licked his lips and said dryly, He left the hammer technique? Zhuo Changlu nodded slowly. I think so. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He thought of the 2 hammers that were destined to be earth-shattering in the future. Then, he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo becoming Blind Hong's godfather. Then, he thought of the hammer technique. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhuo Zhanglu seemed to be in a bit of a daze as he asked, Did you experience his hammer back then? Brother Zhua, you really think highly of me. Wu Taijiang pursed his lips and said, If I had experienced his hammers before, would I still be here forging for you? Taijiang, Zhuo Changlu said thoughtfully, You really have to do it again. Fuck, what for? Wu Taijiang's face turned green. Why did he have to do it again? Hammer technique. Zhuo Changlu frowned and said, I'm not good at using hammers. I hate it. Therefore, I don't have the hammer technique. However, Xiao Duo can't practice without it. Isn't the hammer technique ready-made? Wu Taijiang pointed at Blind Hong's corpse. That's recognized as the best hammer technique in the world. Use your poor brain and think about it. Can this hammer technique be exposed? Zhuo Changlu said angrily. Once it's exposed, Xiao Duo's enemy will be the whole world, and the entire astral souls, which family's ancestors haven't been smashed to death by this bastard. Wu Taijiang came to a realization. That's a problem. Therefore, Xiao Duo's hammer technique can't be limited to only this family. Moreover, his hammer technique is too vicious. Since ancient times, those who fought with him were all smashed into ashes. His sin of killing is too great. Zhuo Changlu pondered and said, Pick out some hammer techniques that I like. 7 or 8 will do. 7 or 8. Wu Taijiang's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Even his voice changed. 7 or 8 that you like. Just kill me. In the whole world, there are no more than 6 hammer techniques that you like, including the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. You want 7 or 8. Do as you deem fit. Zhuo Changlu played it down. Just send them to me when you receive them. If you don't contact me for the time being, Use your hammer technique to practice first. Wu Taijiang jumped high. This is the storm hammer of 8 directions. Not a hammer. You dare to jump high in front of me. Zhuo Changlu squinted his eyes. Wu Taijiang immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. Brother Zhuo, you're so cool. All right, you can leave now. Zhuo Changlu reminded him. Only the heavens and the earth will know about this. Only you and I know. I understand, Brother Zhuo. Wu Taijiang nodded repeatedly. Scram. I want to talk to Old Hong. Okay. Wu Taijiang left. Zhuo Changlu stood in front of Blind Hong's corpse with his hands clasped behind his back. He said softly, Blind, Old Hong, others might feel weird when they see me talking, but I know you won't. You can hear me. Actually, in this life, I'm just Zhuo Changlu and you're just Blind Hong. Maybe I know more than you and have some calculative heart. But after so many years of friendship, I believe you also know and can feel it. Our friendship isn't an illusion. I wanted to stop you and let you live for a few more years. Of course, it was partly due to my calculations, but more of it was because I hoped that my friend in this life could live for a few more days. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you passed away too early. Do you know that your passing has made me feel even more lonely? Now, even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one. If I want to find an opponent, there's no one left. Even if I want to scheme against someone, there's no one left. Blind Hong, you left too early too soon. My original intention was to stop you, but I didn't succeed. Instead, you kept me here, unable to move. Old Hong, you should be proud. As for the final step, I'll let Little Duo acknowledge you as his godfather. You can say that I've schemed against you once, or that I'm fulfilling your last wish, adding such a layer of karma to you. Old Hong, perhaps you'll be the one thanking me in the future. Brother, rest in peace. We'll be enemies in the next life. Zhuo Changlu poured a glass of wine and gently poured it on the ground. His gaze was focused. In the next life, we'll be enemies again. After pouring a glass of wine, he picked it up and finished it in one gulp. When Meng Chuntian arrived at second high, Zhuo Xiaoduo had stopped his fortune-telling and had entered the gravity room to make up for today's progress. After thinking for a while, Meng Chuntian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and drove in a new direction. I don't know if Blind Hong can come out of the mountain again. However, when he reached Blind Hong's house, it was General Tai who guarded the door. A rotten and decaying aura came from the room. Meng Chuntian's heart sank. For a moment, he was at a loss. He simply sat at the door and waited. After a long time, a handsome middle-aged man slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley and walked over. Seeing Meng Chuntian at the door, he did not hesitate and continued to walk over. When he reached the door, he said in a gentle voice, "Please make way. I'm going to get something." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the door to Blind Hong's room. "You, who are you?" Meng Chuntian was surprised. He had trained himself for many years before he had the self-cultivation and demeanor he had today. But this person didn't look very old. Yet, he had such a graceful demeanor. Everything about him was natural and unrestrained. Such a natural and unrestrained style. He could not compare to him in any aspect. "My surname is Zhuo. I'm Blind Hong's best friend." Zhuo Changlu looked at him indifferently and said, "You're looking for Blind Hong?" Yes, there is something." For some reason, Meng Chuntian felt that he was stuttering in front of this middle-aged man. It was a little unnatural. He even felt a little uneasy, as if he could not let go of anything. It was extremely awkward. "Well, you're late. Blind Hong is dead." Zhuo Changlu pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. He said indifferently, "There's no one here who can help you." "I'm here to find some of Blind Hong's belongings and bury them with him." Dead? Dead? At this moment, Meng Chuntian felt that life was like a dream. The only person who could bypass Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan to solve this problem was dead? How could he be so unlucky? The moment he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, Meng Chuntian suddenly quivered. He raised his head and said, "Your surname is Zhuo Xiaoduo." Zhuo Changlu nodded indifferently. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Meng Qintian asked hesitantly. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, "They're my son and daughter." "Why? Do you have something to say?" Meng Qintian said no. He did not know why, but when he faced Zhuo Changlu, the only feeling he had was uneasiness. "Yes." Zhuo Changlu's voice was indifferent to a certain extent. "Come on, since you're here, come in and do some work. Help me carry these things. These things are too heavy." 2 chapters for today. Please vote. Chapter 225. Hearing Zhuo Changlu's greeting, Meng Qintian walked over involuntarily. He helped Zhuo Changlu carry things and pack things up. He was so busy that he was covered in sweat. After packing everything up, he brought it to Zhuo Changlu and waited for him to choose. Zhuo Changlu looked at them one by one. Finally, he picked a dozen or so items, all of which were small odds and ends. He wrapped them in a bundle and said, "You look like a good kid. Help me move these things to the street corner." Hearing this praise, Meng Qintian, who had always prided himself on being calm, suddenly felt unusually excited. He quickly agreed. "Okay." There was a kind of excitement that said, "I can't believe I can be of use to you." It was a very glorious feeling. But as for the specific glory, there was nothing to say. He was speechless. He carried them all the way to the street corner and loaded them into the car. Zhuo Changlu got in the car and said, "You can go back. Well, if there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. The person you're looking for is not here." "Yes, I understand." Meng Qintian repeatedly agreed. He respectfully watched the car leave. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself in the face. "Are you crazy?" Meng Qintian asked himself. With a gloomy face, he looked in the directions where Changlu left and muttered, "It's not easy to have the opportunity to see Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's father alone. Not only did I not slap him to death, but I also worked for him for the whole afternoon." There was something strange about this matter. Meng Qintian himself could not figure it out. "I almost didn't think of Zhuo Xiaoyan just now. It can't be because I'm afraid of her, but because I want to leave a good impression on her father. Could it be that I was bewitched just now? But how could I be bewitched? This is really fucking." Meng Qintian flew up and chased after him at high speed. At this moment, the ferocious flames in his heart surged to the heavens. He wholeheartedly wanted to slap this handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing to death, and everything would be fine. Zhuo Changlu was driving at a traffic light intersection. Meng Qintian landed in front of the car and strode to the driver's side, shouting, "Get out." Zhuo Changlu rolled down the window and frowned. "Kid, did you forget something?" When he saw Meng Qintian holding a compass in his hand, he patted his forehead and smiled. "So you forgot the compass. How thoughtful of you." Oh. Meng Qintian obediently handed over the compass with an expression of waiting for praise. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhuo Changlu said faintly, "It's getting late. Let's go back earlier." He stepped on the accelerator and drove away slowly. It was still so natural and casual, like it was at his fingertips. Meng Qintian held his head and walked to the side of the road. He felt confused and absent-minded. After a while, he woke up and murmured, "What's going on?" He slapped himself hard twice, but still did not understand why things turned out like this. When did I, Meng Qintian, become so stupid? This should not be. What the hell was this? At this moment, Father's had been gone for a long time. Meng Qintian was still frowning and standing at the side of the street. He was puzzled and lost in thought. After a long time, he was still confused. He scratched his head subconsciously and murmured, "Why am I standing at the corner of the street? What am I doing here?" He was puzzled and tried to recall for a long time. Finally, he remembered. "Oh, I'm not here to ask Blind Hong for help." Oh. With a clear mind, he rushed all the way back to Blind Hong's house. He looked at the open door and then at the mess inside. He could not help but wonder, what's going on here? Why is it like this? The only memory he had of what happened was that someone seemed to ask him to go back early. But who said that? Why couldn't he remember? Go back early. Since Blind Hong was not here, he should go back early. There were still many things waiting for him at the company. Meng Chintian got into the car and drove back to the Meng Corporation with full concentration. He got out, locked the car, and went upstairs. You're back? Did you find Zhuo Xiaoduo? Meng Chintian was stunned and said no. Then did you find Blind Hong? Blind Hong? Meng Chintian was stunned again and said no. He paused and said, I'll look for Blind Hong tomorrow. Meng Tianyue was stunned. She sat up straight and stared at Meng Chintian. She asked in a low voice, What's wrong with you? Meng Chintian held his head and said tiredly, Nothing. I just feel very tired and sleepy. I want to sleep. After saying that, he held his head and sat down on the sofa. He lay down, and then he had really fallen into a deep sleep. Meng Tianyue's eyes widened. What? What was going on? What? What was going on? Did he see a ghost? On the other side, Ning Suifeng was sitting in his study. He frowned and was very annoyed. Dad. A girl pushed open the door and walked in. Have you seen the video on the internet? Video? What video? It's this. Dad, take a look. This video was accidentally taken at night. The person who took the video happened to pass by that road and saw the white fog rising. It felt like a ghost. Ning Qingqing's face was solemn. So this person took a picture of that scene and posted it on the internet. But when he realized that it was actually a picture of our Ning family's ancestral grave and wanted to delete it, it was already too late. It's all over the internet now. Everyone says that our ancestral grave has good feng shui. Other places don't have fog except our ancestral grave. It's so thick that you can't even see your own fingers. Ning Suifeng's face became serious. There's such a thing? Take a look. Ning Qingshang said, I feel that something has been happening in our family these few days. Could it be that there's something wrong with the feng shui of our ancestral grave? Ning Suifeng took the phone, opened the video, and watched it. Sure enough, the image in the video was of a car. The car's headlights were shining forward. On the right side of the road, there was a curtain of night. There was nothing unusual. However, on the left side of the road, there was a thick white fog. It was extremely eye-catching. Compared to the right side, it was very eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention to it. The road was still a road, but there was fog on one side and no fog on the other. It was as if this road was the boundary, separating yin and yang. It was clear at a glance. Looking at the rising white fog, there seemed to be countless demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the white fog. It was very creepy. The atmosphere was even more strange and shocking. The driver was obviously scared too. He was very nervous. As he drove, he said to himself, Why is this place so strange? When I took this road before, it was always quiet. Why is there so much white fog today? This fog is too thick, isn't it? Could it be some kind of ghost? Cough, cough. Jinx, jinx. Is there some kind of god? Ancestors bless me. I've only passed through this once. It's too late to turn back now. I'll never come here again. It's too scary. The car moved forward slowly at the speed of a turtle. It became clearer that the white fog on the left side rose more than 100 feet high, swaying and rolling. About 20 minutes later, the car finally rushed out of the thick fog. The driver was clearly relieved. He mustered up his courage and looked back, only to see half of a tombstone sticking out of the fog. Ning family? Here. Yes, this is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. The video stopped abruptly. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Tonight, I'll go to the ancestral grave to take a look. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely the entire afternoon as he worked hard to cultivate. He had already switched to the 10x gravity room. After a good round of tossing and turning, he was once again as tired as a dead dog. Finally, Qin Fangyang frowned and dragged him out of the gravity room with a gloomy face and threw him on the ground. Qin Fangyang's mood was extremely bad these days. In the previous battle, he was seriously injured. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, he was unconscious for 17 hours before waking up. Because he was seriously injured before, his internal organs were damaged, his body was covered with bruises, and 50 to 60% of his bones were broken. If he didn't have special care, he would be paralyzed for life. But what kind of place was the Star Shield General Administration? What kind of good medicine did they not have? All kinds of good medicine were fed to him. Then, Qin Fangyang, who had been suppressing the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, broke through in his coma. At the moment when Qin Fangyang broke through, he was still in a coma. However, the sword qi that flowed around his body was like a cloud of mist. The sword qi rose and raged, instantly slicing the entire house into pieces. Then, a white cloud rushed to the sky, leaping thousands of feet high. The body turned into a white cloud and rushed to the sky. From now on, there is one more person in the clouds. This was the so-called cloud transformation stage. The cloud transformation stage, as the name implied, was above the earth and below the heavens. Those who had this achievement could move freely. Teacher Qin's breakthrough could be said to be a blessing in disguise. When Qin Fangyang woke up, he was completely dumbfounded. I broke through to the cloud transformation stage. I broke through just like that. What the fuck? Then how am I going to die? Breaking through to the cloud transformation stage. And after suppressing it for so long, Qin Fangyang's current level of strength was above many cloud transformation stage cultivators. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that once one broke through to the cloud transformation stage, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It wasn't something that could be killed just because one wanted to. Teacher Qin, who understood this point, was extremely depressed. So much so that when he saw his Xiaoduo like a dead dog, he couldn't help but feel even angrier. I could break through in my sleep even when I was heavily injured, but you actually didn't put in any effort. You clearly had the feeling of breaking through a few days ago, but now you don't even have the feeling of breaking through. You definitely deserve a beating. Get up, Qin Fangyang said sternly. I can't get up. Xiaoduo also felt that he was very pitiful. These few days, he had continuously received luck points, and his meridians were becoming more flexible. His dantian was also becoming bigger and bigger. He really couldn't find the feeling of breaking through like before, that even if he trained himself to death, it would be useless. Chapter 226. Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was as vast as the ocean. No matter how much he cultivated, it would not be filled. Even if he absorbed the energy of the jade of astral souls and filled it to the brim, his dantian could continue to expand as long as he exerted more strength. It was still far from the limit. What the fuck? Can't get up. It's good that you can't get up. Qin Fangyang nodded and kicked Xiaoduo 3 to 4 meters high. Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? These 3 words were repeated in a very rhythmic manner. Xiaoduo was kicked up as soon as he landed. He landed and kicked again. Long Yuxing and the others were all sweating profusely. They lay on the ground and looked up as they watched Xiaoduo being kicked like a shuttlecock by Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. That's right. He can kick with a bent leg, a straight leg, a spinning kick, and even hit the golden bell. Wow, amazing, amazing. 48, 49, 50. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. He doesn't let the shuttlecock fall to the ground. It's really amazing. That's right. But it would be better if the shuttlecock could shut up. In the air, Xiaoduo was screaming and begging for mercy. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Although he did not know why he was being kicked, it was always a good attitude to admit his mistake. It would help to alleviate the current bad situation. Qin Fangyang kicked a total of 99 shuttlecocks before he let Xiaoduo down. He said lightly, I heard that you like to fly. If you're not on the verge of a breakthrough by tomorrow, fly another 99 times. I have just broken through and need more exercise. If there are any problems, I will take care of it. You will have to work harder. Xiaoduo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why is my life so hard? I don't want it to be like this. Even with Qin Fangyang's vast experience and knowledge, He did not know that the meridians of the human body could increase their flexibility and the dantian could expand on its own. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. I believe that not only Teacher Qin, but any profound cultivator in this world who saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's current state of not being able to find a breakthrough after painstakingly suppressing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't find a breakthrough, combined with his previous rate of improvement, the only conclusion they could come up with was that Zhuo Xiaoduo was slacking off. This was a fact that couldn't be defended. Not only did Zhuo Xiaoduo take this loss, but he would continue to take it. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally regained his vitality after being kicked. Long Yusheng and the others also regained their vitality after being kicked. However, their states of mind was the peak of their moods. It was time for school to end. Teacher Qin, I would like to apply for leave tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his hand weakly. He didn't have any confidence at all. You're already lazy to this extent, and you still want to ask for leave? Do you have anything else in mind? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Something really happened. My godfather is dead. Seeing Qin Fangyang's unfriendly gaze, Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly told him the truth. Godfather, yes. Qin Fangyang sighed. He had to give Qin Fangyang a lie. Then you can go. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Don't forget your cultivation. Qin Fangyang said word by word. I won't forget. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. After a long time, he walked out of the school gate. Teacher Qin had just broken through. It was true that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was also true that his realm was not stable and needed to be polished. No matter how much he did not want to break through, he had already broken through. There was no other way. Teacher Qin walked all the way to the school gate. What he saw made his eyes bulge. He saw Zhuo Xiaoduo with a 5,000-pound iron block on his head, a 3,000-pound iron armor suit, and more than 100 pounds of weights on his body. He was standing upright on one leg with a large crowd in front of him. He was actually reading his fortune. Oh my God! Qin Fangyang was speechless. This kid was a typical example of someone who valued money more than his life. Hiding behind a tree, he watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo fooled these people one by one with the temperament of a charlatan. Then he said tomorrow, these people probably understood the rules and dispersed in a hubbub. No one stayed behind. Then he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo take out his phone and count the messages from the bank one by one. He calculated the total income, and his face was already smiling like a flower. Today's income is really good. A total of 1,275,000. What's with this 7,500? Why? Is there a 500 change? Who paid so little? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little angry. Isn't this wasting the fruits of my labor? The money I earned might not even be enough for tonight's expenses. Thinking of the expenses for practicing martial arts at night, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up to the sky and sighed. Who could spend more than 1,000,000 yuan for practicing martial arts in one night? Only I, Zhuo Xiaoduo. More than 1,000,000 yuan. If it was a normal person with this money, they would spend on prostitutes until they were 80 or 90 years old. But I paid all the fines in one night. I'm really rich, but I'm so rich that my heart is bleeding. That night, the siblings went out to practice martial arts as usual. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely focused. He had made great progress in practicing his concealed weapon. By 1:30 a.m., he had only paid a total of 888,000 yuan in fines. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel surprised at the result. Could it be that he had extra money for today? Zhuo Xiaoyan watched calmly from the side. At the same time, she used the Moon Sutra to purify her meridians. Her current cultivation was already difficult to advance, but she could use the Moon Sutra as a foundation to transform all the true vitality she had cultivated in the past into the purest Moon spiritual source to improve her foundation. After a period of transformation, her dantian would naturally expand and then absorb the spiritual source. Her cultivation method was basically the same as Zhuo Xiaoduo's. However, the only difference was that Zhuo Xiaoduo actively suppressed it, while Zhuo Xiaoyan did it naturally. As for Zhua Xiaoduo's relieved behavior, Zhua Xiaoyan only snorted in her heart. She purposely went easy on him tonight to let him have some fun first. After practicing for a few days, Zhua Xiaoyan knew how much money Zhua Xiaoduo could earn every day. This guy's ability to make money was very strong. Even when the situation wasn't very good, he could still earn 5 or 600,000 yuan a day. If he had a good time, he could even earn 1,000,000 yuan a day. Although the reputation of Zhua Xiaoduo's godly image was getting more and more famous, the rich people in Phoenix City were rushing over like a swarm of bees. However, this momentum couldn't be maintained for a long time. It was estimated that most of them had already seen enough. If they continued to watch, they probably wouldn't earn as much as they did now. That in another 10 days, it would be considered good if he could earn a stable income of 100,000 yuan a day. But this income of 100,000 yuan, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already considered a terrifying income. After all, he only relied on his mouth. However, Zhua Xiaoduo's income for the past few days was cleaned out by Zhua Xiaoyan every night. After a round of practice, he only had a few hundred yuan left on him at most, and that huge sum of money, along with Zhua Xiaoyan's own savings, was transferred to Wu Yuding's account through Zhua Xiaoyan's account. Therefore, in the Zhua family, Wu Yuding was the one who was really rich and imposing, that she was like a landlady, sitting there collecting rent every day. Yes, she took from her son through her daughter, and then took from her son and daughter through her daughter. I'll let him save for the next few days. I'll talk about it when he has more money. For now, I'll let him regain some confidence and occasionally take some bonuses to enjoy some benefits. Otherwise, he might give up. Zhua Xiaoyan slowly planned in her heart. Her eyebrows were curved, and she was full of smiles. She was actually very satisfied with the current situation. Zhua Xiaoduo's mastery of hidden weapons was something that few people in the Yinwu Empire could match up to, even if it was only for now. In the cultivation of hidden weapons, the strength of the attack and the accuracy were the key points, but they were not the most important. Only the control was the most important. In terms of control, Zhua Xiaoduo could be said to have reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. He was always successful. He had a good grasp of the severity of his attacks. He was almost at the level of perfection. In all fairness, Zhua Xiaoyan's current request for Zhua Xiaoduo was nitpicking and nitpicking. However, Zhua Xiaoyan still hoped that Zhua Xiaoduo could go one step further. It would be better if he could be more subtle and unexpected. In addition, in the past few days of practice, Zhua Xiaoyan faintly realized that hidden weapons, a skill that was not valued by the high-level cultivators and the astral souls, could be a real life-saving asset for Zhua Xiaoduo. It was also because of this concept that Zhua Xiaoyan could never be satisfied with the height of Zhua Xiaoduo's hidden weapons. After Zhua Xiaoduo reached the current standard of hidden weapons, Zhua Xiaoyan brought out a new set of items that she had prepared long ago. Many of these items were just Zhua Xiaoyan's imagination. Many of them were simply the idealization of special effects in movies and television, that she used them to train Zhua Xiaoduo. If Zhua Xiaoduo knew Zhua Xiaoyan's real thoughts, he would probably leave directly. You're fooling a fool. I'm not going to train anymore. Unfortunately, he had no idea how absurd and impossible the goal he was trying to achieve was. He only knew that all the standards in Zhua Xiaoyan's hand were given to him by He Yuanyue to test himself by Zhua Xiaoyan. So it was also on this night. Ning Suifeng brought all the direct descendants of the family to the Ning family's ancestral grave quietly. Before they even got close, they were already enraged by what they saw and heard. Near the Ning family's ancestral grave, countless people gathered, and all of them were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some of them were even holding live streaming sticks. Let's take a walk and take a look. Today, we've seen an ancient wonder. Brothers, come take a look. Come take a look. It's quiet all around. Only this area has white fog rising dozens of meters. This is where the ancient wonder is located. It's where the ancestral grave of the ancient Ning family in Phoenix City is located. Otherwise, the Ning family is a 1,000-year-old family. It's said that the ancestral grave is smoking. This is just hearsay, right? Today, I'll show you the truth. This place is really smoking. begging for monthly votes. He Chapter 227. Ning Suifeng was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. So many of you came to take pictures of my family's ancestral grave? So many people are actually broadcasting my family's ancestral grave? What a bastard. A bunch of bastards. Ning Suifeng let out a thunderous roar. Capture all these people for me. Confiscate all their mobile phones. Then find their families one by one and compensate each of them 1 million yuan. Those who can't pay will be buried alive. What the hell? Ning Suifeng was so angry that his face turned purple. The Ning family has been standing for thousands of years. We have been indifferent and detached from the world for so many years. Why don't you know what's good for you? Don't you have any respect for us? How can you let people come to the ancestral grave to broadcast? The Ning family members were all scolded with their heads lowered. Take them all away. But after a while, hundreds of cars opened up the road and surrounded this place. All the people who came here to join in the fun were all caught in the cars and driven away. Ning Suifeng walked slowly into the thick fog with a gloomy face. This fog was not big, but it was so thick that it was unbelievable. Once you stretched out your hand, you couldn't even see your own arm, let alone your 5 fingers. Look for the location of the ancestor's grave. Ning Suifeng's voice was very gloomy. Everyone moved forward step by step in the white fog. At this time, they couldn't see anything with their eyes, and even their divine thoughts had lost their effect. Often, after a few steps, they would bump into a tombstone, or they would step on the tombstone if they suddenly stepped on it, or they would suddenly go up a step and they would reach the front of the grave. In short, the whole way was full of bumps and bruises. Whether it was the strong light of flashlights, infrared rays, mobile phone fluorescent light, or even torches, they were all useless. Even the cultivators who had reached the nascent soul realm lost all their advantages in this thick fog. The strong palm wind and fist wind formed by their tyrannical cultivation couldn't change the white fog at all. At most, it would fluctuate a little, and then it would be over. In the end, they were afraid of breaking the tombstone and disrespecting their ancestors, so they didn't dare to use all their strength. Then they could only take it step by step. After a full 1.5 hours, they finally reached the center of the ancestral grave. Everyone came to the center, and as far as the eye could see, everyone from the Ning clan was speechless. The ancestral grave in the middle was like a huge chimney, with thick white smoke billowing out from the bottom. It was as if there was a fire in the underworld, constantly gushing out. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Ning Suifeng widened his eyes, his entire body trembling. All the members of the Ning family's direct bloodline knelt on the ground as they witnessed this scene. Everyone felt their souls tremble for some reason. The previous live stream was right. In the past, when they scolded and praised people, they would often say, "Your ancestors' graves are smoking." However, this was just an old saying. But now, the ancestral grave of the Ning clan was really emitting white smoke. No matter if it was cursing or praising, there had never been such a thing as white smoke. Green smoke rises from the ancestral grave. Praising someone is a good thing. Black smoke coming out of the ancestral grave was a sign of insult. But white smoke was rising from the ancestral graves. This was a little unclear and unclear. The white smoke didn't stop because of the arrival of the Ning clan. It was still gushing out crazily. When the members of the Ning clan all knelt down, the momentum of rushing out was even more turbulent. After this continued for a while, with a sudden loud bang, the entire ancestral grave collapsed. Everyone present was caught off guard and fell into the collapsed grave pit. They were all dizzy and in a mess. In the haze, everyone could vaguely see a shadow slowly appear in the white fog. His clothes were simple and unadorned, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the thick white fog, he stood in the void. This shadow stood for a while, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed to the east. Everyone looked to the east, but there was nothing. Then, with a loud bang, a sudden bolt of lightning fell and smashed the shadow into pieces. Woo-woo-woo! Suddenly, a fierce wind blew. The white smoke above the Ning clan's ancestral grave, which had been condensed and didn't dissipate even with a strong force, dissipated quietly and quickly. At most, it took half a cup of tea's time for the white smoke to dissipate. Everyone in the grave pit looked up. The clear sky and the Milky Way were all reflected in their eyes. Where were the clouds? But where did the lightning in the sky come from? And that shadow pointed to the east. Where was it pointing to? What was its intention? Everyone felt that there seemed to be a vibration under their feet. They hurriedly jumped up, only to find that the whole ground was beginning to shake. Earthquake! Let's go! Everyone flew out together. The moment they were in the air, they heard another loud bang. The entire Ning clan's ancestral grave, which was hundreds of miles in radius, collapsed. Where the ancestral grave was originally, it became a bottomless pit. In the deep pit, there was a faint white smoke rising, but the bottom couldn't be seen for a while. The whole ground fell down, but there was no echo for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qingcheng was shocked. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ning Suifeng hurriedly reached out and pulled her out of the deep pit with his daughter. Everyone in the Ning clan stood high in the sky and looked down at the big pit. Everyone's expression was complicated, and their feelings were even more indescribable. After about a minute, a series of muffled noises faintly came from the ground. This was the bottom. What's going on? Everyone in the Ning clan was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. The ancestral grave is gone. Another person's face was pale, and there was an unspeakable fear in his eyes. My Ning clan, what kind of heinous thing did we do? How did the situation become like this? The others didn't speak. The Ning clan had been entrenched in this Phoenix City for thousands of years. Speaking of heinous things, they had done quite a lot. After all, if they didn't do those things, would the Ning clan be where it was today? Let's go back first. Ning Suifeng's face was dark. He waved his hand and said, "Wait until dawn, when the yang energy is the strongest, and then come back to see what's going on." Yes. The next morning, Blind Hong's funeral was held. Zhuo Xiaoduo was wearing a green robe and white hemp shoes. A hemp rope was tied around his waist, and a mourning hat was on his head. He was sending his godfather off. After all, he wasn't his biological son, so there was no need for him to wear mourning clothes. A pair of hemp shoes and a hemp rope were enough. All the members of the Zhuo clan were present. Zhuo Xiaonian and Wu Yuding were also present as family members to send him off. The funeral procession went all the way out of the city gate and to the southwest side of the city by the main road. That was the grave that Blind Hong had chosen for himself long ago. So Xiaoduo knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. He sang loudly, "Godfather, rest in peace. Blessings in the netherworld. The gate of reincarnation in the netherworld is open." His voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Legend had it that after a person died, they needed their closest relatives to escort their soul to the grave and shout for the gate of reincarnation in the netherworld to open. Only then would the deceased be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, they would have to wait for an opportunity to cross over before they could rest in peace. Before that, they would be reduced to a wandering ghost. If something went wrong, their soul would disperse, and they would never be reincarnated. Zhuo Changlu was also wearing a green robe with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeves. He wore black cloth shoes and held a big shovel in his hand. Everyone carried Blind Hong's coffin down. Zhuo Changlu was the first to jump down. He chose the head and tail of the coffin and placed a high-grade jade of astral souls under Blind Hong's head. "Blind, let's meet again in the next life." Zhuo Changlu stood there for a long time. He sighed softly and said, "I will cover your grave now. Blind Hong, you have a godson to send you off, a brother to cover your grave, and the protection of the astral souls. You chose your grave when you were alive. This life is worth it. if you are in heaven, remember to take good care of your godson." He lifted up the large shovel and shoveled a handful of yellow dirt into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Zhuo Changlu did not let anyone, including Zhuo Xiaoduo, interfere. He only piled up the grave by himself. He only stopped when he reached the last shovel of soil. "Xiaoduo, lay this last shovel of soil for your godfather. Show your filial piety as a son. Not too much, not too little. Don't shake it, and don't scatter it." "Okay." So Xiaoduo steadily placed the last shovel of soil on the grave. Then he erected the tombstone. Godfather Hong Dashue's grave. Godson's was Xiaoduo erects it. It was a very simple tombstone. It was done. Then, an unforeseen event happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless grasses suddenly sprouted from the grave mound that had just been piled up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tombstone was covered by 3 feet of lush grass. And this was only the beginning. Countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing longer and longer. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly climbed up the grave and entangled with each other, wrapping around the tombstone. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if the vines were used to make a tight door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. However, the entire grave was hidden in the wilderness. At a glance, it was no different from the weeds all over the ground. The mysteries of the world and the changes were so amazing. It was a marvelous spectacle. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. Friends of one life, enemies of 2 lives. But in this life, blind man, I have given you a good gift. Clap, clap, clap. He opened all the bottles of wine he brought and poured them on the grass. If there is a next life, you may not be willing to drink with me again. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. In this life, there is no winner or loser. Of course, you leave first. You win. Brother, I'll call you brother for the last time. Cheers. After saying that, he raised a bottle of wine and gulped it down. That was the last bottle of wine. Chapter 228. Wu Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said with a smile, "The blind man has no regrets in his life to have you as a friend and a son to send him off." "Yes, let's go." Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, "Let's go home." Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his father's mental state was not normal these days. "I'm fine. I've finally sent him away. No matter if it's early or late, I'm relieved of one of my worries." Zhuo Changlu said, "Ting, remember to buy some food and some good wine on the way back. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. I'm going to get drunk tonight." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Everything happens for a reason. I'll count you in." Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at each other and felt that it was strange. In the past, it was fine when their father said that he wanted a drink. If he was drunk, their mother would have started yelling at them. But today, she was unusually supportive of them. "Xiaoduo, you must always remember," Wu Yuding said softly. "You have such a godfather." "Yes." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. "What I'm saying is, you must always remember, truly remember, your godfather." Wu Yuding exhorted once again. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt the pressure and said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. I will remember. I have Hong Dashui as my godfather." Wu Yuding turned to Zhuo Xiaoyan and said, "Nian Mom, your brother's godfather is your godfather. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. In the future, whether you're the daughter of the Zhuo family or the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, he will be your godfather. Do you understand?" Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will remember." Lowering her head, Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly see that Nian cat, who often made him bungee jump in the air. Even her ears were red. Under the transparent sun, they were pink and cute. He reached out and touched them and said in surprise, "Mom, look, Sister Nian's ears are transparent." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, Zhuo Xiaoduo had started to bungee jump again. Embarrassed and angry, Xiao Yin, whose body was almost limp from his pinch, went berserk and turned into a female T-Rex. Xiao Duo rushed up like a rocket. As soon as he landed, he shot up again like a rocket, even higher than the first time. He was already at the peak of the martial master level, and his true cultivation was not inferior to that of a high-level Xiantian. He was not afraid of such a height at all, but when it came down to it, he still screamed and wailed, "Spare me! Save me!" Similar words were being shouted incessantly. What if Nian Yin finds out that I am not afraid and changes the punishment? Bungee jumping is still the best. To tell you the truth, I'm already used to it. So used to it. The Zhou family was at the funeral. The Ning family and the Meng family were not idle either. Although the people of the Star Shield General Administration were still on the move and looked like they wanted to catch everyone, the two families could not hold back anymore. After all, too many things had happened in the past few days, and they were all big events. Today, yesterday, and last night, the Meng family's bloodline had lost 7 people due to all kinds of reasons. 4 branch companies were paralyzed because of all kinds of things. The Ning family, their ancestral grave collapsed. Both the Ning and Meng families were looking for Blind Hong, but they got the news that Blind Hong was dead and the funeral was today. The two families felt that they had been fucked. Otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? They had never felt that Blind Hong was so important. Even when they asked Blind Hong to check feng shui, they did not feel that Blind Hong would be so important today. But at this important moment, he died. The few chi gazers that they found during this period of time were all useless. This made Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng want to kill them. He said you could not see anything. How could you be chi watchers? They were busy for the whole day, but there was no clue. Ning Suifeng was thinking. The figure that suddenly appeared in the white fog. What did it mean by pointing to the east? Was it a warning from the ancestors to the descendants? Was it from east? What was in the east? The Ning family went to the east of the city to search. But everyone in the Ning family was confused. You didn't say anything. What did you want us to search for? Ning Suifeng also had a stomach full of bitterness. That figure only pointed to the east. What can I say? For the whole day, the Ning family almost turned the east of the city upside down. They went in and out of all the residential areas and suburbs in the east of the city. Almost every family was visited. Naturally, the Fengwu home district in the east of the city near the city center could not be missed. However, they found nothing. All the Ning family members were exhausted and their eyes were blank. Ancestor, what did you want us to look for? Or what? They were busy until night. Everyone replied to Ning Suifeng with a confused expression. Ning Suifeng was also helpless. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Ning Suifeng made up his mind and called someone over. Go, bring 2 people and see if you can kill the spiritual thought goddess. Bring your phone. If there are any changes, contact me at any time or I'll call you. The person accepted the order and left. Ning Suifeng was bored of waiting, so he went to the Meng group to see if Meng Tianyue had any ideas. If there was a way, he would immediately call that person and stop the operation. After all, getting rid of the spiritual thought goddess was the last resort. As long as there was some hope, Ning Suifeng did not want the spiritual thought goddess to die at this time. When he arrived, the Meng group was having a meeting. Participants, Meng Tianyue, Meng Qintian, and all the Chi Watchers. Ning Suifeng sat down quietly with a gloomy face and did not say a word. There was only one topic in the meeting: how to solve this imminent feng shui situation. After some discussion, everyone was at a loss. In the end, Brother Feng came up with another idea. If you want to find out the enemy's dirty tricks, there's another way. What is it? This method is just a legend. I'm not sure if it's useful. It can only be said to be an attempt or a reference. Speak. Yes, it's to find the most talented local youth. Because this person must be nurtured by the general trend of Phoenix City. As long as we take his blood essence and activate the compass, a few Chi Watchers will work together and gather the general trend of the heavenly Tao in Phoenix City. We will find all the arrangements that don't conform to the general trend of the heavenly Tao and destroy them. There's such a method. This method is only limited to what I know. I haven't personally experienced it or controlled it, so it can only be said to be a reference. Yes, I've heard of this method, but it seems that no one has succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not, and if it's feasible. Since you've heard of it, it's worth a try. Then, who is the most talented person in Phoenix City? And it's a male? Everyone looked at each other. All these years, the Meng family and Ning family have been paying attention to the female geniuses in Phoenix City, but they had never paid attention to the male geniuses. After hearing this method, the Meng family and Ning family were excited for a moment, but then they were worried again. The direction of the investigation made everyone helpless. Check all the martial arts schools? Male geniuses. We have to find the most talented one. Are we going to star shield a check? The one who improved the most might not be the most talented one. We have to check the files, check the Skynet, and compare it with many parties to confirm. Who has connections to the Skynet? Everyone shook their heads. The Skynet was the most confidential information network in the entire country. Other than the higher-ups who had the authority to check it, no one else could touch it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If there's no way, we have to think of a way. If there's no connection, we have to find one. If we drag this on for a few more days, I'm afraid our two families will be finished. I do have a direction. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Zichen thought. Brother Feng, who had met with Xiaoduo before, pondered and said, when I first came to Phoenix City, I saw a young man on the street. Let's not talk about this child's aptitude for now. His cultivation is only average, but his aura, at least from the Qi examination technique, I dare to say that this person's Qi is second to none in the entire Phoenix City. Even if he's placed in the entire Central Plains, even in the entire Yanwu Empire, he's at the top of the list. Meng Tianyue's eyes lit up and said, Who is it? Mister, do you know the person's name? Of course. Brother Feng smiled proudly. The other three companions looked at him enviously. Was this guy the same kid who said that he would make a good karma? To think that there would be a reversal here. This was clearly a stroke of luck. Meeting such a person is fate. Naturally, I went up to test him. Brother Feng said proudly, so I went up and asked for the kid's name in school. That child wasn't wary of me at all, so he told me everything very straightforwardly. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's eyes lit up when they heard this. The few Qi watchers that were invited were indeed somewhat useful. May I ask Master Feng, what's the kid's name? Meng Tianyue waved her hand, and Meng Chuntian took out a bank card and stuffed it into Brother Feng's hand. Master Feng, this is just a token of my appreciation. There's 2 million in this card. No matter if it's a success or not, it's yours. Of course, if it's a success, there will be great rewards. 2 million. The eyes of the other Qi observation experts were already turning green. They hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already given 2 million? Great rewards after? This luck was equivalent to giving a mountain of gold to anyone they met on the street. Brother Feng's face almost bloomed. He tried his best to be reserved and accepted it. He said proudly, that kid is about 17 or 18 years old. His name is Tung Hao, and he's studying in Phoenix City's martial arts school. Chapter 229. Tung Hao. Ning Suifeng immediately stood up. Go investigate this Tung Hao. There's no need to investigate. Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and replied excitedly. I didn't expect it to be Tung Hao. Ning Suifeng suddenly turned his head. You know this genius? Meng Tianyue's expression completely relaxed. Brother Ning, you should know him. Even if you don't know him, you should know his father. Oh, there should be only one Tung Hao in number 1 middle school. He's the son of Deputy Director Tung Guangyuan of the Phoenix City Business Bureau. It said that a few years ago, he and 2 other playboys created the title of Phoenix City's 3rd young master. Huh, Meng Tianyue said. It said that he has already reached the innate realm. If that's the case, he can really be considered a cultivation genius. When Ning Suifeng heard this, he immediately relaxed. Then this matter is really easy to handle. A Shao deputy director of the City Business Bureau, what's there to be troubled about? Meng Tianyue nodded, turned her head, and said, Master Feng, the formation you mentioned, how many drops of blood of this genius? Or all of his blood? Master Feng coughed and said, under the condition that it doesn't endanger his life, the more the better. Meng Tianyue nodded and said confidently, I understand. Leave this matter to me. Last time when Teng Guangyuan drugged a girl in my club, I ordered my subordinates to settle it for him. Moreover, these years my subordinates have given Deputy Director Teng tens of millions. It's time to use it. Ning Suifeng was gratified. Good, this can't be better. Meng Tianyue casually took out her phone and made a call. However, the other side immediately picked it up after just one ring. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and turned on the hands-free mode. The other side had already started to speak with surprise, flattery, and disbelief. From the tone of the voice, one could imagine that the person on the other side was also bowing when he picked up the phone. Is this Boss Meng? I'm Teng Guangyuan. Yes, little Teng of the City Business Bureau. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and said enthusiastically, Director Teng, long time no see. I am Meng Tianyue. Hello, Boss Meng. I didn't expect you to call me personally. When I saw the number just now, I thought I was dreaming. Boss Meng, you're too polite. If there's anything, just let the secretary inform me. The enthusiasm of the deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau had already reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, How could I? Last time, there was a problem with the local tax of the Meng Corporation, and it was all solved by Chief Teng. I haven't had the chance to thank Chief Teng yet. Besides, we have been friends for so many years. How could I not make this call? Chief Teng, we're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? On the other side, Teng Guangyuan's voice also became lively. I don't dare. Thank you for calling me brother, CEO Meng. My life is really worth it, but I really don't deserve it. CEO Meng, you are like the sun in the sky. Ha. Brother Teng is too polite. Meng Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, Brother Teng, when is it convenient for our two families to have a meal? Hearing this, Teng Guangyuan was so happy that he almost fainted. As long as Boss Meng says it, it's convenient for me at any time. Even now it's convenient. Ha! Meng Tianyue looked at the time and said, Chief Teng, we don't need to be in such a hurry. How about this? How about tomorrow morning? I'll bring my sister-in-law and niece. You also bring your sister-in-law and nephew. Teng Hao, right? Ha. Let's have a meal together and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a drink. On the other side, Teng Guangyuan's whole body trembled. Tomorrow morning? Okay. Our family will definitely arrive on time. Boss Meng, where are we going? Let's go to my family's Yunduan Pavilion, the top floor. Meng Tianyue smiled kindly and said, Don't forget to bring Teng Hao and sister-in-law. Don't worry, Boss Meng is giving me face. Our whole family will definitely be there. Teng Guangyuan put down the phone and sat on the sofa in a daze for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he jumped up with a roar and hugged his wife and spun around 17 or 18 times. What's wrong with you? His wife was puzzled. Ever since she gave birth and became fat, her husband almost never touched her. Not to mention, he was so unruffled today. Do you know who called me just now? Teng Guangyuan's voice was trembling and his pupils were dilated. Guess. Who? Meng Tianyue. Meng Tianyue. Teng Guangyuan excitedly danced with joy. Our Phoenix City's richest person. Even in the Central Plains, he's one of the top richest people. Wife, we're going to be rich this time. We're going to be rich. Meng Tianyue personally called and invited our whole family to a meal. He even specially said that there will only be 2 of us. He brought his wife, son, and daughter, and asked me to bring you and our son. Teng Guangyuan's breathing quickened and his eyes widened. Do you know what this means? We're going to be rich. He even called me brother just now and wanted to thank me. Aye. His wife frowned and said, This is for no reason. Why would Meng Tianyue invite us to a meal? There has to be a reason for this, right? Tung Guangyuan snorted and said, Then you're underestimating your husband. You don't know how much money Meng Corporation has saved through my hands all these years. What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Get ready and dress prettily tomorrow. Tung Guangyuan looked at his wife and saw her swollen waist, thick and round thighs, and a figure that did not have any curves. Money? Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Masters, what has nothing but money. Zhuo patted his chest. Then let's go and cultivate. Zhuo grabbed the sword that she had placed in the room as an air conditioner and walked out valiantly. There was one more thing to add. Because it was summer, the weather was hot. The Zhuo family used an air conditioner, but the air from the air conditioner was too strong and not nutritious. So Xiaoyan's sword was in the scabbard, and it slowly emitted a bit of cold spiritual energy. Under Xiaoyan's delicate control, the temperature of the entire Zhuo family was maintained at 23 or 24 degrees. It was not only cool and pleasant, but also rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body from time to time. It could be said that it was a magical weapon for home travel. Chapter 230. After Zhuo found out about this, Zhuo spirit snatcher sword transformed into the family's natural air conditioner. Nianer. Zhuo Changlu walked out of the study. Dad, you and Xiao Duo are practicing swordsmanship. Why do you need a sword? Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, Leave the sword. You just need to wear the scabbard. Oh. Zhuo thought about it and agreed. Why would I need a sword when I'm practicing swordsmanship with a dog? I'd better put down the whole sword. A branch will be enough, Zhuo said, and put down the sword. Zhuo was speechless for a while. How much do you look down on me? Zhuo was extremely depressed. Am I that weak? Zhuo Changlu ignored him. Seeing that the natural air conditioner was left behind, he went back to his study. Let's go. I'll show you how weak you are. You'll know yourself clearly. Zhuo excitedly pulled Zhuo away. After leaving the house, Zhuo looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, there was a surge of tenderness in his heart. In an instant, he had a feeling, today seems to be a good day to fall in love. Under the moonlight, what a good atmosphere. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt the moonlight soften. It was like a dream, illusion, and intoxication. It was really hazy. Zhuo felt his heart suddenly melt. So he turned his head to look at Zhuo. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was really beautiful. None of the women he had seen could be more beautiful than Zhuo. He couldn't help but feel more and more restless in his heart. He felt that his throat was a little dry. He racked his brains and thought, how should I start a relationship? What should I say first? He thought and thought, but he had no clue at all. However, it was a good habit to ask when you didn't understand. If you didn't ask when you didn't understand, you would never understand. So Zhuo humbly asked shamelessly, Sister Nian, have you ever been in love? Zhuo was so shocked by this sentence that she almost fainted. She stopped and turned her head. Her gaze was sharp and puzzled. What do you mean? Zhuo plucked up his courage and put on what he thought was his most handsome pose and face. Actually, I don't know how to fall in love. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was beating like a drum. Actually, I know that you haven't been in a relationship. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Xiao Duo saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's unhappy expression, and his eyes seemed to be about to shoot out a murderous glint. Suddenly, he felt his breath deflate and immediately became terrified. He muttered, Tonight, should we practice swords or concealed weapons? Zhuo was confused. She subconsciously put her hand on Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Zhuo Xiaoduo inexplicably felt that he was too cowardly. He was angry at himself for not living up to expectations, but he didn't dare to change. He could only choose to continue being a coward. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He said angrily, "Isn't it just being beaten up by you?" He wasn't angry at Zhuo Xiaoyan, but at himself. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, why are you so cowardly? Why are you so cowardly? Go ahead. Hug her. Kiss her." Hurried, he kept scolding himself in his heart and encouraging himself. But his feet seemed to have grown roots, and he didn't dare to move. Zhuo Xiaoyan increasingly felt that this guy might be crazy. She said angrily, "Beat you up? You're still not convinced?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled. He said in a low voice, "I'm convinced." Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and looked at him sideways. Her big white eyes were exposed. She asked meaningfully, "Do you want to fall in love?" Ahem. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the topic had turned back. He quickly said, "Actually, it's not that. I just feel that way. I'm already so old, but I still don't know what it's like to fall in love. How regretful that would be." Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She said, "You want to know what it's like to fall in love? Am I right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. You see, it's a good time to fall in love." Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. "You have a target? With that, Governor Wan's daughter?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. "What are you talking about? How is it Governor Wan's daughter? What does it have to do with her?" Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled gently, but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She said, "It's okay, doggy. At your age, it's normal to think about these things. But it's actually very easy to decide whether or not to think about it." "Don't think about it? Why not? As long as you have enough training, you naturally won't think about it." So Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "When you train until you don't know anything and can't think of anything, you're so tired that you only want to sleep, then you won't think about these things anymore. We're almost there. Let's train well tonight. You'll realize how inappropriate it is for you to think about falling in love. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. The so-called flower and moonlight are all superfluous." Zhuo Xiaoyan showed her canine teeth and smiled like a devil. Zhuo Xiaoduo panicked and said, "I didn't mean that. Sister Nian, look at me. I think you're still asking for a beating. Do you want me to tire you out again?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said sadly, "Sister Nian, actually, what I want to say is, what do you think of my looks? I'm quite handsome, right?" Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled faintly. "I'll make you even more handsome in a moment. So handsome that it's tragic." She grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo and left as if she was riding the clouds. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo was indeed abused like never before. She turned her head and saw that this guy's eyes were rolling around. She didn't know what he was thinking. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at her. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt indescribably shy. She was about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, her expression froze. It seemed that there were a few auras silently approaching here. Someone is coming. I'm afraid they are up to no good. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Have you recovered?" "I have recovered. Don't move." Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit suddenly tensed up. She was even more annoyed. She was about to clear up the misunderstanding with Gouda, but someone actually disturbed her. She was so angry. With this guy's cowardly personality, it must have taken him many days to muster up the courage to say that he wanted to know what it was like to be in a relationship with someone. After being so fierce today, he probably wouldn't have the courage to mention it again for a month or two, or even 3 to 5 months that he was already a coward, and now he is even more cowardly after being beaten up by me. Chapter 231. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. "Why are you such a coward?" "This is a coward. I knew he was a coward from a young age. After being a coward for so many years, it's become a habit. Today, he mustered up his courage and finally didn't cower, but he got beaten up by me. There was no point in being angry at this question, so she could only be angry at the person who ruined the opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that came to spoil the fun? Zhuo Xiaonian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuo Xiaoduo focused on Zhuo Xiaonian's face and didn't find any danger, so he was relieved. Then, he started to pay attention to the surrounding situation. What kind of people would be coming? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, so it wasn't a good time for night walkers to appear. Zhuo Xiaonian closed her eyes, her sword heart clear, reflecting the surrounding situation. He could feel a strong, malicious aura coming from 3 different directions. They were all over the dense forest and were quietly closing in on him. Zhuo Xiaoduo also said softly, "Sister Nian Yin, there's a murderous aura. They're coming with ill intentions." "Yes, I feel it too," Zhuo Xiaonian said, "but these people's cultivation isn't very high. There's only 1 origin core realm and 2 embryonic breathing realm. I don't know which side they are from." Zhuo Xiaonian said this, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. Who are they? Which side are they from? They want to send a few small fries to deal with me. Aren't they looking down on me too much? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she instructed, "Xiao Duo, the opponent's strength is within our control. You can use this opportunity to test the results of your hidden weapon." So Xiao Duo kept silent, maintaining his lying position on the ground. He nodded slightly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead feeling strangely excited. So Xiao Duo was very excited. Ever since he started practicing, except for the one time when he went out for training, he had never really seen blood or a fight. But today, this time, it was a real fight in the Jianghu. With this thought in mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately had a feeling of the boundless world, the boundless world, the vast world, the vast world, and the martial world. He probably felt that he had become a hero who repaid debts of gratitude and vengeance. He even started to daydream. If I go anywhere in the future, people will have to salute me respectfully when they see me and say, "Hero Zhuo." So you are the famous hero Zhuo in the Jianghu. I'm sorry for my disrespect. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you, but to meet you in person. Today, to meet heroes with Xiong in person, I have no regrets. Scenes like this came one after another, one after the other. Zhuo Xiao Duo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he imagined what would happen next. What should I say if it really came to that? How should he answer in a perfect way that would make him seem more approachable and not unreachable? But should I make people feel cold? Awesome Kalis? The wind whistled. The 3 breaths of the opponents finally got closer. They stopped about 30 meters away from the 2 of them and stopped moving. Zhuo Xiaonian instantly located the other party's location and told Zhuo Xiao Duo. That kind of aura that contained malice was clearly a malice that wanted to kill the 2 of them. There was no mistake about this. Ling Yin, which had almost become a synonym for Zhuo Xiaonian, was not just a nickname. 5 more meters, and I'll make a move. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and defeats the enemy in an instant. Zhuo Xiaonian frowned, silently calculating the best time, position, and means of attack. In the eyes of the 3 people who came in from outside, one of the siblings was lying on the ground with a grass stalk in his mouth, looking very sloppy. The other was sitting, looking up at the night sky, as if admiring the beauty of the starry sky. In addition, the 2 of them occasionally chatted and laughed softly in the lively atmosphere. They were really no different from young boys and girls who did not know the taste of sorrow. They were completely unaware of the 3 people's arrival. 10 more meters, and they could make a move. They would catch them off guard and defeat them as quickly as possible. The 3 of them made up their minds. Who cares about the Phoenix Meridian soul? The most important thing was to protect the family. If the family was gone, what was the point of the big picture? At this moment, one of them revealed a look of astonishment. That was because his phone was vibrating at this moment. Although the phone was on silent mode and vibrated silently, in this quiet night atmosphere, it was no different from a loud bang for cultivators above the level of martial master. The other 2 people who were closer to him were also stunned. "Boss, are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a move, and you still have your phone. It's fine if you have your phone with you, but you didn't turn it off. What's the use of silent mode?" The sound is so loud that it can scare people to death. Not to mention the brightness of the screen. It's a dark night. Do you think the other party is blind? Even if you're leaning against a tree, do you think they can't see you? Are you stupid, or do you think they're stupid? Then they saw their boss take out his phone and pick up the call. The other two thought that they were crazy or that their eyes were damaged and they were hallucinating. How could this be called a fucking secret operation? What the fuck? The other party picked up the call and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hung up the phone and made a hand gesture. Retreat. Retreat? The other two people were even more confused when they heard this order. Boss, we've already arrived at the target side. With your call, we've already been exposed. At this moment, your order is to retreat? Then what exactly are we doing here this time? Seeing that the two people did not move, the leader made another hand gesture. This time, it was still retreat. However, there was a hint of viciousness in his actions. If the two people hesitated, who knew what would be waiting for them? The two people did not know what was going on, but they could only choose to obey the order and quickly retreat. On the other side, the brother and sister were ready to take action. However, they were surprised to see a call from the other party. They could not help but be speechless for a long time. Duo almost laughed out loud. This kind of idiot was too rare to see. They actually received a call when they were carrying out an assassination. And it seemed like it was the kind of call that they had to answer. Xiaoyan's pretty face was also very interesting. This phone call was really a stroke of genius. Admittedly, it exposed the whereabouts of the intruders, but it also caused a change in the counterattack that we had been preparing to launch. There was really nothing to say about it. After the phone call, the brother and sister tried their best to pretend that they did not see or hear anything. However, they saw that the other party was completely unmoved and even retreated. At this moment, Duo and Xiaoyan were completely confused. Fuck, are you guys messing around? What the fuck? You guys are full of evil intentions. The sword is already in hand, and the string is already pulled. The close combat is right in front of you, and then you guys decide not to fight and want to leave. Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Under Xiaoyan's signal, Duo jumped up from the ground like a carp and shouted, "Beep! Stop!" The three people on the other side were immediately confused. We were ordered not to take action, and that was considered to be letting you guys off. Now, you guys are actually coming over. Do you want to die? However, on second thought, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. So the other party had already discovered us? If that was the case, they thought that the other party had not discovered them. They thought that they could catch them off guard. If they really took action, they would only be caught off guard by the other party. With this thought, they could not help but express their admiration for the leader who answered the phone call. It was really the leader. At the critical moment, he seemed to be an idiot and answered the phone call, but he actually managed to avoid disaster. Otherwise, he would be the leader. Xiaoyan arrogantly strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The grass under his feet rustled, giving off the feeling of a hero roaming the martial world and looking down on the world. He nodded and said, "You three, I'm talking to you guys. Why are you running? Stop." The three people helplessly stopped in their tracks. This kid just had to jump out and make a scene today. That's asking for death. They can't blame us for this. What's the matter? The leader was also cursing in his heart. The family had arranged for me to kill people, but he strongly requested me to bring my phone to contact him at any time. Now, this is such a joke. Do you think I want this? Today is very likely to become my disgrace. My nerves were so tense that they were about to snap, but the family head really called me and asked me to give up and cancel the operation. This was already enough to make me speechless. But before I left, I was stopped by the target. What the fuck is going on? Duo stood in front of the three people and looked at them with a frown. He raised one hand, and his face was instantly filled with compassion. He said in a deep voice, "It's not that I want to stop the three of you. It's just that the three of you are fated to meet me, immeasurable deity." As soon as this sentence came out, Not only the three people of the Ning family in front of him, but also Zwishaonian, who was following beside him, also widened her eyes. What do you mean? Zwishaoduo pretended to recite in a long voice, to break the secrets of heaven and the mortal world, to give guidance to the Yin and Yang sect. The three of you have met in the middle of the night. It's really fate. There's something I have to say. What is it? I see that the three of you don't look good. Evil is coming from the east, black gas is covering your faces, bad luck is hanging over your heads, and white tigers are in the sky. Tonight, it's inevitable that a bloody disaster will befall you. I'm here to remind you to make a good karma. Masters pretended to be kind and said, the three of you, Buddha has the virtue of caring for all living things. I really can't bear to see the three of you leave just like that. It'll cause a disaster and death to befall you. The four people, including Zwishaonian, didn't know what he was talking about. Wasn't immeasurable deities Taoist name again? How did it become Buddha? Are you a Taoist or a Buddha? A bloody disaster? At that moment, the leader sneered, Master Zwa, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Zwishaoduo smiled faintly and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a calm master. Immeasurable Buddha, so you know me. The three people were full of murderous intent and ferocious. Obviously, they were here to kill Ning Ke and his sister. The two sides were on opposite sides. How could Zwishaoduo let them go? But how many monthly votes would there be at 7? Chapter 232. Moreover, Zwishaonian had the purple star illumination on her face, so she was not in any danger. Regardless of whether it was a divination or a person's physique, she was confident that she could deal with the three people in front of her. Victory was within her grasp, so how could Zwishaoduo let go of the opportunity to earn a wave of luck points? Even a mosquito's leg was meat, not to mention the luck points that concerned 3 lives. No matter what, it should be quite a lot. Masters' name has recently spread through Phoenix City. The three of us have heard a lot about you and often feel that we've never met before. However, the three of us are short of money and really don't have the money to pay Master Zwa. Since we're not fated to have money, then we don't need Master Zwa to worry about our fates. The leader was a little impatient. He said a few words and was about to leave. Zwishaoduo's eyes lit up. You, the 2 words you said before, please say it again. I've been waiting for this sentence. Finally, someone is willing to say this to me. Although he's not Hero Zwa, Master Zwa is still very impressive. Not bad, it's nice to hear. That person was not interested in being entangled with Zwishaoduo. He said impatiently, get out of the way. Zwishaoduo spoke very quickly. The three of you, it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. It's fate that brought us together. Looking at your faces, you're really going to face a bloody calamity. Death is at the door. If you don't listen to me and solve it, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger. The three of them ignored him and walked out with dark faces. Zwishaoduo's voice sounded behind them. 10 meters forward, blood splashes 5 steps. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's sad and lamentable that there are 3 more lonely souls on the road to the netherworld. The three of them moved faster and faster. They felt that this guy was crazy. They walked 7 to 8 meters in one breath. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind them. Then, the entire sky was pierced by a sharp aura, as if it had transcended time and space. It broke through the air and came at them. The three of them shouted coldly at the same time and dodged. Their eyes were filled with shock. You actually dared to make the first move with your insignificant skills? Then, they heard Zwishaoduo shout, Sister Nian Nian, go! Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded. Zwishaoduo's 3 jade gourds followed the opponent's dodging figure like a shadow, drawing a mysterious trajectory as they chased after him. Bang! 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 3 soft sounds rang out as they all hit their targets. Among them, the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm were shocked to discover that their waists had been pierced by some unknown hidden weapon. They also didn't know what hidden weapon had burrowed into their skin, slithering left and right in their muscles like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it had twisted a few times. It was extremely insidious. A heart-wrenching pain followed. The two of them widened their eyes almost at the same time, filled with disbelief. Didn't the information say that this kid was only a martial master? This is the strength of a martial master. Reaching out to touch it, he found that the place where he had been hit was already drenched in blood. The hidden weapon was actually twisting left and right inside his muscles, and he couldn't force it out for a while. In this world, there was actually such a hidden weapon technique. Even the primal core cultivator who managed to grab the hidden weapon in time felt a sharp pain in his palm. While he was shocked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial master. A hidden weapon used by a martial master could actually cause primal core cultivators to feel pain and even injure two people in the embryonic breathing realm. Once this kid grew up, he would most likely become a huge threat. Just as the three of them were thinking this, they suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in front of them, as if the moonlight was pouring out. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling suddenly spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, their bodies were cold, as if they were frozen. Their eyes were filled with the bright sword light, nothing else. In a split second, a fairy from the horizon, holding a snow-white long sword, danced in the air, graceful and beautiful. Her clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had descended from the moon, mixed with the world of ice and snow. "Leave your last breath. Let me kill you." Zhua Xiaoduo's voice sounded at the right time, eager to give it a try. The primal core cultivator tried his best to deal with it, but he only had time to pull out his sword to block. He still felt that his sword was completely cold, as if it had been frozen. Just now, when it came into contact with the thin sword in the opponent's hand, his sword had silently broken with a whoosh. Then he felt a chill in his arm, and the arm that was holding the sword flew out of his body. That person had just lost an arm, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his thigh, and his whole body was instantly half a head shorter. So Xiaoyan's delicate body flashed again, and a cold, fragrant wind swept past this person. The sword light flashed in the air, and the two Ning clan experts in the embryonic breathing realm behind him also let out earth-shattering cries of agony. The forelegs of the two people were all chopped off. Zhua Xiaoyan's body floated down and returned to the ground, but not even a speck of dust was raised. She stretched out her slender arm, and the thin sword body was reflected in the moonlight. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing quietly under the moonlight. There was not even a trace of blood on it. Good sword, as expected of the sharpest sword in the world. Zhua Xiaoyan praised, and handed the sharp sword in her hand to Zhua Xiaoduo. Just now, the sword that Zhua Xiaoyan had used was Zhua Xiaoduo's sword. Yes, it was the cat spirit sword. As for her own spirit-snatching sword, it was being used as an air conditioner by her parents at home, so naturally it was not with her. Long before they had made their move, Zhua Xiaoduo had handed his sword over. "Why did you leave them alive?" Zhua Xiaoyan squinted her eyes, and the murderous aura from her earlier attack had not dissipated from her body. She was valiant and formidable, cold and aloof. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at her in a daze. He paused for a while, then took his sword and said with a laugh, "I have read their fortune. Now that it has come true, I naturally have to convince them wholeheartedly and admit that my divination is accurate. Only then can it be considered complete." Zhua Xiaoyan could not maintain her ladylike image and rolled her eyes. "This is your fortune-telling?" Zhua Xiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief. "Who doesn't know how to do fortune-telling like this? Even I can do it." Zhua Xiaoyan only felt that Zhua Xiaoduo's theory was extremely strange. She even wondered if there was something wrong with this little doggy's brain. Reading the fortune of an enemy who was bound to fight, and then telling the enemy that there was a life-threatening disaster. Then he would personally create a life-threatening disaster for the enemy. Is this how you call fortune-telling? It would be strange if you still could not tell. You clearly have the Overlord's point of view. Even if there was no life-threatening disaster, you would still need to read the fortune to create one. What's the point of doing this? Reading the fortune of someone who is about to die and telling them that they are about to die? Even if you were right, what's the use? Can you become famous? Can you advertise? Can you collect money? You're too senseless, doggy. Zhuoxiaonian was speechless and did not think much of it. Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes. Nian Mao, you really don't understand this mystery. I didn't know that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster because you and I knew that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster. There is a fundamental difference between the two. She thought to herself, there must be a fundamental difference. It was because I read their fortune that I gained something. It was an extremely huge gain, okay? Even if what you said makes sense, why don't you let me kill them directly? Do you have to kill them? What's the point of this? It's also related to your fortune-telling. Can you tell that they will die in your hands? Zhuoxiaonian looked at Zhuoxiaoduo and immediately thought of this problem that she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Zhuoxiaoduo looked around and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and leaned close to Zhuoxiaonian's ear. He said in an extremely low voice, "This is not about fate, but the will of the person. Do you still remember the small flying knife that Uncle Nand gave me?" So what? Zhuoxiaonian's ears were heated by his hot breath. Her delicate little ears suddenly turned red, and she only felt that her body was a little weak. She forced herself to calm down and ask questions, but her face was getting redder and redder. That small flying knife can absorb people's blood essence and turn into pure energy to help me practice martial arts. The more people I kill, the more energy it can absorb. That thing is much more effective than absorbing astral souls' jade. Zhuoxiaoduo said in an extremely low and fast voice. Then he said in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Zhuoxiaonian did not care about her blushing at this moment. She looked at Zhuoxiaoduo in shock. "Is there such a thing?" Zhuoxiaoduo blinked and said, "Otherwise, how can my cultivation progress so fast? That small flying knife is a great help." Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Zhuoxiaoduo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die?" The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting. Zhuoxiaoduo could clearly feel that after this person said, "I believe you," a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck points. This result surprised even Zhuoxiaoduo. Of course, it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. "I'm really a fortune teller." Since the luck points had already been received, Zhuoxiaoduo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood flying dagger. "The three of you have a safe journey." Puff, puff, puff. The dragon blood flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. "I help you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off." Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. "I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right?" As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. "Don't you feel disgusted?" Zhuoxiaonian frowned. "Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain." Zhuoxiaoduo said earnestly, "People are guilty, but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least, they have one inner core and 2 embryonic breaths. The 3 of them only have 1 ring and nothing else. Zhuo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Zhuo. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Zhuo was now bent on investigating Zhuo's dragon blood flying dagger. She grabs Zhuo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the two disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then he raised his head and said, "Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss." Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yinyan. One of them was worried about Zhuo, while the other was worried about Zhuo. Every night, they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the two of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Zhuo and Zhuo. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here, and Zhuo and Zhuo would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fangyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3, and Zhuo and Mu Yinyan were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yinyan floated out and looked at Qin Fangyang strangely. "Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot." Just now, Mu Yinyan was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fangyang. But Qin Fangyang had found her. In the past, the two of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation. Neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yinyan did not retreat, so there was only one possibility. Qin Fangyang had broken through. Qin Fangyang sighed. "Alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through?" His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yinyan was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Zhuo, but you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yinyan secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fangyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fangyang very pleasing to the eye. Now, he was a repulsive person, just like his apprentice, Zhuo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, "Weird, really weird." Mu Yinyan also stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood, and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days, and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yinyan suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuding and others that day, thinking of what Jiang Zhangbin and other people of Star Shield said at that time. And then looking at the corpses in front of her, and thinking about the money grubber's action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yinyan, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yinyan muttered to herself. Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, "Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something." "Go ahead." "About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself. Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining, and he said, "This is my reminder to you." Mu Yinyin seemed to realize something and said, "Is it very involved?" Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "With all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it." Mu Yinyin was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fangyang's serious eyes, Mu Yinyin pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted. "I remember Teacher Qin's advice, and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line." Qin Fangyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. What I find strange is not this matter, but was Xiaoduo's actions. Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "Speaking of it, at that time, when the three people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I am not surprised. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped out to stop it. I am not surprised. In the end, it was spiritual thoughts that did it. I am still not surprised. I am just curious. Why did Zhuo Xiaoduo have to read the fortune of these three people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble?" Qin Fangyang furrowed his brows. "I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Zhuo Xiaoduo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about three people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste." Qin Fangyang really didn't understand, and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yinyin also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the two of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word: disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word: despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger? How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yinyin thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, "You master and disciples' brain circuits are different from others." Qin Fangyang frowned and studied the three corpses again. Then he flipped the two people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then he saw two small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times, he gradually felt that something was wrong. "Are 13 and the others back?" "Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them." The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face, he kept pacing in the study, waiting for the news. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. "Can you tell who did it?" "I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first." "Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhuo family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zhuo Xiaoduo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there's a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. And the lower back of these two people. This degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded there was an outsider interference, and it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess? Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect? Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to reporting to Master. 35th young Master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young Madam is 7 months pregnant with twins, and she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, "How many pregnant women are there now?" No one replied. "How many more?" Ning Suifeng shouted. "No more. Not a single one." The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while, he said, "Before this month, there were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now, all of them." Ning Suifeng's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui's situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Suifeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, "From today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust." Lift the ban on lust? That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan, that's enough, no matter where they live. Ning Suifeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people, they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Suifeng thought so in his heart. "Yes, master." The butler passed down the order. Ning Suifeng walked towards the bedroom. He had a rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Suifeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out two vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan's strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Zhuo Xiaoduo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Suifeng, Meng Tianyue let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This money grubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Zhuo Xiaoyan to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Zhua Xianyan sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about the dragon blood flying dagger. Was there any backlash from such a heaven-defying item? Were there any side effects? After searching for a long time, there was no relevant information. She could only give up. However, looking for this kind of backlash, she actually found some web novels. A group of ordinary people who had nothing to do were fantasizing about the magnificent life of a crooked cultivator. It was a dazzling lineup. Only one of them was called Wind Conquering the World. It was really well written. Moreover, the person was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but be curious. She murmured, "What did this guy write?" She opened World Defying the Nine Heavens and read it. She was immediately fascinated. It's written so well. It's great. I have never read such a good novel in my life. Early morning, Zhou Xiaoduo ate a stomach full of food as usual. He ate until the few pots were empty. He asked Zhou Xiaoyan, "Is there anything good?" Zhou Xiaoyan read novels the whole night. She was sleepy and forgot about the ring. She yawned and said, "No, so be it. A few poor people. I don't think there's anything good." He skipped out the door. "I have to go to school to cultivate." Zhou Xiaoduo ran away anxiously. He didn't break through these days. He felt his true qi was restless. He was really anxious. Today, he was afraid that he would be beaten by Qin Fangyang again. Sigh. Teacher Qin was getting more and more ruthless. Zhou Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school gate when he saw a group of people waiting for him. Master Zhua is here." Everyone in the crowd was very excited. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at them and frowned. The number of people seemed to have decreased compared to yesterday and the day before. Well, to be more precise, it wasn't that there were fewer people, but there were fewer luxury cars. It was normal. Although there were many rich people in Phoenix City, there were very few people at the top of the pyramid who could catch Master's attention. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes shone with golden light. "I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for luck points. I'm mainly pitying the people of this world. They have so many worries. Today I, Master Zhua, intend to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I'll help those in danger and rob the rich to help the poor. I'll point out the mysteries of heaven and give directions to everyone." Master Zhua walked over with his hands behind his back. He pretended to be sage-like and walked over. "Zhou Xiaoduo." A crisp young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a white dress standing under a willow tree. She looked like a lotus flower. She had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a bright smile. That young girl was Bai Bingbing. The young girl today had swept away the heaviness on her face a few days ago. She had become youthful and lively again. She no longer had any pretense. She radiated a pure and fresh aura. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo turn his head, Bai Bingbing's face lit up. She ran a few steps to Zhou Xiaoduo and looked at him with a smile. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoduo took a step back cautiously and raised one of his palms solemnly. "I'm a Ba, Almighty God. I'm a man with a wife. I'll be faithful to my wife until death. I'll never let her down. I'd rather be the one who betrays the world." Ha ha. Bai Bingbing couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. After a while, she stopped laughing. Her face became particularly serious. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed to Zhou Xiaoduo. "Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm sorry." "Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you." She stood up and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a little infatuation. Suddenly, she laughed from the bottom of her heart again. "Zhou Xiaoduo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble?" Zhou Xiaoduo smiled when he heard that. Okay. We'll be friends from now on. Friends. Goodbye, Zhou Xiaoduo." Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. "I'm going to class." Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't ask either. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. I have also cut off the power of all the monitoring equipment to ensure that there will be no relevant records of today's test. Luo Lai said. Qin Fanyang nodded and said, Li Chenglong. Yes. Go in and do a check to confirm the situation, that teacher Luo said. Yes. Seeing Li Chenglong go in, Luo Lai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fanyang, do you have to not believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want any accidents. Qin Fanyang said seriously, for some things, the more confident you are, the better. Luo Lai could only smile bitterly. The caution that Qin Fanyang displayed at this moment had already reached a considerable level. Li Chenglong ran out. Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo is right. Then let's go in. Qin Fanyang and Luo Lai led the way in. As they walked, Qin Fanyang instructed, Old Luo, regarding the test data of these kids, you must destroy it on the spot. Not a single bit can be leaked. Luo Lai nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Although he said that, in reality, he didn't really understand. At least, he didn't understand why Qin Fanyang was so serious. It seemed like he was making a big fuss over a small issue. They were just a few martial master kids. Was there a need to be so serious? The few of them entered the testing room. The first thing that caught their eyes were a few machines. This is to test the attack strength of a martial master. 5,000 Jin, Luo Lai said. However, Qin Fanyang didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to the testing machine for enchanting cultivators. It was also a target, but there was a screen above it. With one punch, the accuracy of the attack strength could be instantly calculated. This is a testing machine that only enchanting cultivators can use. Luo Lai frowned and said, These kids haven't reached the enchanting realm. There's no point in using this to test them. The starting point of this machine is 8,000 Jin. We'll use this to test them, Qin Fanyang said decisively. Then, he thought for a moment and said, I think it might not be enough. Hearing this, Luo Lai's facial muscles twitched. A punch of 5,000 Jin is the standard of a peak martial master. It has to be at least 8,000 Jin to be considered a minor enchanting. And a punch of 10,000 Jin is the true starting point of an enchanting cultivator strength. Luo Lai advised earnestly. The lower limit of this machine is 8,000 Jin. Teacher Qin, it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. However, if you hurt the student's self-esteem, that's not good. What's the upper limit of this machine? Qin Fanyang patted the strength testing machine. 100,000 Jin. Qin Fanyang's eyes looked at the few of them and said, Wanli Xiao, you go first. Everyone get ready. We'll test 2 rounds. Okay. Wanli Xiao took a step forward. In this position, use the mountain steps and concentrate all your strength. When you punch, you must hit the target. Understood. Wanli Xiao concentrated and suddenly got into a fighting stance. With a loud roar, her fist rushed out like a muffled thunder. The moment she punched, her beautiful hair suddenly flew back as if it was hit by a hurricane. Just by looking at this stance, Luo Lai, who was an expert in cultivation, immediately blurted out, Damn, this kind of momentum, even if it was a enchanting cultivator, very few of them would be able to do it. Boom! Wanli Xiao heavily punched the bullseye. With a clang, the big iron ball that was hanging on the side suddenly bounced up. It was pulled up by a spring for 3.5 feet. It even stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down with a loud bang. At the side, Luo Lai's mouth suddenly opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the screen, the numbers rose and fell like a tide. Finally, it stopped in number. 58,500 Jin. Li Chenglong, record. Qin Fanyang's voice was very rigid. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago, he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fanyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wan Lixiu's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fanyang's pride. However, Wan Lixiu's own efforts made Qin Fanyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts. Yes, Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wan Lixiu, 58,500 jin. Wan Lixiu maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wan Lixiu as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wan Lixiu? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Long Yuxing and the others all did it 3 times and took the average of the 3 times as the final judging data. However, everyone's results were about the same as the first punch. The difference was similar. Qin Fanyang finally nodded. Then, it was Zhua Xiaoduo's turn to go on stage. Zhua Xiaoduo, you come to this machine. Qin Fanyang walked to the side of the embryonic breathing realm strength testing machine and patted it. Luo Lai's head was full of sweat. Teacher Qin, this machine has a starting point of 100,000. This is a testing machine that can only be done by at least the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Zhua Xiaoduo is a peerless genius, but you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the show. Qin Fanyang arranged for Zhua Xiaoduo. Stand here and punch. All right, don't use any special martial arts to increase your attack power. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded and walked over step by step. He stood still and took a deep breath. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp and focused on the little red dot on the target in front of him. The others were surprised to find that Zhua Xiaoduo's whole body seemed to have swollen. His whole body seemed to have doubled in size. Woof woof. So Xiaoduo exhaled and let out a roar that sounded like thunder. It was a very imposing manner, but this sound almost made everyone's soul fly out of their bodies. Luo Lai, who was paying special attention to Zhua Xiaoduo's movements, felt his scalp go numb and his back turn cold. He almost had an orgasm. Fuck, did he have to be so different? Even when he exhaled, it was a woof instead of a woof. However, at this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo had already lunged forward and punched. His fist was like a sledgehammer that could split the sky and earth. It smashed hard on the testing machine's target. With a loud bang, the entire testing machine was shaken back and forth by this huge impact. It made a cracking sound. The random big metal ball suddenly rose 4.5 feet and spun in the air. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crash! The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pounds. Long Yuxing and the rest were all stunned. Wan Lixiu looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's. Even if this person was Zwa, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fangyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Zwa Xiaoduo's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, he had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fangyang pondered in his heart. No wonders Xiaoduo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile, hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure 2 embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." All right. After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pounds. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God, such an eye-catching number. Are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Zwa Xiaoduo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yuxing and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly. Failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Zwa Xiaoduo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed, "This testing machine is really good." Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "The performance of the 5 of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass." Zwa Xiaoduo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, "This is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fangyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbooks. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses." One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent. But from his mouth, he only said, "It's considered a pass." What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fangyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. I want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fangyang said, "Remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room." So, Xiaoduo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now. Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights. Yes, got it. All of you can leave now. Qin Fangyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fangyang could see it all. Old Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fangyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai. These few students of mine, do you think? They are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do. Qin Fanyang sighed. I'm ashamed. Chapter 237. Qin Fanyang. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. I've seen countless people acting tough in my life, and I've also seen countless people showing off. However, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would definitely beat you to death. Old Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If he could train such a student, he would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Qin Fanyang had taught 6 of them in one go, and one of them might even be the only one in the entire continent. He still had to act so indifferent. If he wasn't the act tough king, then what was? And that's all he could do? Old thing. Luo Lai felt that his envy and jealousy had become twisted. When he looked at Qin Fanyang again, he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Old Luo, this kind of thing depends on fate and luck. You can do it. Qin Fanyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. I believe in you. Under your guidance, such geniuses will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, endless and unending. You don't know how troublesome and tiring it is to teach a student like Swishaoduo. At any time, anywhere, you have to be on guard against his sudden outburst of arrogance. Qin Fanyang acted as if he could not bear to look back on the past and sighed. It's tiring. Luo Lai exposed him in disdain. Keep pretending, keep pretending. If I could have such a student, I'd be willing even if it was 10 times more tiring than you. Yes, you're right. So whether it's Wishaoduo or the others, I can't give them to you. Qin Fanyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. Old Luo, don't be envious. Even if you're envious, it's useless. Luo Lai was furious. Who's envious? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He scolded. Your students have all left. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Qin Fanyang smiled. I'm trying to console you. I don't need your consolation. I'm afraid you're jealous. I'm not jealous. Who's the bastard who told others about what happened today? Whoever said, that is a bastard. And that's settled then. Qin Fanyang waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Watching Qin Fanyang walk further and further away, Luo Lai couldn't help but spit and murmured, I knew you old bastard wouldn't be at ease. Even at the last sentence, you still wanted to dig a hole for me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could I tell anyone about such an important matter? I'm doing this for the good of those kids. Qin Fanyang, aren't you looking down on others too much? That morning, Xiaoduo and the others were still sweating profusely in the gravity room. In Phoenix City, even though the pressure was as heavy as it was now, and Star Shield was hanging high like a sword, there was still an unprecedented jubilation. Especially on the internet, it was like a boiling pot. There was no other reason. Just last night, Gu Luoyin had arrived at Antai City, which was only a few hundred li away from Phoenix City. Gu Luoyin will hold a concert tour in Antai City as scheduled. Today was the first day of Gu Luoyin's concert. Gu Luoyin's stay in Antai City was very short, only 3 days in total. Many of Gu Luoyin's fans were discussing enthusiastically. Those who could afford it even began to call their friends and rush to Antai City. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Taijiang looked at the people on the street who were discussing enthusiastically. They couldn't help but be confused and confused. When did a singer become so popular? Wu Taijiang scratched his head with his carrot-like fingers. He was very confused. Don't let Xiao Nan hear you. Xiao Xiong Nan is this girl's fan. Zhua Chonglu smiled. Xiao Xiong Nan is really old. Doesn't he know how old he is? Wu Taijiang snorted. Zhua Chonglu snorted and said, if I'm not wrong, Gu Lian's destination is definitely not Antai City. It's definitely Phoenix City. Zhua Chonglu rolled his eyes. Taijiang, let's make a bet. If this girl doesn't come to Phoenix City, I'll be your follower from now on. If she comes, you'll lose something to me. How about it? Zhua Chonglu seemed to suddenly think of something. He was very interested in the bet. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Boss, what do you like about me? Can you not trick me? If you're not sure about something, will you bet with others? Zhuo Chonglu was displeased. Am I that kind of person? I think you can be more confident and get rid of the ah. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Back then, because our people were caught by the raging fire, you came forward and made a bet with the raging fire witch. You claimed that as long as you lost, you would give the sun-moon pass to others. If you won, you didn't want anything else but a person. In the end, that idiot bet with you like an idiot. Then he was tricked by you and never appeared again. How many years has it been? Even someone like Lai Hua could be tricked by you like that. If I still dare to bet with you, I'm just looking for trouble and depression for myself. Zhuo Chonglu touched his nose and said, What are you talking about? I didn't expect Lai Hua to agree without thinking. Wu Taijiang, forget it. Do you dare to say that you didn't plan that bet long ago? Of course it was planned. How could I not plan it well? Zhuo Chonglu stared and said, If I wasn't 100% sure, how could I bet on the sun-moon pass? Are you kidding me? But Lai Hua was tricked by you. He even thought that he took advantage of you. That's his wishful thinking. Wu Taijiang thought and suddenly laughed. Back then, we were captured by more than 3,000 people, but you only wanted one person. I guess Lai Hua must have thought that there was something wrong with your brain. In the end, after you won, you didn't want any of our people. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth? Zhuo Chonglu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. That while Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyu's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Tang family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. Chapter 238. Cloud Pavilion was located next to the Meng family's headquarters. Teng Guangyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when his family arrived, Meng Tianyu's family was already waiting at the entrance. Ha 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 ha. Brother Teng, long time no see. Meng Tianyu's enthusiasm made Teng Guangyuan feel as though he was in a dream. He was so surprised that he was about to go silly. For a while, he could not help but smile. Shaking his fat body, he quickly ran over and extended his hand from a distance. His fat face bloomed like a flower. Chief Meng, Chief Meng. Chief Meng, haha. You are too polite, too polite. Meng Chintian had a scholarly air with a kind smile on his face. On the other side, Teng Hao looked at the outstanding beauty Meng Chenyu. His eyes were glued to her, and he could not take his eyes off her. Meng Chenyu frowned, her face filled with disgust. Please, please, please. You are an honored guest today. This must be younger sister, right? Ha. Younger sister and my brother truly are a match made in heaven. Please, please let us speak inside. The Meng family warmly invited the Teng family into Cloud Pavilion. They sat in the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Teng Guangyuan was the head of a bureau and had a bit of authority, when had he ever received such treatment in his life? The elevator slowly ascended, and Phoenix City appeared before their eyes one floor at a time. Teng Guangyuan's face was reserved, as though he had already become accustomed to this. Introducing this and that to his son and wife, he acted as though he was passing judgment. What do they see on this floor? What do they see this time? What do they see on the next floor? This is a true sightseeing elevator. It is intimately connected with all the surrounding buildings. Only the corresponding scenery can be seen on each floor. Layers upon layers of power were intense to the extreme. But at the top floor, the scenery is limitless. Legend has it that there was once a poet who wrote a poem specifically for this elevator. Teng Guangyuan recited, thousands of sceneries, tens of thousands of styles. Each floor has its own view, and this is the only building in the clouds. Smiling, he said, This is Cloud Pavilion. It can be said to be second to none in our Phoenix City. It is the most high-end place. This was also the first time the mother and son had seen such a scene. Their eyes were completely dazzled, and they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Meng Chunyu, however, felt even more impatient. Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Why did he attract these three bumpkins? Looking at the way this country bumpkin entered the city, it was really that the top floor of the Yunduan Pavilion was a huge space. There were already more than a dozen people in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, leisurely drinking coffee or sipping red wine as they watched the magnificent scenery. They were Master Feng and the other Chi-gazers. Meng Tianyue did not look in that direction. She was still eagerly greeting the Teng family and enthusiastically leading them to the table in the middle. As soon as they sat down, a clatter was heard around the table, and a curtain made of fist-sized pearls fell and fluttered around them. For a moment, the light refracted the pearls, making them look like a dream. Teng Guangyuan's wife couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes already filled with intoxication. Bring the wine. Meng Tianyue clapped her hands. At this moment, Master Feng, who was sitting by the window, suddenly widened his eyes and turned pale. Sitting here, his mission was to look again and confirm Teng Hao's identity. Now that he saw it clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. No, that's not it. He found the wrong person. The young man he saw today and the young man he saw that day were two completely different people. What was going on? Master Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and the people around him also looked over. After all, they had also seen the Teng Hao from that day. Brother Feng, this doesn't seem right. It was unknown whether the person who spoke was worried, surprised, or taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That day, it clearly wasn't this kid. Could it be that Chief Ming found the wrong person? This shouldn't be. Inside, the dishes had already begun to be served. Meng Tianyue appeared to be even more amiable, attentively giving way to others. The sounds of laughter and chatter continued, toasting and toasting each other. The entire atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. As for Meng Chuntian, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Teng Hao's uneasy face, he especially looked at Meng Chunyu's intoxicated and self-inferior face. This was not right? This kind of person had great fortune on him? Smiling, he stood up and apologetically said, I have a phone call. Please go ahead. Teng Guangyuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Meng Chintian took out his phone and placed it next to his ear. Then he walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng and the others. Before he reached Master Feng, he saw his pale face. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Quickly walking over, he lowered his voice and asked, What happened? It's not. Beads of sweat appeared on Master Feng's face. This is not the person I was talking about. It's not? Meng Chintian's eyes widened. But this Teng Hao, there's only one in the school, this kid. And Teng Guangyuan also only has this one son. It's really not the one I was talking about. Master Feng was already on the verge of tears. This mistake was not small. He had instructed the Meng family to look for the wrong person. Meng Chuntian's face immediately became gloomy. Then who is it? I also don't know. Master Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. The Teng Hao I saw that day was definitely not the young man in front of me. His heart was filled with hatred. That bastard I met that day actually gave me a fake name and a fake school. Just what kind of deep grudge do I have with you? I've only just arrived at Phoenix City, and you've already dug such a huge pit for me. This pit is going to kill me. Meng Chuntian's gaze instantly became like a poisonous snake. You? What do you mean? Master Feng was on the verge of tears. That day, I really met an extraordinary young man. Yes, there are others who can testify. The three of you. You have to testify for me. That day, I really met one, and then the other three also had sweat on their foreheads. Helpless, they stood up and stammered. It's true. That day, I really met such a young man. And then Brother Feng. He explained everything that happened that day in detail, but in his heart, he already hated this Master Feng to the core. You fucker. That day, you flirted with him with your cheap mouth, but you didn't know that you were flirted with by him. Today, you even dragged us into this pit. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, how are you going to clean up this mess? Are you sure? Meng Qintian also felt sick and tired. He had always maintained good self-restraint, but at this moment, it was on the verge of collapse. His handsome face was somewhat distorted, and his demeanor was gone. The Qi Watchers were ready, and all the tools were ready. The Ning clan was also ready to cooperate. All the experts of the two clans were ready. They were just waiting for the blood to be drawn, and then they would act separately. But at this juncture, you're telling me that you found the wrong person. That means you're wrong from the root. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. I'm sure. It's not. Master Feng no longer dared to look at Meng Qintian's face. His face was probably starting to smoke, right? Meng Qintian did not say another word. He turned around and walked back. Master Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have collapsed as he sat down on his butt. He only felt his entire body turn cold and was trembling nonstop. The others all looked at him with resentment, but Master Feng couldn't care less. He was only thinking about one thing. This time, would he be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive? Meng Qintian walked through the curtain and whispered a few words into Meng Tianyue's ear. Meng Tianyue's face immediately changed. She raised her cup and stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned gloomy. She then put down her cup and walked out with a gloomy face. She actually didn't say anything to Deputy Bureau Chief Tong, who was still enthusiastically chatting with her and calling her brother just a moment ago. Tong Guangyuan was full of smiles as he raised his wine cup with both hands. But when he saw Meng Tianyue suddenly stand up and leave, he naturally couldn't help but be stunned. This was a bit rude, right? He smiled embarrassedly and sat back down on his chair as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, rich people have bad tempers. 3 seconds ago, they were calling me brother intimately. Meng Tianyue quickly walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng with large strides. Master Feng was already weak all over, like a sow sifting through chaff. Looking at Meng Tianyue's wolf-like steps, he was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. It's not? How could it not be? Meng Tianyue's expression was like a storm. No, it's not. It's really not. It's really not. Meng Tianyue nodded. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Master Feng's face, then pointed again. She then took a deep breath, turned around, and walked back. Master Feng sat down and felt his whole body stiffen. There were only 2 words left in his mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. Although he didn't understand what was going on today that caused the current situation to take a turn for the worse, one thing was certain. Today, he and his family were facing a life and death crisis. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to save the lives of the entire family. Hearing Meng Tianyue's words, Tong Guangyuan shook his head and forced a smile. No, I don't dare. You don't dare to hit me back? Meng Tianyu slapped him again. Tong Guangyuan's mouth was bleeding, but he still shook his head and said humbly, I don't dare. Another slap. Meng Tianyu asked in a tyrannical tone, Did I hit you well? Answer me. You hit me well. You hit me well. Pa, is it good for me to hit you? Great. Pa, did you feel good when I hit you? Yes. Meng Tianyu laughed and said fiercely, Since you feel good, kneel down. Kneel down. Tong Guangyuan knelt down. As he knelt, blood came out of his mouth. He anxiously called out to his wife and son, Kneel, kneel, quickly kneel, kneel and kowtow. The family of 3 knelt in front of Meng Tianyu and kowtowed. Chief Meng, you are a great person. It was I, Tong Guangyuan, who was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have. Please let our family go. Meng Tianyu was panting heavily, looking at the family of 3 who were kowtowing to her. A tyrannical pleasure arose spontaneously. With red eyes, she grabbed Tang Guangyuan and laughed out loud. "I'll let you go, but let me go. But let me go." Meng Tianyu shouted and punched and kicked herself. After a long, long time, she sternly said, "Drag him out, drag him out, drag him out," and continue hitting him. "Once you are done, throw him out." Then he sat down on a chair, exhausted. Panting, his expression was dispirited and dazed. Ever since Meng Chunyu's father had gone crazy, she had also fallen into a daze like the members of the Tang family. She had truly been completely dumbfounded. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father lose his temper like this before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. Seeing that Meng Tianyu had finally stopped moving, she waited for her to calm down before timidly asking, Dad, what happened?" Meng Tianyu felt her anger dissipate like a tide. Her entire body felt weak and empty. Struggling to wave her hand, she muttered, I'm fine. Looking at the family of 3 being dragged out, she waved her hand and tiredly said, "Give them a beating and throw them out. Don't beat them to death." Today's matter, in the end, did not have the slightest relation to this family of 3. Their family was the one who had suffered an unexpected calamity, a calamity from the heavens. The Starshield administration was currently in Phoenix City. If she killed a deputy director who was still in office, the trouble that would follow would not be small. There would be many loose ends that would need to be taken care of. Now it was a critical moment. It was better to have one less problem. Thinking of this, Meng Tianyu could not help but feel some regret. Just now, she really should not have lost her temper like this. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang. "Dad, a phone call for you." Meng Xinyu handed over the phone. The caller ID flickered, and the name Ning Suifeng entered her eyes. Meng Tianyu lay in her chair, exhausted. Her eyes stared at this name for a long time before she bitterly smiled and picked up the phone. On the other side, Ning Suifeng's voice was a bit urgent. "Brother Meng, when will we begin?" Meng Tianyu was speechless for a while. Hearing the hopeful tone, she did not know what to say. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and quietly said, "Brother Ning, you found the wrong person. This Teng Hao is not the target." The other side of the phone also fell silent. It was as though even breathing had stopped at this moment. After a while, Ning Suifeng's voice was hoarse to the extreme. "Not the target? Brother Meng, this. What do you mean by not the target?" "The meaning is, this Teng Hao is not the person we are looking for. Forcing it is completely useless." After saying this, Meng Tianyu closed her eyes. The current him was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He had a feeling that he did not want to do anything and did not want to care about anything. He wanted to immediately wander the world and end his life. He truly was too tired. Ning Suifeng said a few more things, but Meng Tianyu's hand had already dropped. The phone fell to the ground with a clang, and her face was extremely pale. She stood up shakily and muttered, "Chun Tian, I will leave this matter to you to manage." "Yes." Meng Tianyu walked out shakily with her head lowered. At this moment, this tycoon who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Central Plains, the richest man in Phoenix City, was like an old man about to enter the coffin. She was filled with a sense of decay and bleakness. "Dad," Meng Chunyu worriedly called out. Following this, she anxiously chased after him. Meng Chantian's face was gloomy as he arrived at the window. Facing Master Feng and the others, he spoke with a voice that did not allow for any questioning. "Now, the 4 of you, go out immediately and find that person. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. I will tell you clearly, if you cannot find him, your entire family, no one should even think about living." Meng Chantian's gaze was like a poisonous snake coldly sweeping past. Even if it is a dog, a chicken, or an ant. Don't even think about being lucky. Master Feng stood up shakily. "Young Master Meng, go." Meng Chantian pointed at the door. "I will only give you." One day, at this time tomorrow, either you bring that person here, or I will take your heads and go find your entire family to settle the score. Now, immediately, immediately, get out and search. A few Chi-gazing warriors immediately rushed out in panic. And you guys, Meng Tian pointed at the remaining Chi watchers who were rejoicing that this had nothing to do with them. All of you go? What is the point of keeping you? All of you go out and search. If you can't find him, you will all die. A Chi watcher mustered up his courage and said, Young Master Meng, this matter has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us? Meng Tian's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. With a light crack, he had already pulled off the head of the person who was 7 meters away. Tossing it up and down in his hand, he sneered, Now, does it have anything to do with us? Even if this girl's appetite was a bit excessive, it was still acceptable. Behind her, behind Wan Lixiu, Long Yusheng, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were all carrying large baskets of steamed buns. In the kitchen, a few big men were working hard to knead dough. Fuck me. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Why am I assigned to knead steamed buns in the second high school cafeteria? This demand is killing me. Duong. There was a sound of someone going up the stairs. The person had not arrived, but the voice had arrived first. I want 150 steamed buns, 10 big bones, 2 bowls of meat, 5 cans of chili sauce. Oh my God, you guys hurry up. You can eat so much. Are you all pigs? Why do you all want to eat in groups? It was Master Zhua. Wan Lixiu had already spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the steamed buns in front of her. Puff, puff, puff. Then she looked at Xiaoduo proudly. Are you going to snatch it? Xiaoduo, who was about to show off his power and reach out to grab the steamed buns, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, Wan Lixiu, you are good. You have balls. It's not easy to come up with such an idea. You wait. You and Long Yusheng better be careful. Wait for your master's Zhua. Long Yusheng's little face suddenly fell. What does this have to do with me? Your wife angered me. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhua Xiaoduo watched Wan Lixiu's steamed buns piling up higher and higher. He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more hungry. I didn't expect you, Wan Lixiu, the daughter of the governor and the daughter of a rich family, to be so vicious. You actually dared to spit saliva on the steamed buns. You're really something. Zhua Xiaoduo was still indignant. If I didn't, you'd snatch it. Who doesn't know your character? Wan Lixiu said disdainfully. Then she handed over her meal card. Master, give me another 120 steamed buns. She even spat saliva on Long Yusheng's steamed buns. She was proud and high-spirited. Zhua Xiaoduo was fuming with anger, jumping up and down. Okay, you wait. Long Yusheng, as a man, you actually ate steamed buns that were spat saliva on. I feel ashamed for you. How can you? Disgusting. Long Yusheng rolled his eyes. That's my wife's saliva. I don't dislike it at all. Zhua Xiaoduo's anger had nowhere to vent. Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Li Chenglong were also speechless. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. Now they had to eat a mouthful of dog food before they could get food. Wan Lixiu turned around and asked Yu Moyan and the other two, Do you want me to get food for you? Zhua Xiaoduo immediately looked at the 3 of them, as if he wanted to eat them. He gritted his teeth. Yu Moyan immediately shivered. No, so you go first. Li Zhongming was also angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Zhua walked up majestically and took over Wan Lixiu's position, 150. No, I'm angry today. 170. Only the knowledgeable Li Chenglong's brain worked the fastest. He said, Zhua, you're usually quite smart. Why are you doing such a stupid thing now? Who are you? You're the famous Master Zhua in Phoenix City. As long as you say the word, those who want to ask you to read their fortune will prepare a lot of food. But you still want to fight with us for food. It's beneath your status. It's beneath your style, and it's a loss of the atmosphere. Sigh. It's too horrible to look at. Too horrible to look at. Swishauduo was stunned. Huh. Swollen had a point. He would take some time out every afternoon to read people's fortune. As long as he spread the word, he believed that there would be a lot of people coming to him with delicious food. He could combine eating and reading at the same time. It would save him a lot of time, and he wouldn't have to fight with these people for food. This was something he could consider, but he had to wait until after today's meal. He would think about it then, that the big table that could accommodate 20 people was occupied by Zwishauduo and the other 5 people. The steamed buns on the table were piled up like a small mountain. Together with all kinds of meat dishes, it was a dazzling sight. If it were someone who didn't know the situation, they would think that this family could eat a year's worth of food. The 6 of them ate without saying a word. They all lowered their heads and stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths one by one. The scene could only be described in one sentence. 6 hungry ghosts reincarnated. When everyone had eaten 70 to 80 steamed buns, the atmosphere at the table began to thaw. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Juan Licio said, "It just so happens that my dad hasn't been very happy recently. Why don't we all come to my house and have some fun? I'll consider it an invitation to you." So Xiaoduo vigilantly covered his wallet and said, "Let's make it clear first. I don't have a monetary gift for you, let alone a gift." Juan Licio was speechless. "Zwa, you're now a person who earns more than 1,000,000 yuan a day. Can you not be so stingy? Being stingy is my virtue." Zwa Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. "You're not stingy. He's not stingy. You're not stingy. If I'm not stingy, then wouldn't we be taken advantage of for nothing?" The other 5 people snorted in disdain. The level of shamelessness of these words could be said to be the highest in the world. "Zwa, it's just a birthday gift," Yu Moyan reminded him, hinting at something. Zwa Xiaoduo didn't notice. He said majestically, "I never give gifts to people. I never give gifts to women. Hey, yes, I never give gifts to women, unless that woman is my wife." Swishauduo found that he had found a reason. For a moment, he was proud. "That's why I can't give Shio a gift. It's fine if you don't have a gift." Juan Licio snorted and said, "If you have a gift, then just do it. If you don't have a gift, then just perform a show to liven things up. How about it?" Long Yuxing hurriedly raised his hand. "I have a gift." After that, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Yu Moyan raised his hand. "I have a gift too." Then, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Li Changming and Li Chenglong said in unison, "I'll prepare a gift." Then, they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated for a long time. It was difficult for him to choose between his wallet and his face. In the end, he felt that face was nothing. Can face be exchanged for money? Eyes with Xiaoduo. What's the use of face? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. He said, "I've decided. I'll prepare a small show." Chapter 241. Zhu was proud of himself as he faced the disdainful gazes. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for being so quick-witted. "I'm so quick-witted. I've saved myself another few 100,000. Zhu Xiaoduo made up his mind and suddenly felt that he was in the right. His reasons became more and more overwhelming as he said, "It's Xiao Er's birthday. It's not right for so many of us to perform a show. You cowards only know how to spend money and nothing else. I'll have to personally carry out this great task." This guy was actually looking down on others. Suddenly, 5 pairs of eyes rolled at the same time. This miser would rather perform a show than give a gift. This stingy guy is really stingy. How can he say that we're in the wrong? Little did they know that Xiaoduo also had his own difficulties. Was Wanli Xio's family short of money? Obviously, they were not short of money. If I were to give her a gift of 12 million or 20,000, not only would she not like it, but I would also be heartbroken. It's a typical thankless task. Besides, if I were to give her a gift, with her status, what kind of good things has she not seen before? I, Zwishaoduo, am so poor. Where can I get a precious gift? She wouldn't even be interested in an ordinary gift. Or am I just waiting to embarrass myself? Now, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others had obviously prepared gift. Needless to say, it was Long Yuxing's fiancée's birthday. The gift would be at least a few $100,000, right? Besides, wasn't it just a show? What was there? What could there be? Everyone was so familiar with each other. Why would they care about a small show like this? Not to mention anything else, even if they went up and farted. It would also be lively. So what Xiao was wishful thinking could be said to be loud and clear. Wan Lixio squinted and said, So, since we agreed to perform a show, you can't go back on your word. So Xiao Duo patted his chest heroically and said, What are you talking about? Isn't it just a show? It's Xiao Er's birthday. We're such good classmates. Shouldn't I perform a show? As long as he could save money. Cough, cough. What I'm saying is, a real man must keep his word. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. You can't show off your martial arts skills. If you want to go up and fight with your fists and swords, you won't be able to do it. Am I Zwishaoduo, that kind of person? I have to say this in advance. I know your character quite well. Wan Lixio did not trust Xiaoduo's integrity at all. If you say yes, then say yes. How about singing or dancing? Just choose one so that I can be mentally prepared. You can sing or dance. Really? Really? Let's seal the deal. Wan Lixio stretched out her palm. Papa. Zwishaoduo immediately clapped his hands to finalize the deal. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could save a lot of money. Moreover, it would save a huge sum of money. Awesome. Boss. When Li Chenglong saw that Zwishaoduo had fallen into the trap, he jumped out to remind him, about this show, it's not that easy to perform. Zwishaoduo did not retract his hand. He maintained the clapping position and tilted his head to look at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong laughed sinisterly. Zwa probably didn't hear what Xiao said just now. Zwishaoduo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said, What did she say? Why didn't I hear it clearly? Just now, he was so focused on the gifts and monetary gifts that he did not pay attention. Was there something else? Xiao is right. Her father wants to hold a big event to liven things up. That's our Phoenix City's Governor Wan, his big event. So, think about it. There will be a lot of people coming. At the very least, there will be a special stage for performances. You've been tricked. Ha 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 ha. At first, Li Chenglong sighed and looked worried for Boss Swa. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Taking pleasure in Boss Swa's misfortune. He slapped his thigh and tears flowed out. Io, Swa has been tricked. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. I'm dying of laughter. Zwishaoduo was stunned on the spot. After a while, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio playfully clapped her hands and said with a smile, Boss Swa, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. This is your own choice. No one forced you. Xiaoduo's face twitched. When did I become a gentleman? Why didn't I know? It doesn't matter if you're a gentleman or not. You can give me money or gifts. I can accept a monetary gift of 1 million, or a gift that is not lower than the market price. Wan Lixio said, They're all of this level. You are the boss and should be the first, but I'm willing to accommodate you. 1 million. Zwishaoduo's heart trembled. Zwishaoduo looked at them one by one. The others met his gaze and nodded. They looked straight ahead and were confident. I don't fucking believe it. How much money do you have when you're all together? A gift of 1 million per person. Who are you trying to fool? You, Li Chenglong. How dare you say that you can easily take out 1 million? Who are you trying to fool? Zwishaoduo roared. Li Chenglong chuckled and explained, Boss Swa, we're not the same as we used to be. We're all rich now. The harvest from the previous experience is not only enough to meet our needs for cultivation, but also a lot of wealth. Exchange points are recognized as a hard currency, and the market value is very high. A gift of 1 million is really not difficult for me now. Zwishaoduo was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Immediately, he realized that Li Chenglong had become a dragon overnight. He had gained a lot from the experience. He was already a rich man. Performance. Then let's perform. Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and said without fear of death, "What's there to be afraid of when there are more people? I'll accept it." This miser would rather give up his face than his wealth. Oh yeah, the five of them applauded together. Yu Moyan whistled and soared into the sky. Little did they know that Xiaoduo was also suffering in the heart of a child. He only earned a little money every day. Xiaoyan knew his password. That was clear. If she found out that he had spent 1 million to celebrate Wan Lixio's birthday, just thinking about it made Xiaoduo shudder and break out in cold sweat. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Tragically accepting the fact that he was about to perform in front of everyone, Xiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry. He was so angry that he became bold. This guy was gloating just now. Why was he still laughing now? Are you the reincarnation of a laughing spirit? Do you think you're so great after becoming a dragon overnight? Come. Xiaoduo finished the last few steamed buns in a few bites. I'll compare notes with you. Li Chenglong was stunned. His expression changed abruptly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help!" Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio pretended not to see or hear anything. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan lowered their heads and ate silently. They were afraid that Xiaoduo would notice them and bring disaster to them. Are you kidding? Help! Who would dare to help? That guy is a ruthless person with a punch of 300,000 pounds. Our punch is only a little more than 80,000 pounds. We can't save him even if we want to. We'll be thankful if the flames of war don't spread to us. That Li Chenglong was dragged out by Xiaoduo. In a moment of desperation, Li Chenglong began to expose them. The fact that everyone gave Wan Lixio a birthday present was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy against you. Li Chengming, Yu Moyan, and Long Yuxing conspired to come up with this idea. Yu Moyan was the mastermind. Long Yuxing was an accomplice. Li Zhongming was the one who added fuel to the fire, and I was only the one who played a supporting role. Li Chenglong betrayed his teammates desperately. Really? I'm just a small character in this matter. Even if you want to beat someone, you can't just beat me. Long Yuxing, Li Zhongming, and Yu Moyan were extremely shocked when they heard this. Disloyal, spineless, coward. I knew it. He's a traitor. Even when he's about to die, he still wants to drag someone down with him. Shameless. Shameless traitor. Xiaoduo snorted. Whether it's shameless or not, we'll talk about it later. The three of you come out now. Or do you want me to drag you out? Long Yuxing screamed and quickly jumped out of the window. Yu Moyan was about to rush out as well when he felt his scalp tighten. Xiaoduo had already grabbed his hair and pulled him back. He screamed and fell onto Li Zhongming's body. The two of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Teacher Qin's hair-grabbing technique had already surpassed Xiaoduo's usage. Just when Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were rolling on the ground, a shadow flashed again. Xiaoduo jumped in from the window like Long Yuxing. His right hand was still holding onto Long Yuxing, who had just jumped out. His movements were so fast that it was shocking. Let's go down. When they went outside, they didn't talk nonsense. They left the north and south fighting things and gave them a good beating. In the end, the four of them begged for mercy, and it ended. Xiaoduo finally vented his anger, but his heart was still melancholy. He had already said it in front of Wan Lixio, who was about to celebrate her birthday. If he didn't fulfill his promise, it wouldn't be right. But did he really have to perform? That seemed a little shameful. Should he go up and play the guitar? Sing a song? It wasn't impossible, but what should he sing? While thinking about it, Xiaoduo entered the 50x gravity room. After eating his fill with the dragon blood flying dagger, Xiaoduo felt his training speed increase again. Coupled with the absorption of the jade of astral souls, all the energy in his dantian gradually turned into heat energy from the flaming Sun Sutra. After the conversion, the energy in his body finally surged violently. It seemed like he was about to break through again. So Xiaoduo even felt that if the energy in his body became restless this time, he wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sad and depressed. Even if I have the help of a cheat, I'm still not as good as Nian Mao. How many times have I done it? Chapter 242. If I can't surpass Nian Mao in the past, then my chances of catching up with Nian Mao in the future will be very slim. Or maybe I won't be able to do it at all. For the first time, Xiaoduo didn't stay in the gravity room until 6 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., he stopped cultivating because he was troubled by a lot of things. I can't absorb anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really break through. Xiaoduo meditated for a while and tried to calm down the primordial qi in his body. Then, he opened the door and walked out dejectedly. Qin Fangyang was standing under the big tree at the door with his hands behind his back. He was surprised when he heard the door open behind him. Who came out early? He turned around and was even more surprised when he saw who it was. It was Xiaoduo, the cultivation maniac. But today, Xiaoduo's head was lowered and he looked dejected. Qin Fangyang couldn't get used to it, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kid's progress is terrifying. What's going on? What was he trying to do? What's wrong with you? Qin Fangyang asked. I'm afraid I can't control the breakthrough this time. Xiaoduo was very disappointed and listless. It's hard to break through now. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. I thought I'd have to restrain at least 10 more times. Xiaoduo said disappointedly. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Teacher Qin, don't you think I'm useless? Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched. After what happened last night, how could he not know that he had greatly wronged Xiaoduo these past few days? Although he didn't know the reason, but Xiaoduo's improvement in this period of time was terrifying. Looking at Xiaoduo's disappointed face, Qin Fangyang rubbed his chin and pondered, should I tell him that my greatest expectation for him is to reach the peak of the martial master realm, with a strength of over 100,000 jin? Right now, Xiaoduo had already exceeded his target by 3 times. This result was enough to shock the entire continent. Not to mention, there's also the additional increase brought about by the breakthrough. After thinking about it, Qin Fangyang still decided not to tell him. Firstly, he told him that this brat was definitely going to show off and act shamelessly again. That shamelessness would definitely make anyone who saw it have the urge to beat him to death. Secondly, looking at this guy's frowning face now was quite amusing and pleasing to the eye. Qin Fangyang decided to observe for a few more days. Yes, although it is indeed a little early. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, the number of times you controlled it was also a little low, but it still reached the lower limit of my estimation. Especially the strength of your attacks. Your performance was the most remarkable. It's not unacceptable to break through now. Sometimes human strength is limited. Xiaoduo said bitterly, but I heard that when Yin Cat broke through, she suppressed it more than 50 times. Over 50 times? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. No wonder this brat was like this. It turned out that he had a great con man behind him who was even more ruthless than him. Although Qin Fangyang did not know how many times the spiritual thought goddess suppressed it, he dared to guarantee that it was definitely not more than 10 times. Because it was said that the spiritual thought goddess Thorny Road was compressed 8 times. And 8 times the compression was already at the level of a peerless genius. However, if it was really like what Xiaoduo said, and it was more than 50 times, then it would not be 8 times the compression. It would be another number that no one dared to believe. Patting Xiaoduo's shoulder, Qin Fangyang comforted and encouraged him. If you can control it, then try to control it more. If you really can't control it, it's okay to break through. You've already, cough, done well. Xiaoduo bit his lips and nodded slowly. He thought in his heart, even if it's just one more time, even if it's just one more time, he was really unwilling to break through like this. Qin Fangyang grabs what Xiaoduo's hand and inserted a wisp of his true qi to check the condition of his dantian. As soon as he took a look, he suddenly coughed violently. He only felt a raging wave in his heart, inexplicably terrified. What the fuck? The capacity of his dantian, the width of his meridians, the flexibility. Everything. What the fuck is this? When I broke through to the Xiantian realm, no. Even when I was at the high-level Xiantian realm, the width of my meridians was not even 1/5 of this brat's. This brat is a monster freak. Why should I compare myself with him? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Come on. Keep it up. I believe in you. You can do it. Qin Fangyang said with a complicated expression. Yes, I definitely will. So Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I have to try to compress it one more time. Otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing? Cough, cough, cough. Qin Fangyang coughed again. No matter when, this brat's trait of infuriating people to death had not changed at all. Do whatever you want. Qin Fangyang said in annoyance. That afternoon, after Xiaoduo finished reading the fortune, he grabbed his newly earned money and went home. Phoenix City South Gate. A car slowly drove in. In the car, beside the driver's seat, a young lady in black sat in the front passenger seat. She was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the grass and trees of Phoenix City. We've arrived, Phoenix City. This is the place. This is where I lost my greedy wolf's heart. In the back seat, a middle-aged man and a young man sat on the left and right, resting with their eyes closed. Indeed, the journey was quite tiring. It was really too far away. We finally arrived at Phoenix City. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but as soon as she entered Phoenix City, a strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and longing that she had not tasted for a long time. It was as if there was a voice urgently calling her in this city. It was so heart-wrenching, so unforgettable. This made her heart inexplicably chaotic the moment she entered the city. Xuani, the middle-aged man in the back seat, said with his eyes closed, your spiritual sense has always been sharp. When you first entered the city, did you feel something? Mo Xuani gently shook her head. Martial uncle, I'm afraid this city is not simple. As soon as I entered the city, I felt a very dangerous and frightening feeling. You must know that even when I went to Shangjing, where more powerful enemies gathered, I did not have such a feeling. We should be more careful on this trip. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Is it only dangerous? It's more than dangerous. Mo Xuani slightly frowned. It's a subtle feeling of impending disaster. Martial uncle, if possible, we shouldn't stay in this city for too long. In fact, in my opinion, it's best to not enter the city and just leave. Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young man on the side laughed. Junior sister, your plan is definitely not feasible. We came here for a mission. We need to cooperate with some actions and so on. How can we just leave as we please? Mo Xuani said. If that's the case, I hope we can leave first in a few days. Martial uncle and senior brother, you two are enough to support the overall situation. Xuani's cultivation is shallow. Even if I force myself to stay, I won't be of much help. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He looked at Mo Xuani's back from the back seat and said lightly, now is the time when we need people. Everything is uncertain. There's no need to rush to leave. Mo Xuani hesitated for a long time, but finally said, okay. The middle-aged man said lightly, we passed through so many cities along the way. Xuani, you found so many fortune tellers to read your face. Do you still have any doubts about your background? Mo Xuani said lightly, I'm just unwilling to accept it. Cultivators focus on the heart. If you can't let go of this burden, it will become a flaw in your state of mind. The middle-aged man said indifferently, in this world, there are people dying every moment. Especially at the front lines, hundreds of thousands of li. There are too many people dying every moment. For some people, even after decades of death, their hometown is still proud of them and doesn't know about their death. Their children also don't know that their father or mother is gone. In this world, there is not only one orphan without parents. There are hundreds of millions of people, or even billions of people. You are too attached to your parents. If you continue to be like this, whether or not that little bit of kinship exists will become a great obstacle to your cultivation. Mo Shwani listened quietly and said softly, Shwani just wants to work hard and do my best. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry too much. It's best if you can find them. If I can't find it, that's to be expected, but it's also my duty as a son. No matter what, my heart will be indifferent. The middle-aged man said sharply, If you find them, will your heart still be indifferent? Mo Shwani smiled bitterly. Martial uncle, you know that this is an extremely slim hope, almost none. I really don't understand why you care so much. I have listened to your teachings hundreds of thousands of times during this journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Martial uncle, why are you so worried? The middle-aged man frowned. It's good that you know. He closed his eyes and said no more. The young man said, Martial uncle, should we report to the emissary first? No, the middle-aged man said lightly. Let's find our own people first and confirm the situation. It's a long journey. We don't want to be cannon fodder the moment we arrive. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Chapter 243. Yes, Mo Shwani and Yun Ju didn't have any objections to Martial Uncle telling them to understand the situation first. This was the most appropriate thing to do. Back then, when the Phoenix Chi first rose here, it was noticed by our spies. Not long after, our people came to Phoenix City and worked hard to manage it until today. The middle-aged man leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed. His voice was indifferent and expressionless. Just to cover up the leakage of the Phoenix Chi, our people paid a huge sacrifice. 7 people came here to manage the affairs, but in the end, only 1 survived. From the peak to the decline, they completely lost the right to speak. Jun Pa and Chi Sha took advantage of the situation and contacted the Star-Lord. They took 80% of the responsibility of this matter to their 2 sections. Later, when Zhuofu intervened and the Star Emissary came, the benefits were further reduced. Originally, our Greedy Wolf sect's share of this matter was 50%. As for now, even if this matter is successful, our Greedy Wolf sect's benefits are only 5%. Although the middle-aged Martial Uncle's tone was calm, one could hear some indignation in it. 5%? Mo Shwani and the youth in the back seat obviously had limited knowledge about the Phoenix vein, so when they heard this, they both blurted out in surprise. They had never thought that their share of the profits would be so low. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, his body rising and falling with the bumpy ride of the car. He said indifferently, Yes, 5%. And this 5% is not worth me personally taking action. The ratio of risk and benefit is completely unbalanced. Since there is not much to gain, why should I take action? In other words, this time, I'm only here to accompany Shwani. I will not expose myself if I can. That is all. Of course, if possible, I will save your 3rd senior sister's life at the critical moment. That is enough. Mo Shwani said in a daze. Speaking of which, I haven't seen 3rd senior sister yet. The youth in the back seat, Yin Juing, sighed and said, I wonder how 3rd junior sister is now. Back then, she was a famous beauty under our Greedy Wolf sect. The middle-aged man said indifferently, She won't be too good, nor will she be too good. She's been bitterly holding on here by herself. It's already very precious that she's been able to survive until now. As for maintaining some sort of national beauty, that's purely your imagination. Right now, Even if I don't have chicken skin and crane hair, I shouldn't look like a little girl. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. The young man sighed softly, and a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. He understood the meaning of this sentence. It was already difficult for an ordinary woman to survive in such an environment, let alone a beautiful woman. From now on, everything related to the greedy wolf mantra is not allowed to be used. The middle-aged man slowly straightened his back and said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, in my life, among my peers, my cultivation is not outstanding, my aptitude is not at the top, and my overall combat strength is not in the top 3. But those who are stronger than me are basically all dead now, and I'm the only one who is still alive. What do you think the reason is?" "It's just that one word." Emoshwani and the young man asked curiously, "Martial Uncle Fong, what character? Now that we're in the heart of the astral souls, if I don't warn you, I'm afraid you'll be implicated." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said, "This word is..." He said softly, "Coward." "Coward?" Emoshwani and the young man were both stunned, and couldn't help but ask again, "Coward?" "That's right, coward." The middle-aged man didn't feel ashamed at all, and said indifferently, "Do you think cowardice is shameful?" "Shameful?" "Let me tell you, as long as you understand the true meaning of this word, even in the most dangerous battlefield, you can survive at least longer than most people. In life, what is the most important thing? Face, pride, family, friends, son?" The middle-aged man, Martial Uncle Fong, said sincerely, "The above answers are all wrong. In life, the most important thing is one's life. Your own life. Only by living can you have the qualifications to talk about the future. No matter how much face and pride you lose, as long as you're alive, you have a chance to earn back what you lost, or even more. As long as you're alive, you can have family, friends, and everything. But once you lose your life, then everything will be gone. What was originally yours will become someone else's." The middle-aged man said solemnly, "In life, you have to be cowardly. This is the last thing I can teach you as your martial uncle. I hope you too can remember it. This word is the first treasure of life under heaven and earth. Coward." Mo Shwani and the young man were stunned for a long time by their martial uncle's words, and after that, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a long time, they didn't speak. Coward? This was the truth, the treasure of life under heaven. Was this really not a joke? At least in their hearts, they really didn't think so. Could it be that I lived and walked in this world just to be a coward? To be a coward? To be able to live? So I can give up everything and have a chance to start all over again. This argument, both of them were somewhat baffled by this. Martial Uncle Fong was imparting wisdom and treasures in the style of a senior, but in the end, he gave them the word coward. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Looking at the two's faces, he knew that these two people didn't listen to his words at all, and didn't understand at all. Sigh, by the time you understand, it may be too late. It's hard to have a chance to start all over again in life. He closed his eyes, and many faces flashed through his mind. Each and every one of them had a distinct personality, handsome or beautiful faces, and they were all once influential figures. Once the best of the best, but now they were all dead. He still remembered that time, because of fate, they encountered that person. The seeds of the 17 sects were all killed. Only he gave up his dignity and face. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He swore an oath. After returning, he became a traitor. He agreed to countless conditions regardless of the consequences. He even created conditions for himself to help the other party think of a way to control him. Finally, he survived. So what if he was a heaven's pride? So what if he was a seed? So what if he was the best of the best? At that time, that person told him to scram, and he repeatedly kowtowed and begged, saying that he wanted to collect the corpses of his companions. He didn't know if it was because of this camaraderie. That person finally let him go and left. But that person probably didn't know that after he left, he didn't collect the corpses of his companions. He laid out the heads of the hundreds of people in front of him. These people, almost every one of them was stronger than him, and had always bullied him and looked down on him. There were especially handsome ones, especially talented ones, especially beautiful ones with good family backgrounds, especially beautiful ones, especially elegant ones. Those beautiful female heaven's prides didn't even look at him before, and seemed to think that he wasn't qualified to speak to him. But now, only their heads were left, placed in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them, and play with them however he wanted. He placed their heads neatly on the table. He just kept watching and waiting. I want to see, won't the flesh of heaven's prides stink when they die? Won't the flesh of heaven's prides rot when they die? In the end, he was enlightened. It turned out that they would stink and rot when they die. They had so much self-respect, and they were so unafraid of death. Wouldn't they rot when they die? From then on, he was enlightened and understood life and death. He had been living smoothly until now, and when he met an enemy he couldn't resist, he would kneel and kowtow to them and beg for a chance to live. Would he die if he kowtowed? Maybe he still couldn't avoid death. But if he didn't kowtow, he would definitely die. Living for a long time is the true meaning of life. The middle-aged man sighed. I, Fong Yin-aw, can live until now. There's no luck. The car slowly entered Phoenix City and blended into the bustling city. The three of them alighted at a 5-star hotel, and the middle-aged man paid 10 times the fare before letting the car leave. It's been hard on you. When you return to Ningji City, help me say hello to Old Bai. Yes, thank you for the reward, Uncle Master. The middle-aged man amiably patted the driver's shoulder. On the way back, you must be careful. When you reach home, remember to send me a message to let me know that you're safe, so that Uncle Master can rest assured. Yes, disciple will remember. Go. Seeing the car, turn around and head out of the city. The three of them didn't stop and directly went in to check in. The car left Phoenix City and sped along the original road, and the driver appeared to be very excited. This Uncle Master Fong was really good. His sending off this time was a voluntary job, so how could he talk about the fare? However, Uncle Master Fong had given him so much reward, which was equivalent to 10 times the normal fare, and all of it went into his pocket. Now that he was back, he could have fun for many days. However, when they were about 100 kilometers away from Phoenix City, the driver suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Before you go to the next target city, it's very important that you understand the current general layout of the city, as well as the local customs. After you arrive, you have to spend a few days to understand the main roads and small roads of the city, especially the small roads that are related to each other. Oh right, facilities such as the air raid shelter, especially, can't be missed. Who knows when it might save your life? This is the way to save your life. You have to plan your escape route at all times. Remember, before you familiarize yourself with the city and understand it well, you must not act rashly. After familiarizing yourself with the city, you have to familiarize yourself with the escape route. Then go through the escape route according to the situation. Practice it 3 times and find the best one. Then put it into action. The young man, Yin Juing, was tongue-tied for a long time. Finally, he coughed and said, Uncle Master, I'll go out and familiarize myself with Phoenix City. He hurriedly left in a hurry. Uncle Master, I'll also go out and familiarize myself with the city. And you guys go. The middle-aged man nodded. I want to familiarize myself with the hotel we're staying in first before going out. Mo Shwani rolled his eyes and left. When he first met this Uncle Master, Mo Shwani was very respectful. Cloud transformation, realm cultivation, elegant and graceful, gentle and kind. Occasionally, when he glanced at him, he was also very outstanding. Every one of them was the best of the best, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint, not letting down the title of a great cultivator. But on this road, after walking for hundreds of thousands of miles, the respect and awe he had at the beginning had long been worn away bit by bit. From the respect that came from the bottom of his heart to the superficial etiquette now, and even some contempt. All of this Uncle Master had only used a short distance. Shwani walked out of the hotel and blended into the crowd. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a bun shop. "Boss, give me 2 buns. What kind of fillings do you have?" "Meat, vegetables, 3 delicacies, chives, and tofu." 2 chives and tofu. Shwani paid while asking, "Boss, I heard that there's a divine fortune teller in Phoenix City. His eyes can see a person's life and death, fortune and misfortune. In a few words can predict a person's life and death. There's such a thing, right?" The boss laughed. "Of course, customer, you're talking about Master's Wa, right? Master's Wa is now very famous in Phoenix City. Basically, all the rich people in the city have gone to see him. His predictions are very accurate." Chapter 244. Speaking of Master's Wa, the boss immediately became talkative. It is said that a man went to look for his dog. He lost it for 2 years and was reluctant to part with it. Masters Wa gave him a direction and asked him to dig. Sure enough, he dug out a pile of dog bones. There was a cut on the leg, which was exactly the characteristics of his dog. Isn't that amazing? He can even find a dog that has been dead for so many years. If I had money, I would have gone to see Masters Wa. Oh, so amazing? Shwani immediately became very interested. Then where is this Masters Wa? Is it easy to find him? No one is easier to find than Masters Wa. He is still studying in our second high school. Every morning, he will have his fortune read at the school gate early. 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour at noon, 1 hour in the afternoon, and 3 hours in the morning. Although Masters Wa is young, he is really capable. "Miss, here are your buns." "Okay." Shwani took the buns and walked forward absent-mindedly. It seemed that it was him. Second high school. She looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. It seemed that she would not be able to make it this afternoon. So Xiaoduo used a speed that was not much faster than a snail to return home step by step. The turbulent spiritual energy in his body was not only restless, but also on the verge of exploding. He even dared to say that if he suppressed it, his dantian would most likely explode. It seems that I have really reached my limit. I'm not as talented as Nyan Cat. 50 times. How did I suppress it? Why don't I remember Nyan Cat suppressing it? So Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. Sitting at the table, facing the delicious food, he could not eat and did not move his chopsticks for a long time. Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled by his behavior. "What's wrong with you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo hung his head dejectedly. "I may be about to break through. Breaking through is a good thing. Haven't you been having headaches for a long time these days? There are no signs of your spiritual energy being restless." Zhuo Xiaoyan was more and more confused. "But I have only suppressed it so far. It is far less than your 50 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt extremely dejected. He felt like a loser. "My 50 times?" Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her beautiful eyes. She finally remembered in time and didn't reveal any flaws. However, she still couldn't help but laugh. Alas, sometimes a person's strength is limited. When you reach the limit, you just have to break through. When you reach the Xiantian late stage, you can still accumulate another round of thorny road. At that time, it will be the key to laying the foundation of life. AI. Zhuo Xiaoduo was depressed. In particular, he couldn't say, "But I want to surpass you in every round so that I can catch up with you faster than you. And then I can beat you every day." Nyan Cat's reaction was hard to predict. "It's over." As soon as my mind wavered, my spiritual source began to surge again. Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss of what to do. Even his limbs began to feel helpless. Zhuo Xiaoyan saw his flushed face and sweating profusely. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. "You have completed your cultivation. Once you break through, you can push the boat with the current. Why are you so hot?" As she spoke, she reached out her hand and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, a hot force flowed through Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm and into her meridians. At the same time, the cold force in Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm also penetrated into Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians. At the same time, a hot force also entered Zhuo Xiaoyan's meridians in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that his entire body was surrounded by an indescribable cool and refreshing feeling. The originally turbulent and restless spirit qi was actually restrained in an instant, becoming gentle and smooth. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. He immediately recalled that day when he accidentally touched Zhuo Xiaoyan's chest. Cough, cough. That cool and refreshing feeling made him understand something. But this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's vital energy was surging too violently. The cool energy that Zhuo Xiaoyan poured in was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It didn't help at all. After being digested by the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, it became even more violent, causing a bigger wave to surge. Zhuo Xiaoyan was feeling the heat that suddenly entered her body. She only felt a warm and indescribable comfort all over her body. Suddenly, she heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. "Little Sister Nian, touch me." Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. Even Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu looked up in shock. Why was this sentence so explosive? Wasn't it too direct? "Hurry up," Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed. "Hurry up and touch me." Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned red. You. It's too late. It's too late." Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand and pressed it on his head. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and use your Moon Sutra to touch me." Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that she stuttered, You. Mom and Dad are still here." Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes at each other. What was she saying? "So, we're in the way, but if we're not here, you'll just touch him directly." However, everything happened so quickly and mysteriously that Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't need to use her qi to guide her power. The moment her hand touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead, the heat was automatically transmitted out. At the same time, the cool air was also automatically transmitted into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan both felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Woo. Zhuo Xiaoduo moaned happily. Zhuo Xiaoyan bit her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth, trying to control herself as much as possible. However, this extremely comfortable feeling continued to surge and hit her body like a wave. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body began to tremble, and even her breathing became heavy. Her face was flushed red. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his face was full of smirks. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes. They stood up quietly and walked back to the bedroom with their backs against the wall. The two of them were experts in cultivation. Through the current situation, they were able to quickly determine that the siblings were currently in some kind of state of cultivation. They were using yin to support yang, yang to converge yin, and yin and yang to harmonize. It was precisely the mutual generation and reinforcement of each other, complementing each other. It was just that the two of them were enjoying this process. Other than them, it was an eyesore. However, it wasn't a bad thing, and they wouldn't do anything improper. Naturally, they wouldn't disturb them. Young people nowadays, what are they doing? Wu Yuding sighed again and again. Their cultivation. Zhuo Chonglu glared. How can I not know that their cultivation? Wu Yuding said angrily. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. In the living room, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt waves of cool and refreshing feeling entering his body. At the same time, he felt waves of vital energy in his dantian surging. This time, it was really difficult to control. It was also at this time that the energy within the dragon blood flying dagger formed a third source and continuously channeled into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body, making it more and more difficult for him to deal with it. The waves were getting bigger and bigger that finally, every time the cool and refreshing feeling entered his dantian, it could temporarily suppress the extreme impulse that had reached its peak. In just 10 minutes, it had been suppressed 13 or 14 times. Gradually, Zhuo Xiaoduo's dantian had become a balloon that had inflated to the extreme. Finally, all of the energy flowed together and merged into one. The momentum became even more unstoppable and unstoppable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still hoping for Zhuo Xiaoyan's next wave of cooling assistance, but he didn't expect that this time. The power that came from Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm was actually the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra that originally belonged to him. At most, it wasn't as hot as his own, but it was still warm as it poured into his body. Fuck, it was actually adding more and more weight. Zhuo Xiaoyan cried out in surprise. Her little hand was bounced away by Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead. Ayaya. Ow, ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed, tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. It's broken. All of a sudden, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his body. Something had broken. A wave of energy came from above, like a heavenly fire pouring down. Another wave of energy came from below, like magma surging up. The two waves of energy quickly met at the intersection of the Ren and Du meridians and merged into one without any obstruction. The Ren and Du meridians that were seen as a natural moat opened with a sound. The energy from above continued to pour down endlessly, and the energy from below also surged up endlessly. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. Gradually, they intertwined into a ball, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Finally, the two waves of energy rushed out. One went straight to the spring, and then rushed back, while the other went straight to the top of the head. It broke through the obstruction of the bridge of heaven and earth like a hot knife through butter, and then turned and rushed to the Dantian, where it finally met. When it surged again after converging in the Dantian, it was already the same type of energy. It flowed along the meridians in his body and quickly circulated 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. After a total of 81 cycles, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up, covered his mouth, and rushed into the toilet. As soon as he opened his mouth, a gush of scarlet blood mixed with a lot of black color was vomited into the toilet bowl. Chapter 245. I finally have my divine sense. Zhuo Xiaoduo smelled the moment he felt the power take shape. Although he couldn't see or touch it, the space should be as big as his house, right? What's this smell? Where did it come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around and found that the source of the smell was himself. There were stains on his body. It was the impurities in his body that were naturally discharged when he advanced to the innate stage. Zhuo Xiaoduo went into the toilet for the second time. He took off all his clothes and took a shower, but the entire toilet floor was black. As the shower continued, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that even his scalp looked like it had been dyed. The black water that came down couldn't be washed clean even after a long time. At this moment, his stomach began to rumble. He decided to sit on the toilet bowl and let out a series of gulu-gulu sounds. It stinks. How can it be so smelly? Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his nose. It's so immoral. Sister Nian Yan. Zhuo Xiaoduo opened the door a little and said politely, "Please bring me a set of clothes." Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "I've already placed it for you. Just reach out and take it." As a Zhuo Xiaoyan who had experienced it once, she obviously knew what Zhuo Xiaoduo needed now. Her heart was filled with joy. Dogda finally broke through to the innate stage. And this last time, it was her who had communicated with his fiery sun and moon spirit. She had helped him suppress his breakthrough 15 times. This kind of suppression during the last breakthrough was especially important. Dogda had suppressed his breakthrough 20 times more than what she had accumulated in the past. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what heights her Dogda could reach in the future. Just based on a number of times he suppressed his breakthrough, Zhuo Xiaoduo's performance was unprecedented, at least in the martial master realm. According to the historical records of cultivation, the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough was only 21. In Zhuo Xiaoduo, just tonight, he suppressed his breakthrough 15 times. Plus, He said that he suppressed his breakthrough 17 or 18 times. Didn't that mean he suppressed his breakthrough more than 33 times? Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's providence points had increased. If she knew, she would probably say that he was a monster. If one were to really calculate the total number of times of suppression, there would be at least 50 times. But no one knew this number except for people who wouldn't believe it, including Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know. The part that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know was the part where Zhuo Xiaoyan helped him. His knowledge of cultivation was still shallow, so he didn't know that the help of the cool air 15 times was equivalent to 15 times of suppression. A moment later, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out in his loose pajamas. His face was full of satisfaction. I've finally broken through. But this feeling is really good. So good, so good. He shook his head and forced a look of disappointment. Although I still can't compare to Sister Nian back then, I feel that I'm already very good. He chuckled as he said that. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to catch up, so of course he had to try his best. But now that he had broken through, there was no point in worrying. Since there was no point in worrying, the only thing left was to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. As for the future, didn't Nian just say that there would be opportunities to catch up in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo had always been open-minded. When it was time to work hard, he would work hard and try his best. But when he worked hard to his limit, he would calmly accept reality, no matter if the result was good or bad. You've broken through. Congratulations. Zhuo Xiaoyan brought over a big bowl of steamed buns. Let's eat. But for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had broken through to the innate stage, his body could communicate with the heavens and earth and even absorb energy. Therefore, he couldn't eat too much food now. After eating a total of 3 steamed buns, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt full. He didn't expect to be full at all. Looking at the small mountain of food in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was melancholy. He was full just like that. That shouldn't be, right? But he was really full. How strange. How could he be full after eating 3 steamed buns? Shouldn't he be able to eat more as his cultivation level increased? Dad, Mom, come out and eat. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and called out. Zhuo Xiaoyan was embarrassed by the way her parents tried to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to clarify. Actually, I'm just helping the dog cultivate. It's not what you think. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting walked out with smiles on their faces. Dad, Mom, actually just now. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and gathered her courage. Ahem, you don't have to say anymore. Wu Yuting interrupted. I understand. Zhuo Changlu also said, I understand. Actually, the dog and I are. We understand. We really understand. Wu Yuting smiled. We were also young. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed even more. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, Mom, it's not what you think. Actually, why are you saying this? Zhuo Changlu said, let's eat. It's not like your mom, and I don't dislike it. Zhuo Xiaoyan stamped her feet. It's really not. Why are you so naggy? Zhuo Changlu frowned. Did I say anything to your mom? Did we say anything strange? But this. Then it's settled. Zhuo Changlu waved his hand and said firmly, no one is allowed to mention it in the future. It's just a small matter. What about you? Wu Yuting smiled and pinched Zhuo Xiaoyan's pink face. She was full of tenderness. Oh my bai has really grown up. Although it couldn't be seen or touched, and it wasn't like spiritual energy that could increase the power of his divine sense. It was still very useful, but as soon as he thought about it, he accidentally touched the ring left behind by Blind Hong. He was shocked to find that there was suddenly a huge space in front of him. This ring had already recognized him as its owner. Now that he had divine sense, it was really easy to open it. It was very convenient. Go in. The teacup on the table suddenly disappeared. Come out. The teacup appeared again. Go in. Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at the bedding. Come out. Go in. He pointed at the bed. Come out. Ha ha ha. This is so fucking fun. Master Zwa was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed so hard that his tongue kept shaking in his mouth. It was obvious that this guy was a little arrogant. Chapter 246. It was so cool to have such a space ring. It was a must-have weapon for traveling, killing, and robbing. Previously, every time he saw Nyin changing things out of nowhere, he was always envious, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. Now, Mr. Zwa also had a space ring and could show off in front of others. Awesome. Cool. In a hidden place outside the window, Zwa was amused as she watched this funny guy changing in and out of the ring. After a while, she was speechless. Was it really that fun? Look at how excited you are. Are you done yet? After Xiaoduo changed in and out of the ring for more than 30 times, Xiaoyan finally changed her expression. How could it be so many times? His divine sense is unexpectedly strong. Is it still not exhausted? He hadn't noticed this earlier, but now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt fear. When I broke through to the Xiantian realm and got my first spatial ring, I was also so excited. I went in and out to play with it 7 or 8 times. Then, I felt a splitting headache. It took me a long time to recover. How can this kid not be tired after playing with it so many times? His divine sense can last for so long. Zwa Xiaoyan rushed into Zwa Xiaoduo's room. Damn. Zwa Xiaoduo was surprised. Why are you here? Don't overuse your divine sense. Once you use it too much, it will cause headaches and may even damage your divine sense. Zwa Xiaoyan reminded him seriously. Oh, okay. Zwa Xiaoduo followed her advice and stopped the experiment immediately. The space ring my godfather left me is not small, Zwa Xiaoduo said. Not small? How big is it? Zwa Xiaoyan was curious. How big is yours? Zwa Xiaoduo asked. My master gave this to me. It's about 10 cubic meters. Zwa Xiaoyan was proud. 10 cubic meters? Zwa Xiaoduo was confused. So small? He couldn't help but open Blind Hong's spatial ring. He only felt that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see the end of it. His divine perception went all the way to the innermost part of the cave before he found something piled up on the other side. There were also a few things that looked like jade pendants. Withdrawing his divine sense, Zwa Xiaoduo scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Zwa Xiaoduo felt that the storage capacity of this spatial ring was enough to fit a small hill without any problems. How big is this thing that your godfather gave you? Zwa Xiaoyan asked excitedly. He thought to himself, Blind Hong lived such a poor life. It was already rare for him to have a spatial ring. So how big could it be? At best, it was 1 or 2 cubic meters, but that was more than enough. Ahem, mine is quite big. It should be around 20 to 30,000 cubic meters, right? Zwa Xiaoduo said uncertainly. 20 to 30,000 cubic meters? Zwa Xiaoyan laughed, thinking that she understood. 2 to 3 cubic meters? But it's enough. It's more than enough to store some elixirs and weapons. So Xiaoduo stared and said, I said 20 to 30,000 cubic meters. Take a look if you don't believe me. Silly. Once the spatial ring recognizes its owner, only the owner can see it. How can I see it? Zwa Xiaoduo urged. Well, if you still have enough divine perception, why don't you take a look and see how many good things your godfather left for you? His expression was a little mischievous. That blind man. What good things could he have? Let me see. Zwa Xiaoduo found the biggest pile and took out a piece of black astral soul's jade. This piece of astral soul's jade was completely different from the astral soul's jade Zwa Xiaoduo knew. It was completely black and shone with sparkling starlight. Looking at this piece of astral soul's jade was like looking at the night sky. The moment the black astral soul's jade was taken out, a wave of pure spiritual energy filled the entire Zwa residence and quickly spread to the surroundings. Supreme Grade Jade of Astral Souls. Zhuo Xiaoyan was given a fright upon seeing this. Take it back. Ah. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of jade of astral souls could create such a huge commotion. He quickly took it back. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt her chest pounding and her face turning red. There's a supreme grade jade of astral souls. I've only heard of this kind of astral souls jade, but I've never seen the real thing. Your godfather, Blind Hong, actually has such a good thing. This is so surprising. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very confused at this moment. Blind Hong didn't seem like someone who would have such good things. Whether it was the space ring with an amazing capacity or the supreme grade jade of astral souls jade that even Nian Yin Cat had only heard of but had never seen with her own eyes. See, how many pieces do you have? Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her voice and whispered like a thief. Let me see. Zhuo Xiaoduo used his divine perception to take a look. With a strange expression, he said, about 10,000 pieces? About 10,000 pieces. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body trembled, and he stood there dumbfounded. 10 low-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade piece. 10 medium-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 high-grade piece, but 100 high-grade pieces could not be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade piece. The supreme grade jade of astral souls had always been priceless. At this moment, a sound came from the door. Zhuo Changlu walked in. The commotion just now. Did you open your godfather's space ring? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded obediently. See what's inside, Zhuo Changlu said. There's a supreme grade jade of astral souls, Dad. Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed to say. Yes. Zhuo Changlu nodded without any surprise. How much do you have? More than 10,000 pieces. Well, why don't you give half to your sister? Zhuo Changlu said. No. I don't need it. Zhuo Xiaoyan shook her head frantically. That was a supreme grade jade of astral souls. It was definitely a supreme grade item for cultivation. It was perfect for Gouda to use it to catch up. The more he used, the better. It's settled then. Listen to Dad. Zhuo Changlu ignored Zhuo Xiaoyan's refusal and ordered directly. Xiaoyan, don't use your previous space ring. Use the one your Uncle Nan gave you. Huh? Your original space is too small. Zhuo Changlu said, the one your Uncle Nan gave you is suitable for you. But Xiao Duo's space ring is bigger than your Uncle Nan's. Okay then. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been eyeing that space ring for a long time. That ownerless space ring had a space of thousands of cubic meters. Hearing this, he immediately agreed happily. He turned the 2 rings upside down and put the things in his own ring directly into the big ring. Only after the ring had recognized him as its owner and he put it on his middle finger did he start to laugh foolishly. She touched the new space ring and couldn't put it down. Give me your original space ring. Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out for it. Don't you already have one? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused. Why do you want a smaller one when you already have such a big one? Oh, you're so stupid. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, mine is invisible. In the future, if I suddenly have a weapon but no space ring on my finger, won't it be suspicious? And yours is more than 10 cubic meters. It's just right for my finger. If it's stolen, won't it be the smaller one? It's not a loss. Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless. You even thought of this? On the other side, Zhuo Changlu was also stunned. His son was a little cautious. He even thought of how to be robbed. His mentality was really speechless. Crash. So Xiaoduo poured out half of the top-grade jade of astral souls and said, Sister Nian Yin, put away. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid someone will come. Then something big will happen. Zhuo Changlu saw that Zhuo Xiaoyan was still hesitating and hurriedly urged her. Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked and hurriedly put it away. She stood up and felt the extremely dense spiritual energy in the air. It was almost suffocating. Her expression was complicated and she was speechless for a long time. See what else is there. I don't think you can recognize anything in there. Zhuo Changlu urged Zhuo Xiaoduo. Almost every item that was taken out next made Zhuo Changlu frown. There were even a few items that emitted an evil force as soon as they were taken out. Zhuo Xiaoduo was alert and put them away immediately. Those few items just now really aren't anything good. Zhuo Changlu warned him, you can't touch those items for the time being. Do you understand? With your current cultivation, if you take them out, your life will be over before a major disaster occurs. I understand. I won't touch them. He looked through the big piles and the small piles. They were all strange things. Not only did Zhuo Xiaoduo not recognize any of them, but even Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't recognize any of them. After looking through all of them, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt around and took out a token. It was a token that looked very simple and unadorned. The word flood was engraved on the front and water on the back. Flood? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word and murmured, not understanding its meaning. Zhuo Changlu's eyes narrowed. There was indeed this token. It seemed that this ring was really that person's life ring. What's more, there was a great chance that it contained that person's life collection and life savings. Even if it wasn't all of it, it was definitely the essence of most of it. No matter what, you can't take out this token. Zhuo Changlu played with the token and said in a very low voice, do you understand? Yes. What else? There are some jade slips for transmitting skills. There are only about 10 of them. It's not a lot. Take them out and let me have a look. Zhuo Changlu's eyes lit up. He then asked, are there hammers in there? If the pair of hammers were also in there, it would be wonderful. Hammers? There are no hammers. No. No pair of big hammers? No. Zhuo Changlu was a little disappointed. Why didn't that blind man put the hammers in there? If he didn't put his personal weapons in the space ring, then what was he doing? Zhuo Xiaoduo took out all the jade slips and put them on the bed. That's all. Zhuo Changlu picked them up one by one and checked them. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan exchanged glances and winked at each other. Dad was really not pretending anymore. He, soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic world sword, river sea sword, sea sky sword. What kind of stupid names are these? Zhuo Changlu expressed his heartfelt disdain. The people of the Umno Alliance were uncultured. Look at these names. If it were the people of the astral souls who came up with these names, they would definitely have a dreamlike and extraordinary aura. He looked at the other group. Drizzle sword, medium rain sword, heavy rain sword, rainstorm sword. Fuck. This is simply... What the... Zhuo Changlu was speechless. This level of naming was indeed a big shot of a generation. A real big shot. I have to admit defeat. As for the last group, Zhuo Zhonglu spat out blood the moment he saw them. Hammer. Hammer, hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. Obviously, these were 4 sets of hammer techniques. Zhuo Zhonglu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to curse. So, he blurted out, Blind Haw your num. What kind of stupid names were these? Chapter 247. Just by looking at these names, even Zhuo Changlu's self-restraint was on the verge of collapse. Zhuo Changlu would have rolled his eyes at most if someone else had come up with such names. But the problem was, these names were given by that big shot. That big boss who smashed the entire world with a pair of sledgehammers gave a bunch of names like that. Zhuo Zhonglu couldn't help but feel extremely unbearable. Your godfather's name is really a disgrace to his ancestors. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh. What the hell is this? Then he said, the drizzle, the rain and the drizzle, the rain and the rainstorm. All of these are for Little Nian. Only the others were suitable for Xiao Duo to learn and master. After you've mastered it, you can teach it to each other. You should be able to benefit even more. Yes. In addition, you can change the names of these cultivation techniques as you see fit. Anyway, I feel like throwing up my dinner from last night. Zhuo Changlu sighed. They're so fucking cultured. By the way, you don't have to teach your sister Nian those hammer skills. If your sister Nian wields a sledgehammer. At this point, not to mention Zhuo Xiaoduo, even Zhuo Changlu shuddered. That scene was simply too beautiful, too painful to the eyes. He didn't dare to think about it, or look at it. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were disgusted. By the way, some jade slips can only be used once. Later on, you guys can pick a cultivation jade slip and try it out to confirm if it's a one-time use. So Changlu reminded him, start from the lowest level. I think the contents of these jade slips are extraordinary. You must be careful when you try. Then I'll go first, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. She was afraid that Zhuo Duo, who had just broken through, would have a problem if he were to bear a large amount of impact on his divine sense. Therefore, it was better for her, whose cultivation was stronger and higher, to try. She volunteered. He picked up one of the jade slips with the words Drizzle Sword written on it and placed it on his forehead. It had to be said that among these sword techniques, only the name of this technique was relatively acceptable. As for the others, they were simply unbearable to look at. Just looking at the names would make one's intestines cramp. A set of swordsmanship moves gradually appeared in Zhuo Xiaoyan's mind. Soon after, they were firmly engraved in her divine sense, leaving a deep impression on her, as if she had practiced them for decades. This sword technique is really too exquisite. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoyan saw the sword, she was full of surprise and praise. How could Zhuo Xiao's blind godfather have so many good things? The sword momentum is like the gentle drizzle of spring. Before one feels the rain, it has already soaked the ends of one's hair, silently moistening everything. There is also that gentleness that seeps into one's heart, endless and endless, covering the sky and covering the earth, leaving traces of rain everywhere. Zhuo Xiaoyan opened her eyes, and her face was full of surprise. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation attainments had reached a very high level. The inheritance of Kunlun Taoism she had obtained was also one of the best in the Astral Souls continent. She had a good vision, and this newly obtained drizzle sword technique was so profound that it was more than a level higher than the sword technique of the Kunlun Tao sect that he was currently cultivating. It was simply a world of difference. They cannot be mentioned in the same breath at all. The wide coverage of the attack, the comprehensive angle, and the craftiness of the attack all made Zhuo Xiaoyan feel incredible and unimaginable. After carefully studying it, Zhuo Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes and said, "This drizzle sword technique jade slip is a one-time use." After the inheritance, the color of the jade slip immediately dimmed. Obviously, it could no longer be used. Zhuo Zhonglu observed carefully. Then, he said, "It's not purely a one-time use. However, if you want to use it again, you have to instill the same source of energy into it before you can use it again. Therefore, it's no different from a one-time use." He frowned and pondered for a long time. Although he had not heard of these sword techniques before, it might be because his status was too high, and this guy always used a hammer in the battle. But he could not guarantee that no one else had been taught by this guy. What if someone found it that he said, "Niner, you can temporarily use this set of sword technique as your trump card in the future. Combine it with your Kunlun Immortal Sex, Starry Sky Step, and your Moon Soul Sutra. But you must remember, if you don't use the Moon Soul Sutra, don't show any of these sword techniques in front of others easily. Once you make a move, try your best to kill the enemy." Why is that? Well, this is something you don't know. This blind Hong has revealed a lot of secrets in this world. Unfortunately, he did not make many friends. Instead, he has countless enemies, and there is no lack of top experts among them. Once you are recognized, it will be quite unfavorable for you. Zhuo Changlu did not tell the truth at this time, because he was worried that his daughter could not accept the fact that the Umno Alliance was a skill imparting. Although Zhuo Changlu did not think it was important, many people cared about it. In Zhuo Changlu's view, the cultivation method was the cultivation method. The so-called good and evil were just people's hearts. But now, under the overwhelming propaganda of the Umno Alliance is evil, many young men and women had already formed a deep-rooted moral standard in their hearts. Even the martial arts of the Umno Alliance had become evil. Also, the two of you should not unsheath your swords easily if you can. Zhuo Zhonglu felt that he still needed to add a layer of insurance for his son and daughter. He warned them, "Your swords belong to the top of this world. To be fair, with your shallow cultivation, you really don't deserve to own such divine weapons. Moreover, what does the divine weapon of your sword represent? Swords have always been used to kill people. The divine weapon of the sword is naturally the top killing weapon. When a person reaches a certain level, he will have the magnanimity and arrogance that belongs to that level. Similarly, swords are the same. Swords are divine weapons, so they have arrogance. When they are unsheathed, there will be blood. It is inauspicious to return empty. There is an ancient saying that when a divine sword is unsheathed, it will not return without blood. This is the principle. Zhuo Changlu said so. Once an unforeseen event occurs, and you have no choice but to unsheathe your sword, there will be no survivors. The sword is merciless, and there will be no leeway, no karma. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were stunned when they heard this. It was the first time that they had heard such high-sounding words from their father. In fact, it was cruel to kill and eliminate karma. Whether it is in Jianghu or on the battlefield, this is a famous saying. You must remember it. Put it into action. Zhuo Changlu said seriously, "You grew up in the rear, so it is natural for you to be soft-hearted. However, you must correct yourself on this point. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage in Jianghu or on the battlefield. Especially when two armies are fighting, there is no concept of cruelty. There's only a standpoint." This was what Zhuo Changlu was most worried about. "Yes, Dad, what if we practice? Sparring? You're asking a silly question. The sword moves you've inherited can't be used for sparring at all. Every move is aimed at a fatal spot." Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, "The jade slip is engraved in the mind. What is the point of practicing?" "Yes." Zhuo Xiaoyan thought for a while, and also felt that she was blinded by common sense. Indeed, once this set of sword moves was used, it was aimed at a fatal spot. It was a series of killing moves. It was really not suitable for practice. Not to mention, her sword was too sharp. She did not dare to think about it anymore. This is the true meaning of the sword move. Zhonglu said softly, "Many of the so-called sword techniques from before, such as stabbing the wrist, thrusting the leg, and even the shoulder, leave some leeway for the enemy and show mercy. That's simply a joke. Furthermore, you're playing with your own life. The people who created these sword moves are all crazy. When facing an enemy, fighting with such a mentality is no different from courting death." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked embarrassed. Many of the sword moves of Kunlun Taoism were like this. They were modest, peaceful, and full of vitality. Moreover, Taoism was often proud of this. But now, in Zhuo Changlu's words, it was worthless. Such sword moves are all created by those who are only in Jianghu and have never been on the battlefield. They lack the momentum of blood and killing. For practitioners who have been on the battlefield all year round, it is a coward's sword move. So Zhonglu mercilessly commented, "Only those who roam the Jianghu with the intention of making as many friends as possible will be able to. So, they will leave some leeway in their attacks. And they won't get to know each other if they don't fight. Haha, this will be a joke on the battlefield. On the battlefield, life and death are at stake. Who wants to be friends with you? What mutual appreciation? That was just a bunch of bullshit. The stronger the enemy, the more admirable he is, the more you have to kill him as soon as possible. You must remember this. Engrave it in your heart and never forget it." Rumor has it that there was once a senior in Kunlun Taoism who killed his target's entire family to settle a grudge. But he left the target's 15-year-old son alive. Because he saw that this child's talent was extraordinary and his root bone was superb. He was a peerless genius in sword practice. He actually had the ridiculous idea of cherishing talent. He said to the child, "Your root bone and comprehension are first class. If I kill you now, it will be a great loss to the sword world. I will wait for you in Kunlun Taoism for revenge. I hope that one day, your sword will not disappoint me." Perhaps many people will praise this person for his tolerance and self-restraint when they hear about this. Zhuo Changlu was full of sarcasm. He said, And the final result was that many years later, this young man was successful in sword practice and became famous all over the world. He went to Taoism and killed his enemy with his sword. He also said, "You were extremely stupid to let me go back then. Today, you will die under my sword. It is retribution for your stupidity. You killed his entire family, but you showed mercy to the son of your enemy because you cherish talent. You are extremely stupid. You are the example of the previous carriage. I will learn from you. Therefore, you are not spared from your family." Zhou Changlu sneered as he spoke. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of disbelief. There is actually such a stupid person in the world. Today is the third watch. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.